Thank you. We are starting late this morning. I was here on time, but we had, literally, as I walked in my door, a pressing matter that needed county judge attention, and it was involving another political jurisdiction. And when our partners call us, sometimes we do have to answer. But I do have good news to report, and that is that in this case, the partner was the city of Corpus Christi, and it feels good to have a great conversation like that first thing in the morning where we're working together. And you need to know that, because if you're going to be 30 minutes late, you better have a good excuse or reason, and we do. And I feel like it's going to be a good start to a good day now. So thank you for the indulgence, and that is, as they say, has the added value of being true. Good morning. I call this meeting to order and ask that you all rise for invocation, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America, to our Texas flags. And Commissioner Gonzalez, would you provide invocation for us this morning?
Sure.
All right, wonderful, thank you.
Let us pray. Lord God, Heavenly Father, we come with you today to asking you to hear us and continue to give us the will, the power to listen to each other, understand each other. Lord, we have to give you thanks for everything you've given us, all the blessings you provided this court and the residents of this city and the county. Lord, we ask you to hopefully to go to the table, help us to go to the table and work things out that's going to benefit all the citizens of this community and also services. We give you thanks, Lord, because you have made us what we are, and thank you for guiding us and being with us at a time of need. Pray for those families and need your prayers. Pray for our families. Pray for the county families. Pray for those that are sick, that they can recover. In your name, Lord, we pray. Amen.
Place your hand over your heart.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
It's November the 3rd, and we did start for the clerk right at 9 o'clock this morning. We are at the third floor, Commissioner's Courtroom, Nueces County Courthouse, 901 North Leopard, and I do certify that Commissioner Roberto Hernandez is on video. I see him. He's present, as well as Commissioner Mares, Gonzalez, and Chesney, all here with me. And therefore, not only are we all in attendance, but a quorum has been established.
Commissioner Hernandez on Zoom?
Yes, sir. Yes, I said Commissioner Hernandez is on virtual as well. And so at this time, I'll move on to our safety briefing and ask Timothy to provide comments.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. We're meeting here today, the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse at 901 Leopard Street. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium, past the Human Resources Office. There's a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom. In addition, there are 6 fire extinguishers located on the third floor atrium area. Please note the nearest fire extinguisher closest to you. In the event of a cardiac emergency, there's an AED located on the right wall next to the Human Resources Office. Participants today who will be responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. Participants that are CPR certified in attendance are myself. However, remember, anyone can render aid. In the event of evacuation, our egress route will be down the third floor atrium stairs, proceeding out the doors and across La Paz Street and dispersing for safety measures. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending on the severity, the courtroom double doors will be secured and remain secured until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office and/or other law enforcement agencies. Our shared safety topics for today: just a reminder, this weekend is daylight savings time. We'll be following an hour fall back, 1 hour, At that time, please remember to check the batteries in your fire alarms and your carbon monoxide detectors within your home. That concludes my safety brief.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'll move to public comment and notice that I've got a nice slate here, but online, please don't forget that if you wish to make public comment, use the virtual icon of a hand and let us know if you would like to make public comment. So at this time, I'll start with JJ de la Cerda. Court recognizes our Veteran Service Officer.
Judge, just for the record, this is different than the public hearing that's coming up, and I'm sure a lot of people are here to talk about as well, just to let people know that.
Sure. This is the public comment, just to make sure there's a distinction. Thanks for that. This is the public comment that we have here in Commissioner's courtroom. And
Judge, I think
yes.
the ones that did want to speak during the public hearing did also sign up, but they would have noted public hearing on there.
yes, and I'm going to go ahead and do that separation. But the one that didn't is Mr. Garza Rolando. Hi, I saw you earlier. Are you here for the public hearing or the just regular comment? Would it be all right if I add that on here? Okay. JJ, please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. I simply wanted to come in and inform the court and the community of the Veterans Day ceremonies we have this upcoming week. The first will be at the Veterans Cemetery, which is on Wednesday, November the 10th. We will be placing flags around the perimeter of the circle. All are welcome to attend. We will be doing again that on Wednesday, November the 10th. You can show up at 5:30, and all are welcome to attend. We will not be having a ceremony at the cemetery, just as an FYI. The second one will be at the VFW, 8932 in Flower Bluff. That's Wednesday, November the 10th. And we will be having a Marine Corps birthday celebration. And that starts at 6 p.m. The address is 702 Jester Street, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78418. And again, all are welcome to attend. The third is a Veterans Day ceremony on the 11th, November 11th, at Ben Garza Gym at 10 a.m. The sponsor will be the Corpus Christi Mayor's Committee for Veterans Affairs, and the hosting unit will be the 82nd Airborne Division Association. After that, the USS Lexington will have a salute to Veterans Cemetery ceremony at 2 p.m. Again, all are welcome to attend that as well. And then finally, on Veterans Day, we will be having the Coastal Bend Field of Honor at the Richard Borchert Fairgrounds. We will have a ceremony at from 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. As the ceremony concludes, we will be posting 1,000 flags to honor veterans both living and deceased. The flags will be flown for 3 weeks from November the 11th to December the 2nd. Sponsors may keep their flags after the field inactivation and can be picked up at the Field of Honor on December the 3rd from 5 to 7 p.m. The flags that are not picked up will be properly retired at the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery Flag Retirement Area. As an FYI, we do have 3 volunteer work parties scheduled this week for the Field of Honor, and that's at the Richard Borchert Fairgrounds from 3 to 7 p.m., starting today up until this upcoming Friday. We will be setting rebar, which will anchor the flagpoles. All are welcome to attend. And finally, Judge and Commissioners, the Homeless Veterans Stand Down. It's a partnership between Nueces County and the Corpus Christi Mayor's Committee for Veterans Affairs. That will be held the day after Veterans Day on November the 12th. The address is 311 North Staples, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78401. That's adjacent to the Corpus Christi Egg Company building. And that will occur from 09 to 1200 that day. So all are welcome to join us. Again, that's the Homeless Veterans Stand Down. We'll be providing hot lunch, a personal hygiene kit, haircuts, flu shots, and benefits. And that's my statement, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Rolando Garza. I'm sorry, Connie, yes?
When you get to the public hearing part, Brandon online wishes to speak.
Thank you, Brandon. I've noted it for the record, and I will call on you as soon as we get to that portion of the meeting. Thank you. Mr. Garza.
Honorable Judge Canales and Commissioners, Rolando Garza with the Southern District Civil Rights Office. I'm Vice Chair. Takes a lot to bring me out here, County Judge Canales. And I've heard some disparaging things out. You know, there's things out in the media, out in the news that really trouble me quite a bit. And I've been here before this court when Judge Lloyd Neal was here, when Judge Terry Chamsey was here, when Judge Richard Martinez Borchard was here. And I've been here before. This is not my first go-around. 34 years in civil rights, coast to coast. And it disturbs me quite a bit when an issue arises about the city and the county breakup of the county health department, city county health department. I think that when people take advantage of a system, county judge, and I think there's misperceptions and misinformation out there, that you signed off on something is not only slanderous, it's a lie and it's incorrect. And I can't tolerate that. Because when I do my radio and TV show, we tell the truth. We lay it out to the people. Mr. Myers and Mr. Brent Chesney, they know of my battles at City Hall, where we ended up working together on helping the people's projects. But when I hear someone come after our county judge or our commissioner or a city councilman with blatant lies, I cannot disparage you from this podium, Judge. I cannot disparage you, call you names, call you out, or I can't do anything. And nobody from back there should be able to call you and disparage you as well. It's called respect for you and the chair. And for each commissioner's chair should be respected no matter who they are. But for someone to call you criminal and to say misinformation out there that you sign off on something, let me tell you how it works. And I'm sure you know how it works. When you receive federal and state grants for funding for COVID, y'all accept the grant as a commission, as a board. So does the city, so does the RTA, so does CCI. It's a cookie cutter. When those funds are led to your audit department, HR, or payroll, they dispersed as formulated in your budget. When a person takes one self-act, an intent to line their pockets, it doesn't mean that the judge signed off on the payroll. So for someone to say that is a liar, and I have to make that very clear. I think that the commissioners' courts, and I'm preaching to the pulpit now, the people out there want to know about the outlets. They want to know about Aviator Field. They want to know what's happening. Are we making money with the fairgrounds? They want to know about employee compensation for employees here, for correctional officers that are dealing with COVID at the jail, taxation and improvements of our community and our county and the rural areas. Those are the conversations that I hear. Because I asked some county workers, city workers yesterday, has any mayor or county judge ever signed your check? They said, no, it comes from payroll. So for someone to come out of misperception to try to cut you or to try to hurt you politically or to try to disparage you, I don't think you need to defend him because your family are legendary in this area. I came out in the movie Justice for Our People for Dr. Hector P. Garcia. I know what it's like to come from the fields of civil rights, to come from the bottom up. But for no one to come to the podium, not to defend you, Judge, because you don't need anybody to defend you. You're a very smart, articulate, very beloved person in our community and highly respected. You don't need me, certainly, to come up here and defend you. But someone needs to come out and call it what it is. If they want to play politics, then let's play politics with the truth. I think the FBI, they have a forensic audit division. If it's outside the purview of the county, you have the Texas Rangers. And we find an independent person to find out why somebody decided to line their own pockets. Matter of fact, and go through the entire department before the separation of the city and the county health department. You need to know where your bucks stop and where they end, where they start, where they end, and who all are involved. I'm a retired private investigator by DPS when I was licensed by DPS. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out how to get to the bottom of what has happened and created some animosity among commissioners in this community. And for people to bring gasoline to a fire, bring the truth, don't bring gasoline. Because I know in my heart and my mind that this commissioner court wants to work together for the people. When we have problems with flooding in Robstown after 50 years that hasn't been solved, we got problems, County Judge. And I want to leave you with that. I want to say, God bless all of you. And in your prayer, said, hear us, Lord. Give us the will. Give us the power to understand each other. And I hope it remains that way. In the truth, we stick to the truth. Amen. God bless each and every one of you, and I'll be back to come speak some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. At this time, I want to tell you that we do have I have 9 signed up for a public hearing in person, and I have Mr. Marks online. And so I do not see any further, but I'll ask once more, ask Deputy to look. Is there anybody else making public comment not on the subject matter of the public hearing on redistricting? Okay, seeing none, and looks like we're good to go in the hallway. I'll move to our public hearing and ask that all of you take notice that this Nueces County Commissioners Court is conducting a public hearing to receive public input related to the Nueces County 2021 redistricting plan. The purpose of this public hearing is to discuss the local redistricting process, including timeline, and receive and present preliminary work model redistricting maps. At this time, I didn't quite gavel us in and out, but for the clerk's notes, I have 9:18 a.m. as the beginning here of our public hearing. And so I would call upon, and I just call them in order, unless, Belinda, do you recommend that Jose go first? Okay, and then we'll call you in order as you have signed up to make comment. But the court would like to recognize and introduce Mr. Jose Garza. He's an attorney with tremendous experience in this field and is here to visit with us about the redistrict processing and in particular the work that he has been hired to do for Nueces County. Good morning, Mr. Garza.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present, and I'll try to be as brief as I can, but be available for any questions that you may have. We have distributed a packet beforehand, I think it was yesterday, so that folks could take a look at some of the things that we've done. If we could go to the PowerPoint and go to the third page. The last time I came before you, we talked a little bit about the population of Nueces County and as it stands now. And
Hold on, Jose. Connie, any luck there? Could we get that a little bit bigger for our audience here? Would that, they're working on it. Jose, since you're holding it, the data, would you, if you refer to something, will you actually read the numbers? Because we're still struggling. I don't know about you guys, but there we go. Okay, thank you, Connie, and thank you for the indulgence, Jose.
Sure. And I apologize for the size of the slide. We were working pretty hectically the last few days to get this packet to you. So the last time I came, we talked about the current population of the current districts and why it was important for the Commissioners Court to consider drawing the plans. The current plan that you run under is unconstitutional. It has what you call a top-to-bottom deviation of 32.54%. And the way that's calculated is by looking at the most populated and the least populated commissioner precincts. There's a difference between those two, and the percentage difference is 32.54%. The law allows a variance of 10%. Otherwise, the plan is unconstitutional. And so here we are with a plan that is unconstitutional, an election that is imminent. So that's the other thing that we have is we're under a very tight timeline. There was some anticipation that perhaps the legislature would modify the election schedule to give jurisdictions an opportunity to do the work that they needed to do before the election period started, especially in a redistricting year. But unfortunately, that has not occurred. So we have the 13th as a fairly hard timeline for commencing the election process with the filing period. So The first thing that we need to do in developing plans for the county is make sure that the population between the commissioner precincts are balanced so that we have a difference of less than 10%. And we attempted to do that with the 4 model plans that we'll be presenting today. The second thing that the law requires is that the current minority opportunity districts that exist in the plan be protected. The Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and the 14th Amendment of the Constitution require that the minority opportunity districts be protected in any new plan that you develop. And as you can see, there are 3 what are classified as minority opportunity districts in the current plan. Commissioner Precinct 1, which is at 65.96% Hispanic and 69% minority. And Commissioner Precinct 2, which is 76% minority, and Precinct 3, which is 75% minority. So we have to make sure that any new plans that are developed protect the existence of those 3 districts if it's possible. There are other good government and redistricting principles that we want to take a look at in any plans that we develop. And so if you turn to the next page, you'll see things that what's called the communities of interest. And we listed several tables for the current plan that we have, which lists, for instance, the cities and the communities in Nueces County and how they fit within the current plan. So you see things like Bishop is in Precinct 2, and it's 100% in Precinct 2, et cetera. And we list all of those communities in Nueces County. We also take a look at school districts. If you could turn to the next slide, please. And so in the current plan, we've listed the school districts that come into or are wholly contained within Nueces County, and then what commissioner precinct they are in, and what percentage of those jurisdictions are in those commissioner precincts. And that covers the next 2 pages. But now we have to look at the change in demographics. And as you know, if you could go to the next slide. There has been a new census. It came out in mid-August. The numbers were released to jurisdictions in early September. So it was very late in the process. Generally, the census is released in February, March, or April of the year following the census count. This year, for reasons outside anybody's control with the pandemic, et cetera, it was very difficult to conduct the census, and the numbers weren't ready to be released until very recently. That puts us all up against the wall to get these things done in the time frame that we have. Another problem that was caused in part by the census, but also in part by the failure to have resources devoted sufficiently to conducting the census, both on the national level and at the state level. There is a severe undercount of the population in the country and especially in Texas. A recent report by the Urban Institute indicates that Texas has the highest number of people that were not counted in the census, and that Latinos and African Americans were the most undercounted of all of the populations in Texas. So when we look at the figure of only a 3.8% increase in population over the last 10 years for Nueces County, part of it is due because Nueces County didn't grow as fast as the rest of the state, but part of it is also due to the fact that there is a substantial undercount, and especially among people of color, Latinos and African Americans. If you can go to the next slide. And Nueces County is becoming more Hispanic. If you see across the the county, the analysis that comes out of looking at the census numbers, Hispanics are everywhere in the county now. There are still pockets of segregation throughout the county, but Latinos are, used to be 56% of the county, and after the census, even with the undercount, Hispanics are 61% of Nueces County. And in fact, there has been a substantial drop in the white population, what is categorized as the white population in Nueces County. So that's what we have to work with in order to accomplish those things that we are tasked with. Another thing I think that exacerbates all of these issues is Nueces County is a poor county. I know that things are improving in Nueces County. I lived in Nueces County many years ago. I went to high school in Nueces County. But still, there are pockets of communities that are severely impoverished and undereducated. And so I've put together some tables to show you where we are in Nueces County on those things of housing, family sizes. And then the next page, please. Having access to computer, internet, education levels, health, and then income. So again, those are the things that we had to work with, and we began our task at looking at various mechanisms to draw the plan and the plans and comply with the law and with these redistricting principles. The other thing that I'll note is I did sit in on one of the public hearings that, or meetings that you had when you discussed the formation of a redistricting commission. And so I listened to the comments of the public in those discussions, and they mirrored many of the good government and redistricting principles that a county should look at when it's drawing the plans, including the protection of minority voting rights. So the first plan that I've developed, if you could turn the next page, we've labeled as Plan A, and there are a couple of maps that we've developed for you to look at. The first map is a county-wide map, so you can see the general configuration of the districts. And then the second map on the next page, we zoom in on where some of the change in the plan is. The dark black line is the current districts, and the shaded area is the new districts that we've drawn. And this plan I call the least change plan, because we only moved 2 or 3 precincts in the entire county to come up with these numbers. And with Plan A, if you'll turn to the next slide, and one more. As you can see on the first set of numbers, the population of each of the districts in this new plan, Plan A, and the largest district would be 2, and the smallest district would be 1. And what you call the top to bottom deviation then reflected on the last line of that first table is 7.37%. So again, this plan complies with the one person, one vote. It's below 10% in top to bottom, and it tries to balance out the population between the districts. None of the districts are over 4% or over or under 4% of the what they call the ideal, the average size of a district in Nueces County. And then the bottom set of numbers again shows that we've been able to maintain the minority reflection of these districts, so that District 1 is 69, almost 70% minority. District 2 is 75, District 3 is 72, and District 4 is 42.8% minority. So the balance in terms of distribution of minority community stays essentially the same as what you have in the current plan. And that's what the law requires, that we maintain the districts that are protected under the Voting Rights Act. And number two, that, that we reduce the deviation or the difference in population so that it's below 10%. And again, one of the reasons we developed a lease change plan is for the convenience of your election staff in the county. As I said, the 13th begins the beginning of the primary election season. And the county elections administrator, I guess it's the district clerk in Nueces County? No? The elections administrator has to have everything ready, have the voting precincts done, and the population needs to know, the people need to know what voting precinct they live in, what commissioner precinct they live in, et cetera. And so with this plan, you would have, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I was gonna wait till you finished, but I just was gonna ask a question. I didn't mean to interrupt, if that's okay.
That's okay.
So the sheet that you handed out today,
Yes.
either I may not be reading it right, but if I'm looking, this Plan A, the numbers are a little different.
So if they are, I'll go back and check on that. But as I explained, we were under the gun to try to get you something.
Yeah, it's fine.
And we were putting this PowerPoint together just as I was leaving San Antonio. So there may be some,
Is this one, do you think, this sheet, and I want to make sure everybody in the audience has this too, is this one the correct one, or is the booklet the correct one? Because there is a little bit, it's not huge, but it's a little bit of deviation.
so I think that the,
Will you read the numbers so that he can point to it?
Right,
or you can
for
point to
example, if I'm reading this right, Plan A, on mine, it says that, if I'm reading Plan A right, it says that Precinct 4 has 90,957 population,
yes.
and this one in the book says 86,616.
You caught one of the last minute changes that we made was on Plan A as between, I believe it was Precinct 4 and Precinct 2. So the number in the PowerPoint is correct. And
This one or this one?
in the PowerPoint.
The 86,616.
Yeah, that number is wrong for Plan A on those tables. Now, just so that Commissioner Chesney is referring to a table that I've passed out to the Commissioners Court that I don't think has been made available to the public because we just had it done, as I said, right before we left, and we weren't able to include it in the PowerPoint. But we have it available to everyone, and this is what it does. It measures the political nature of the commissioners' precincts as they exist today and compares it to the political nature of the plans that we've developed. And by that I mean, how Democratic are they and how Republican are they? And it's not a scientific test. We picked 5 elections to measure that. The table is measured against Democratic candidates, but it could have just as easily been measured against Republican candidates. The result is essentially the same, except it would have been a mirror image. And what this table shows is that, and by the way, the change that you've caught and will fix isn't going to have any sort of measurable impact on the analysis that's contained in this table. Those districts will essentially be the same. I think it was one precinct that was moved from one district into the other. And so it is not reflected here, but it is reflected there in terms of population, et cetera. But it's not going to change the political nature of those districts. They're going to be essentially the same. And I think the 2 precincts that were traded, I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but we checked the political nature of those, and they were essentially the same as well.
And I think it's important to note too, because when you say the word traded, that implies some of the things that I think people are worried about. We as a court have not traded anything, right?
No.
Okay, so let's be
That's
clear
right.
on that. This is you in your drawing, however you've drawn it. There's been no, I'll take this and you take this, because that's the thing that everybody's concerned about in
Right.
the world. And I've had no conversations with that, and I doubt anybody on this court has. And I think when you say traded, you just mean you kind of looked at it and tweaked it a little bit in whatever way you came up with this, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. That's exactly correct. And
This is
if,
the first time I've gone over this analysis too, so I want to make sure
Right.
everybody's clear on that.
yeah, no, I didn't consult with any of the commissioners or the county judge before we made those changes. And I did interview all of the commissioners. I got your input on what you thought the process should look like, and what sorts of global issues you thought I should look at in terms of how I started drawing these plans. So I'm glad for the clarification, Commissioner. But again, the plan shows that it's compliant. Plan A is compliant with one person, one vote, and compliant with the Voting Rights Act. And on the back of the sheet, Judge and Commissioners, is the current, I think it was copied on a front and back on that particular table. And on the back is the political demographics for the current plan. So if you want to compare Plan A or Plan A1 or Plan A2 or Plan 1 politically to the current plan, you would look at the front table and at the front page and the table in particular, and then flip the page to see how it measures under today's districts. So if we can go to the next page. The next page makes changes that are more substantial, but again, fairly follows the same sort of pattern in terms of the design of the plan. All of the plans have some rural area in them, but have to come in to the city of Corpus Christi to pick up population. That's the only way you can balance out the population, so they sort of spoke in and then move out, and all of the plans will do that.
And can I, I'm sorry to bother you again. Would you, when you get a chance, could you go back and adjust whatever on this sheet? Because this is
Absolutely.
really helpful as a kind of a summary, and that would be great if you could.
Yes.
And provide it to us later, and to whoever wants it, please.
So on that point, Commissioner, you know, when we went over the current plan, I showed you how each of these plans, how the current plan affected the communities of interest in the county, the school districts, the towns, and the rural community. We don't have those in this packet for the 4 plans, but we will get those to you by the end of the week on each of the 4 plans. So you will see those things. Plus, we will also provide a listing of the voting precincts in each of the plans so that you can isolate on a precinct and examine where that precinct is precisely. Because I know it's difficult to see those precincts in these maps that we've provided you. We'll try to provide you with a tool that will help you with that. And again, if you could go to the next page, that sort of zooms in on the changes. And again, you can see that the current plan is in the dark black, and the plan that's being proposed is in the color. So let me just say, as a little bit of background on Plan 1, there was some discussion at the meeting on the Redistricting Commission of the process that occurred in Nueces County in 2011, and about how certain precincts were moved from one precinct in another in an attempt to modify the partisan nature of the districts. And to some, it felt like it was also aimed at the Hispanic community. I did do some research on that, and I found a letter that was submitted to the Department of Justice, and one of the precincts that was identified was Precinct 63. So Precinct 63 was moved into Commissioner Precinct 4 from Commissioner Precinct 1, I'm sorry, in this particular plan. I'm not sure that in today's data, this had much of an impact on either the DNR evaluation of these plans or the minority numbers on these plans. But I wanted to see what the change would do today. It may have had a different impact in 2011, but it didn't have much of an impact in today's plans.
And you said 63 is moving into one, but that's precinct 3 right now.
I'm sorry, precinct 3 moving into precinct 3. The black line.
Yeah, that's currently in precinct 3.
I'm sorry, 53.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, because 63 is
okay.
my old one.
Yeah,
53 or something?
Shoreline.
yeah, 53. I'm sorry.
53.
It's hard for me to read too.
So 53 is moving into precinct 3?
Into precinct 1.
Precinct.
I'm sorry, yes, into precinct 3.
Yeah, the numbers are a little,
The numbers are off too.
Mispositioned, yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you. But that was one of the precincts that was being looked at. And if you go to the next table, and again, looking at this plan, when you balance out the population, the top to bottom deviation is 5.31%. So it's well within the limits of the one person, one vote requirement. And the minority numbers, again, are fairly consistent in all the plans. 68.8% in precinct 1, 75.6% in 2, 73.9% in 3, and 43% in 4. Again, almost all of these plans are consistent in that way.
And even though, we probably should have said this in the beginning, but since there's no real, key or glossary of terms, just remind everybody that the definition of deviation, so that when we say, why is it deviated, right? That has to do with the numbers not being equal, right? And the delta or the difference. You want to explain it in your words?
Sure.
I just feel like when somebody says you're over 10% deviation, we need to
Right.
tell people in plain English, what does that mean? And what we were, because you said this in the beginning, it's very important, our deviation was way off for current data.
Right.
And now this plan puts us exactly where you want to be, which is under 10%.
Yes.
Just
Good.
to explain that word deviation and what it is that we're trying to accomplish there, because it sounds like a scary or very odd word, but it's really not. It just refers to the numbers.
And it is a term of art, Judge, that's been developed through years and years of litigation, and this is the term the courts have used, so that's what I'm used to calling it. But essentially what it is you measure the population of each of the single-member districts, because that's what a commissioner's court, how a commissioner's court is elected, from single-member districts, and you measure the population of each district. And if the difference between the most populated and the least populated, compared to what it would be if they were equally distributed, that is the population, is greater than 10%, then it's unconstitutional. And as we said at the beginning, in Nueces County, that difference between the most and the least populated districts is 37%. There are other measures of compliance with one person, one vote, taking the average, again, deviation or difference from the ideal. But the most common used and the one that's most often recognized is what's called the top to bottom deviation or the total deviation. And in this case, we have a top to bottom, that is most populated to least populated difference of 5.31%, whereas the legal requirement is no more than 10, and the current plan is 37.
Got it. I don't know, I'm sorry I threw that here at this point, but sometimes once you get comfortable, people go, wait a minute, what does that really mean?
Right,
So
right.
thank you for that explanation, and I'm going to encourage that type of, this type of dialogue, because that's really what a hearing is all about.
That's right, Judge.
So thank you.
And then another map we call 1A. And again, 1A is a variation off of the same model with the numbers a little bit different. This one we moved, again, the red line and the color is the model district, and the black line is the current district lines. And again, a couple of the features of this plan is that it picks up a lot of the rural area into, and puts it into precinct 1, Agua Dulce and Banquete, which the other plans do as well. And then makes modifications on the edges between the districts. Those are better seen, I guess, on the next map, map 2 of 1A. And again, the black line is the current, and the red line and the color is the proposed or model plan. And again, going to the table, the next page. Looking at the table, this one, the modifications bring us a little closer to the edge. District 2 is still the most populated, and District 1 is the least populated. And the top to bottom, or total deviation, is 9%, a little over 9%. The minority numbers, again, are essentially the same as in all of the other plans. Now, one of the things in looking at these plans that we've submitted, and in the discussions that I've had with the commissioners and listening to the comments from the public, one of the things that I'd like to do is modify these plans so that the population of Precinct 2 is lowered. It is one of the minority districts, and it is one of the overpopulated districts, I believe, in all of the plans. I'd like to see those numbers reduced. I think District 4, which is the only non-minority district, is in this plan slightly under by about 2,000 people, the ideal. I'd like to see it a little bit higher for a couple of reasons. One of the reasons is that these are the minority districts that we've overpopulated, and the second is if we believe that there has been an undercount and that the undercount is heaviest in the minority community, then we should modify these plans to reflect that. Not dramatically or drastically, but to take into account that there are a lot of people. So you have 93,000 people more or less in Precinct 2 in this plan, but that's also probably, with what we know about the undercount, where there are a lot of people that were not counted in the census. So the actual population is even higher than 93,000. So again, let me emphasize that these plans that we are developing and that we've presented to you are not set in stone. We are not making recommendations. Rather, we are presenting them so that we can continue the dialogue about what sort of changes we need to make in this before we present plans. And it's my understanding, Judge and Commissioners, that we're looking at a November 8th hearing, in which we will have a public hearing again in the evening. And I hope to have modifications to these plans developed by then, and also to receive comment on the current plans. We can still make more modifications even after that.
Question, November 8th, that is correct? Okay.
Yes, we're looking at November 8th at 5 in the evening.
At 5 in the evening. And then this presentation will be made available to the public through
Website,
some means?
everything. I mean, we can put it on our website, we can do whatever, right? I mean, we can do all those things.
Well, I don't know if
No?
the website, but can we make it available to the public somehow by request or?
But
So we have made copies that were distributed, I think, to the folks that have attended the hearing.
Okay.
We can certainly have more available
Yeah.
here at the county.
Okay. And when you go back to the 2,000, when you're saying precinct 4, you think it needs 2,000 more people?
So it's 2,000 under the ideal in
Got
this
it.
plan.
Okay.
It's still constitutional.
Got it.
But I'd like to see it a little bit higher.
Okay.
I'd like to see it lose fewer people than it's lost.
Got it.
In the modifications that we've made.
In some way, shape, or form, so would I, because I've gone from the largest district to the smallest, and I hate
smallest.
giving up the people I
No,
represent,
it
so.
is.
And
No, no,
I've gone from the smallest
To the
population
largest.
to the
Right.
second largest or largest, depending on the
Right, so
variation.
I know.
there's some tweaks to be made.
So-
So, yeah.
The difference
But-
here is,
I'll take back my people. I don't want to lose them, so.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
the difference here really is 5,000, what you're looking at between 2 and 4, but 2,000 will make make the difference, I think, right?
Right.
But you're looking really at population of 5,000, almost 5,000 over.
So.
The difference between
so-
4 and 2.
Yeah, so precinct 2 is about 5,000 overpopulated. And I know this is a difficult concept to grasp, but it's really going to, in real terms, that's what the census data shows, right? And the courts and the law says that's the most reliable data that we have, and that's what you have to rely on. We don't have a choice in that. But we know from the studies that have been released by the Urban Institute and from our own experience with the census, is that there are a lot of people in the general vicinity of that area that were not counted. Young people, Hispanics that were not counted in the census, that are not reflected in those numbers. And one of the ways we can do and adjust for that legally is to reduce the census numbers in precinct 2, and increase those numbers in precinct 4, and we can do that, and we'll go back and review those things. And then the next page is the map of those changes, and again, the black line is the current plan, the red line and the colored is the proposed map A2, and again, one of the things that I should note is that Commissioner Precinct 1 becomes even more rural in this plan than in any of the others. And I don't know, what Commissioner Hernandez's reaction would be to that, but it's even more rural than in any of the others. It goes further west and further south.
And even though you don't see him here, he is available. He's
Right.
here online with us.
Right. And so I wanted to note that specifically for him to look at that. And again, these plans are not set in stone. We're not making any recommendations. The other thing that, this is the last map, I believe, that we developed. And one of the things that we did try to look at, Commissioner Mades is right on the edge of his district, and there's a community there. And so we wanted to see if we could add some precincts to the west of his precinct. He actually lives on the street that borders those two districts. And I'm just curious about whether that is a neighborhood that perhaps should be more unified. And so we moved in this plan two precincts to the north and west of his voting precinct.
Is that northeast, all right? Northeast?
That's your name.
I think it'd be northeast.
Right. What map is that? Is that A2, map 2, or?
Yes. And I can't, I apologize, I can't read the voting precinct, but it is, if you see the black line that would border the peach-colored district, and you can see the peach color moves north and west from that line. And those are the precincts that we picked up around the area where the commissioner resides, just to see what it would do to the numbers, and with the notion that perhaps there's a neighborhood there that should be together.
I'm good with anything. I mean, you can put me in precinct 4 if you want, or wherever.
I'll take you.
Did you hear him?
I'll take you. Come on over, baby.
That may be a good,
Y'all live,
that may be a
you
good
live
one.
close
Let's try it.
by.
Let's try that. No, I mean, I want to say, it's not about me, however the lines
No,
are drawn
no.
or presented.
Right.
But I do support and want to see communities of interest to try to say the same, and that means neighborhoods. I know sometimes that's not always easy.
Yeah.
Right.
But, I mean, neighborhoods that are recognizable, identifiable, those should be kept intact wherever, anywhere that they exist in the
Right.
county. So-
And I didn't mean to intimate, if
Yeah.
anybody assumes that I've been getting instructions on these specific changes from any of the commissioners or the county judge, I've not. I've had general discussions with each of the commissioners about their concerns about the current plan. But one of the things that we noticed as we were plotting the residences, which, by the way, is a legitimate redistricting criteria, is that you plot the residences of the incumbents. We noticed that Commissioner Modis was right on the border of that district. That's why we tried to see what that move would do to that, to the numbers and to the lines.
And again, since you're an expert and some of us have heard the terminology over time, but when we talk about communities of interest, what we're talking about is making certain that it's in the best interest of a neighborhood, for instance, not to have one commissioner living on one side of the block and having a neighbor being represented by another commissioner on the other side of the block. This is not in the best interest of the community, because you could have differing or polarization of issues. So I just want to, again, share with the community that the reason this is so important to do before a court adopts preliminary maps is because we get to have this dialogue. And this
That's
was
right.
not done in 2011, or 10 years ago, 2011. And this is why it's different now. And I say that because at some point, I'll pivot to my sheet. And you guys that have come multiple times to our courtroom, and we're so appreciative of your comments, and you were concerned about making certain that you could see something before court makes a move. And that's why I'm grateful for the excellent work and the record time. And the only thing I'd ask for old tired eyes is if, with a little more time, maybe by the end of the week, we could blow these maps up just a little bit, because we do want to be able to see those lines and really get into the definition. And I know we can have that with some technology,
Right.
opportunity.
Well, one of the things I'd like to mention along those lines, Judge, is that I've had an excellent working relationship with your staff.
Good.
The staff of each of the commissioners.
Awesome.
With Belinda, she's been especially helpful, and I am still in dialogue with her about how we can get better maps that are more easily understood for the Commissioners Court and for the public. And so we're going to be working on that, trying to get that done. And the other thing I'd like to mention on this neighborhoods and communities of interest thing is that I know we have to be sensitive about that, and that's just something that we noticed that we wanted to play with, but it's extremely difficult. So it's easy to know and be able to keep the as banquete together because it's defined. You know, there's a boundary there that actually shows up on the map, or Robstown, or Agua Dulce, et cetera. But when you're talking about a community that's closer to town, that's closer to the city, there are no boundaries. It's people's perceptions and notice and what they notice. And the lines have to go somewhere, and they will always cut down a street or a block, and there will be people on one side of the line and will be in one district, and people on the other side of the line who will be in the other district. And they may be, extremely close neighbors, but the line has to go somewhere. We don't run at large for county commissioner, and that's just the nature of having single-member districts, is they do cut neighborhoods, and there's just no avoiding it. But this is one that I noticed, and I wanted to see if there was something that would change if we did that. So with that, Commissioner, again, I want to thank you and your court and your staffs, especially Belinda, who's been extremely helpful. And that's all I have for now, unless somebody has any questions.
So I'm just going to have you pause for right now, because it's a good time to pause, and let me transition to comments. Just please be available to help answer questions and create this dialogue of openness. The transparency is welcome. So if it's all right with all of you, let me just start in the order of which you signed up, unless you tell me because of the time that somebody needs to attend to another matter. If you will Okay, great. If you'll adhere to the way we've signed up. Mr. Marks, are you okay on time? Would you like to go first?
I'd actually appreciate a few minutes if you could start with the in-person comments.
Absolutely. No, no problem at all. I just wanted to yield there if you needed to move quickly. How about, these are the worst glasses. I don't know why I got these today. They have like a little glare on them. I believe it's Miss Boatwright. Sandra.
Thank you first for allowing this, and thank you for the transparency. I have to admit, when I heard Commissioner Gonzalez's invocation, I thought, well, okay, he said what I need to say, so I can go home now. But too bad I'm here. I'm here today to basically ask the Commissioners Court to listen to the citizens of Nueces County, to make this available, not just to allow comment, but to seek comment. Publish the information about the public hearing in the newspaper. Make it available not just for people who are interested like I am, who can go on the website and find the agenda, but for people who might not know otherwise. In other words, spend some publicity on it. The variation in our voices. We all have voices. We express them through vote. That is important. It goes back to the founding of this country, the one person, one vote, which admittedly has changed over the years for the good. But that vote is important. It is the very basis of this government. And I apologize, I studied American history in school, this particular, the founding part of this country, and it has always been extremely important to me. And I know I have a voice, and unfortunately I use it for a lot of people. But my voice is only made better by hearing other voices and combining with those voices. And my voice gets changed by those other voices, and it is important for me to hear those other voices, and it is even more important for you to hear them and to make sure that they are heard both in the redistricting plan that is coming up and in the elections thereafter. So essentially, in putting on my little patriotic hat here and waving the red, white, and blue, I would really like to encourage people to look at the districts, make sure they're fair, make sure everybody has a voice, and to make sure that everybody has a voice both at this time and after the lines are drawn. The fact that the Commissioners Court is elected by precinct, I think, is a recognition of the differences between people and the desire to make sure they have that voice. Basically, I'd like to hear a choir, and I'd like you to hear the choir if you can do it in this process. I've heard a lot today. There's a lot to digest. I am appreciative of all the comments about listening to each other and would encourage everybody to continue to do the same and ask that the focus on this be ultimate fairness as opposed to anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boatwright. Next, we have Paula Brighton.
Good morning, Judge Canales and Commissioners. My name is Paula Brighton, and I am speaking on my own behalf. You may have heard of companies relocating from California to Texas seeking tax advantages. What does this have to do with fair maps, you might ask? The October 27th issue of the Investment Monitor, an article titled "Why the Assault on U.S. Democracy is a Business Issue," cites an April 2021 Perryman Group report, "The Potential Economic Impact of Legislation Restricting Voter Access on Business Activity in Texas." The Perryman Group estimates that measures restricting voter access would lead to a total decrease in business activity from lower earnings and employment losses and reduced household purchasing power in the state by 2025 of an estimated almost $15 billion in annual gross product and a loss of over 73,000 jobs, including multiplier effects. Measures restricting voter access could also cause a decrease in tourism and economic development in the state. Any decrease in business activity leads to a decrease in tax revenue. The economic losses associated with measures restricting voter access would generate a notable decrease in tax receipts to the state and local government entities, including cities, counties, schools, and special districts, of over $800 million to the state and about $4.5 million to local government entities by 2025, rising to over $9 billion to the state and almost $4 billion to local entities by 2045. More than 240 businesses and organizations, from Amazon to Zoom, have joined together to urge Congress to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act to make fair and safe access to voting real for all. As the Business for Voting Rights webpage states, because the freedom to vote is everyone's business. Since Texas is a Friday Night Lights state, I'll close with this. Would you want to attend a game where you knew what the outcome would be from the outset? What would be the point? Let's institute a process, including an independent redistricting commission, which ensures competitive districts so that voters are excited to participate in the political game of ideas. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Brayton. Lamont Taylor, please.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Lamont Taylor, and I am speaking on behalf of myself and Citizens for the Line for Fairness and Progress. I have opportunity to view briefly the report, and I would thank the gentleman for providing us the opportunity here at this particular time to just have a copy of it in our hands. I implore that you follow through with the November 8th public participation, citizen participation in this particular process, but I would also emphasize that you let the people speak, in essence, help them draw the lines back and forth with you, the commissioners, because it's the people who's going to be impacted, and it's going to be the vote that we're seeking to have an open and fair process. I am encouraging also you to have an IRC so that we, the people, can have an opportunity to participate, and so in the election of 2022, the election of 2022, 2024 will be a representation of the people in Nueces County. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Ms. Gonzalez, is it Elisa? Okay, thank you so much. She's welcome at any time again. Ms. Rogers, Julie Rogers.
All right. Well, I'm very glad to be here, and I'm glad to have gotten that information. I'm kind of torn about what to speak about because I had something else prepared because we really didn't know what was going to happen today. And I do feel better about the information that was shared. But because of that, I'm just going to go ahead and read what I had prepared and then might add a few things. Last week, I spoke and asked for a fair and open process for local redistricting. I acknowledged the restricted timeline you were given and suggested a timeline with specific actions for a fair and open process, like holding at least 2 public input hearings, preferably in the evening and with proper notice. There could have been a website or a page with information and a portal for public comment by now. The League of Women Voters and others gave valuable input as well. I followed up with my representatives to see what process we would have, but never received a reply. Ultimately, on Saturday, I saw a public hearing posted on the Commissioner Court agenda, which gave us 5 days' notice. I couldn't check on Friday, so it might have been there and we would have had 6 days' notice. Either way, 5 to 6 days without a public announcement is not sufficient. Drawing maps only happens every 10 years. It's a big deal, and it should be treated that way. When I shared what was happening here locally with other fair maps advocates in Texas, the response was, "It's so sad that Nueces County isn't doing more to include the public." It makes me sad too, and it frightens me. Many people are losing faith in our institutions and our democracy. Our voting participation is dismal. When I encourage people to vote or to give public input on issues, the most often response is that it doesn't matter. I remind them that it does matter and how much people sacrificed for us to vote and for our democracy. But your approach to redistricting bolsters their skepticism. Our elected officials should foster and encourage more public participation. In March 2020, a historical display celebrating the 100-year anniversary of women's right to vote and highlighting the suffrage movement from 1846 to 1920 graced the lobby of this courthouse. I hope you looked at it and walked by it many times. Please don't forget what you saw. Now it's your time to make history. Give us the participatory and representative democracy we and others fought for and deserve. Give us fair maps. That's what I had to say, and I stick to it, but the information we got was great. It didn't give us time to look at it and comment on the map, so it's kind of, to me, it's hard to call it a public hearing. It's beginning of information. So you mentioned that there's going to be a public hearing on November 8th. That's the first we've heard of it. That's 5 days. You said 5 o'clock. I think that is not the best time. We did ask for in the evening, but many working people are getting off at 5. So why not put a little bit of buffer time in there? That's what we're trying to do, is to give people the time to participate. And I know that's what you want too. That's why we want to be able to have the opportunity to speak to you. And just off the top, seeing the maps, I can tell you, I can't wait to engage with it more. What I do like map 1A, map 2, it puts more rural areas in District 1. I think that's very important. Communities of interest are not just split by streets. It's also what people need for their neighborhoods. And the rural areas of Nueces County are very different than the urban areas. And I understand you have to balance out the population, but I'm in District 1 right now, and I live in downtown. And what happens downtown is very different than what happens up near Robstown, where there's a lot of building and activity happening. So please take into consideration what we're saying. It does look like you are, and I commend that. Thank you so much.
I have a comment to, can we respond or not?
Yes, you can. I was going to go ahead.
This is the second time we hear about websites. Well, why come we're not getting this on the website? How come we're not, I just think we need to put everything in the website that we talk about and in the paper. I mean, I think it should be in the paper probably tomorrow if we can. I mean, I think the more the better. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I think we should do more as far as letting the public know what's going on. But, you know, thank you for your comments, and thank you for your comments over there too, about the newspaper and things.
Yeah, and let me just say that we're very supportive of making certain that we have a good time, and I don't think 5 o'clock is written in stone. I think that's something that the court could expand upon. I also think the newspaper's great. Today, just so you know, you saw the maps the first time I saw them. Yeah. So it's equal. And the reason that everybody's in a rush is nothing to do with us. It has everything to do with factors outside our control that we cannot do. And that is why we're in such a pinch. And we also were asked by the public and by certain commissioners to go through a very specific process called the RFQ process, which delayed us months. Also, there had to be a contract signed, which also created time. Having said all of that, what my concern is you've got to make sure that the world of misinformation doesn't govern over the world of information. So for that, we need to make sure that we have watermarks, okay? And that you couldn't take these maps and copy and paste them and move them into some realm that people could either manipulate or say that this is the final map. And so whoever told you that, the only thing I really want to reassure you of is whoever said, hey, it's very sad what's going on in Nueces, really doesn't understand what's going on in Nueces. Because what was sad was 10 years ago. What's happening now is a breath of fresh air. Because Jose Garza and Rolando Rios represent literally everything that you stand for with voting rights and have a history of voting rights. I mean, they are the almost padrinos, if you will, of fairness. And so I think that it's illustrated in the political nature comparison, and that's a really something I wasn't expecting today. But the answer of, can it be on a website? Yes. Can it be on ours? Let me just share with you, ours requires certain types of, we can get it in a public forum. That's not a problem. Putting it on our website, Commissioner, it would have been nice to have had our public informations officer to be able to do all of these things. We have not been able to do that because that's
Find somebody
something.
to do it, Judge.
I don't know why there's interruptions here. It would be nice to have a public information officer for the county whose sole job it is to get out public information. That's why a modern county that requires fairness and transparency also needs to have full-time communicators. Having said that, getting it in the paper, creating a better time forum, I'll do anything I can. I'm on multiple radio shows every week. We can promote it like we have. What we needed to do is go from the contract period to the work period in record time. That's what Mr. Garza has done. And now I need him to honestly open up those maps so that we can read them a little better, get a little bit more what I call granular so that what we like can really be seen better. What you don't want to do is publish something to the community that's not easy to read or easy to understand. Some of the things I pointed out, like what does it mean to have a deviation? What is communities of interest? He's got to have that feedback that we get today. And then I think it's perfectly proper and timely to get it out to the public. And we can be quick and swift. Right now, Ms. Belinda is serving as governmental affairs, interim court manager, and our office liaisons with public information. So we're going to be doing it all in a very short period of time. And I want to reassure you that I see nothing but good things given the time frame that both the legislature and the United States Census gave us. And I hope that when the process is over, you'll get to celebrate that as well.
Judge, just a quick comment if I could. Connie, are you not our website administrator? You have,
She's not a public information officer.
that's not what I asked, but we have people that put stuff on our website currently now. Is that not you and other people?
One of the people that can do it, yes.
So that's easy to do, and I think the court's saying we would like that put on, so we want to put that on the website so that it has the opportunity to do it. And as the judge said, we just got these two, so we're going through them for the first time. And then when did we get the census data, Mr. Rios, as far as when we were able to even start this process? Because I
And
think,
would you mind grabbing the mic when you
Yeah.
answer?
because I think part of this too is, as we all know, the census data came
Literally.
out late, right? And
So the census was initially released to the states in the middle of August, but not made available to local communities and local jurisdictions until the middle of September.
right, so I mean,
Less than 45 days ago.
right, so I mean, I think it's just important to point those things out, that we have worked pretty quickly and pretty fast, and you've done a really nice job of getting this information to us. I appreciate it. It's our first look. I'm more than willing to have a second or a third, because I would agree that this is kind of more of a receipt of, in the public hearing. I'd be happy to look at doing something on the 10th, because we have to get all this in, I believe you said on the 12th or by the 15th at the latest, right?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So the one thing that I wanted to say is whatever the plan is that's final here, that's not the end of the work that the county has. Then you have
Correct.
to get it to the elections administrator. They have to modify voting precincts and voting maps, et cetera. And they have to have all of that ready by the 13th, so that if somebody goes to sign up to run
Right.
against whoever's up this time, they know where they live and who they're up against.
Right, and we have a county clerk, we don't have an EA, but she's in charge of our elections, but
Right,
going
so-
back to the website, it isn't that Connie can't post on the website, is that you don't post without explanation, okay? And that's where public information comes in. It's like having a news story run on a newsreel without an anchor. And so I think what we need to do is make certain that Jose produces for us the information that's very clear so that you don't publish something that gets misinterpreted. For example, all this is a first run of
That's all you-
preliminary information. And that there's a legend and there's lots of explanation. So that's what Connie doesn't do. And that's what I want to say is that that's why there's a need to, have a little time. We can work with Jose and his team. Maybe there's somebody on your team, Jose, that can work with us, but
Well, and Judge Maggie was appointed as a PIO for the county.
for
That was-
emergencies,
well,
for
no,
emergencies.
Actually, no, when we hired her, it was just to be a PIO because we didn't know there was going to be emergencies. So she certainly has that ability. I mean, I'm just saying, let's put it on. However, I'm not trying
When
to
you
argue
say
over.
Maggie, you say me, because it's in my office, so I'll be happy to work with Jose to get the right information
Yeah, 'cause-
on there.
And I think it's simply to say, this is exactly that. Here are the three plans. We're looking at them. These aren't in stone. But here's the first run at them, like you said. I think that's a fair way of saying it.
Well, and they need to be watermarked, so that
And-
they
right, and
cannot
just-
be, copied and look like somehow that's a final map or some sort of a.
Draft,
Deter-
put a draft across the top, right, just, options.
That's what we
So that we
need.
can get it out, because we just, want to get it out the best that we can. And then again, I'd be happy to look at another public hearing on the 9th, because I know, again, we've got to get it submitted quickly, so that if we do make changes on the 8th that we're talking about, because I think there will be the opportunity for action items there, then that's going to give him a chance to go back and have to redo, and then maybe bring
Yeah.
it back for another look-see, I guess, on the 9th. which
Yeah,
is
that's what
fine with me.
we've contemplated as many meetings internally with Mr. Garza as humanly possible. And he's also, now that he's done this piece of work, he's even able to meet with the public collectively. He's available, as we've always said. But I think that, putting a calendar together quickly, I think Belinda has some suggested dates that are already approved. I think moving from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock is probably something the court can decide today.
Right. And just in response, Commissioner Chesney, the reason we were talking about the 8th and the 10th is because I have another hearing on the 9th.
On the 9th.
I apologize, I misspoke,
Right.
the 10th, I'm sorry.
Right,
You're-
we've
you're
already
correct.
put
That's right.
forth, and that's been cleared with all of our calendars, just so you know. I think we've had that opportunity for all of us to look at that.
Well, thank you all.
You bet.
We did have, or I had a lot of confidence in the Garza and Rios law firm, because I've been following this for a long time.
Yes.
And I was glad you went to the RFQ process. Y'all are definitely crossing your Ts and dotting your Is. And we know that you're under a lot of other constraints. You've got the pandemic to deal with and all kinds of things. So my intention, I believe others' intention, is not to criticize you all, but what we're advocating for is the most fair and open process that we can have. And so when we talk about the website, a lot of us went through the redistricting process up at the state, and we use those websites like nonstop. And so I think, for me, that's what I see, is a website like that. And it was available 24/7. So the maps, because we're a shift worker town, people work 3 shifts, and so it lets you be able to get up, and if you can't sleep well, like a lot of us can, I get up in the middle of the night because I'm dreaming about fair maps, and I can jump
Right.
on that website. And so when I ask for a website and information, that's the paradigm or model that I'm working off of. And also on that website, a way to do public comment, to be able to submit it, because not everyone can come here, not everyone can get on the computer. It's good that a lot of people can, but not everyone can, especially out in the rural areas, even though we've got the great Nueces County Library. People who live in Agua Dulce and Bishop and Driscoll are gonna have a hard time, and so we just need those tools. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Rogers. I'm going to
And Judge, I'd be
call
happy,
upon Mr. Dowling.
Paul would be happy to assist Maggie if you need any help on getting any of that out, just as a volunteer.
You know what? I'll take you up on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you can always use extra hands
Sure.
when you're a team of two. Tim Dowling, and then followed by a Catherine Eller.
Good morning, everyone, Commissioners, Judge Canales. I feel a lot better about this process now than I did when I came here this morning. I, like Ms. Rogers, had some remarks prepared that I'm going to have to deviate from because the facts on the ground have changed in a positive way. And let me first recognize my brother lawyer, Mr. Garza. I see hard and good work. I know hard and good work when I see it, and I see it here in his maps and his work. So I commend him for that. I just have some specific recommendations for you going forward, kind of in process. I would hope that somebody is going to make sure that the map that I kindly received this morning is in the hands of Miss Vicky Camarillo over at the Caller Times in the next 2 hours. I think it would be helpful if, Judge, if you had a press conference ideally tomorrow to make this known. And I had a couple suggestions for the website. I think we ought to put the digital file that Mr. Garza has put together there. I think it would be helpful if the pages were enumerated. It was a little hard to follow sometimes because what page are we on? And the
Right.
pages aren't numbered. That'd be good. I heard a reference to it, maybe I missed it in the brief opportunity. I'm sure some people will wonder, well, what's the partisan effect of this? And so I think you're going to get questions about that. So that's information, seems to me, that's easily available. You would just say, how did this, if we draw the maps in map A this way, here was the Trump vote, the Biden vote, and the other vote in 2020. That's how it breaks out. People are going to ask you about that. I think you ought to probably do that. Also on the website, you ought to have a place where people can publicly comment. Not everybody's going to be able to come to a meeting. So you ought to be able to say, I really don't like map A2 because. That would be helpful. And you don't want to shut out other people from proposing alternative maps. Just so we're clear, I'm not going to be proposing one, but there may be other people out there who do. So you ought to be able to say, here's how you would submit an alternative map, and give them a deadline. So if we're having a meeting on Monday, say, get your map in by 5 o'clock on the 7th. That would be Sunday, not a lot of time, not the best day. I entirely agree with moving the time back for the 8th, at least an hour. I'm glad to hear we'll have a follow-up meeting on the 10th if necessary. And just a couple logistical thoughts on the meeting location on the 8th. This is kind of a small place. I would urge you to think about maybe doing it at a larger venue. We need a larger screen than what we have here. So if somebody says, well, what if we moved the line over here, like, to make Mr. Mars's street a neighborhood, how would that affect things? So, and I think Mr. Garza, I'm sure, could probably answer the question, but I think those things could be done in real time. So you could say, okay, well, that will change the demographics, the ethnic data, the partisan data in this way. And then when we do have that meeting, Mr. Garza's presentation today was outstanding. I think that will help a lot with the public. So I hope that he would be able to be here and basically give that presentation again. And then I think each of you, if you have any comments, you should be able to give them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then let the other folks speak. 2 minutes is a little short for something as complicated as a map. And then I think whenever you have your final meeting, if you have multiple maps up, I think you then ought to go into executive session if you need to, find out from Mr. Garza if there's any more legal risk with one map compared to the other, and then come out and publicly vote. But do retain the opportunity at that meeting to redraw the lines in real time. I still think we ought to have an independent redistricting commission, and like I said when I was here a week ago, if you're happy with these lines drawn in great hurry, great, just keep them for the next 10 years. But if you're not, adopt the independent redistricting commission. You could form that, have those folks selected by, say, March, April the 1st, get them to work. And the Caller Times got one thing wrong. Even if we have an independent redistricting, we still need the lawyers. So Mr. Garza would just be involved in that process. But if you're happy with the lines, I still think let's do a favor for the Commissioners Court 9 years from now, 10 years from now. And let's adopt an IRC now that will become effective in April 2030, so we don't have what we had this year and in the all prior years, to the best of my knowledge, an ad hoc, not published process. Let's get a process adopted, then let's implement it. And other than that, I commend you for the work that you're doing in a great hurry here, and well done, Mr. Garza.
Thank you. Belinda, in anticipation of today's hearing, does have a nice outline.
That's from Mr. Dowling.
Okay, Mr. Dowling, this is your outline? Okay. Does it speak to, okay, this is not ours. So maybe we'll create, kind of using your template, a little bit of a roadmap.
Sure.
The one thing I can suggest to the court is the central jury room. It has the ability to have in-house social distancing. I use it all the time, and it works really well. It also has potential AV equipment to be able to be brought in. So I'm going to make that suggestion to the court and see if that meets with everybody's approval. So now I'm thinking central jury room, 6 o'clock. We'll have to put on notice, he likes to listen in, so Department Head and really Chief Information Officer Earwood, if you might think about how to get us the right audio video in there. That could maybe meet the specifications that we're looking for. As far as how do I make public comments? This happens all the time on important issues. I could offer our office at the county judge, and we even can change hotlines, Connie. We've done that all the time where we say, press 4 to leave a comment on redistricting, but we can also be the repository for writing, for public comments. So we can set that up very, very quickly.
Judge, if we could start maybe 5:30, I've got a commitment that evening, and I've already
Okay.
pushed it back a little bit.
I'm
I
gonna
wanna make
ask-
sure Maybe 5:30, because that still gives people time to get here from work.
5:30 is,
I mean, that's pretty good, and then we'll go as long as they need to go, I mean.
if that would meet with those that have come to represent the public's interest, is 5:30 sound okay? It's better than 5, not as good as 6, but in the world of.
And I want to make sure that we do have Zoom capability, because I think that's important, people that cannot make it, that they have that ability. So if we can connect, then I would suggest, yes, central jury room. But if there's not that possibility, or
Right, so
maybe you have enough days to get it done.
Yeah,
but
no, I know we
that's my
can,
concern.
because we ran the American Relief Plan Act forum in there with Zoom, so I know that it can be done.
And because I've got to Zoom that night, because I'm,
So that way, if you had to leave, you could still be in there.
right, but I mean, I'm going to be on Zoom, so I need
Oh,
to
I
make sure we
see.
can Zoom, is what I'm saying.
Yes,
And I mentioned
you
that to
can.
Belinda, to make sure you had your physical quorum for that as well.
Yes, we can. Mr. Dowling?
I just had one other thought, I forgot to mention it. One thing I think would be very helpful with what Mr. Garza has given us is if we had one page for each of the maps, and the numbering of the maps, A and 1 and 2, and I thought that was a little confusing, maybe it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
1, 2,
in
3,
other words,
4.
get away from A and A1
Right.
and just go to map 1, map 2, map 3.
And the
I think
other-
it's a decent, very good suggestion.
The other thing was, when you do that, say, okay, here's map 1, here's the ethnic data, here's the partisan data, here's the deviation data, put it all on one page. So then you can say, oh, okay, if I go with that one, there's a deviation of 9.9. If I go with the other, it's 5.7.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, too.
So,
Yeah.
that was my final comment.
Yeah, it's great. All excellent comments and suggestions, and we're all here to sort of get it right, so I want to thank you for we're supposed to look critically at things, right? The word critic doesn't necessarily have to equate with negative. It's just we're looking critically to make sure that when we do present it out there to the public, that it's in its best form with explanations. It's great. I'm going to keep going. There's still more people here. The next one is Catherine Oler, followed by Becky Moeller.
Judge Canales, Commissioners Hernandez, Gonzalez, Maras, and Chesney, thank you for this opportunity to speak yet again to the Nueces County Commissioners Court. My name is Catherine Oler, President, League of Women Voters, Corpus Christi area. Wow. This has been an incredible hearing today, and this is what we have looked forward to and anticipated in order to move this process along decently and in order. So we thank you for the openness that we've heard today about the discussion and the conversation, really, that you are facilitating today. We hope that, I'm going to keep this short, I'm not going to read from my notes, but we're hoping that because of the abbreviated time, that you are taking notes on this to create a template for, as Mr. Dowling said, for the next go-round, for 2030, so that you know what is going to happen, so that, again, because of fair maps, because of the transparency in the process that we think is incredibly important and valuable, that you have notes, that you have a template for how to do that. We know that the pandemic, and because of the late arrival of census material, that it's been abbreviated. We were still a little disappointed there wasn't a template already in place, those steps that could make this process, have all of those mechanics set up. But we know that we can be, when called on our superpowers, we can make things happen in very short order, and it sounds like and appears like that we are doing that. So we thank you very much for listening to what we've had to say. We hope that we can have other people at these hearings on the 8th, because we speak for the league. I speak for the league. But we speak for the best interests of those people in Nueces County. And they are our primary concern, and we just want to make sure that there are fair maps drawn, that the process is accessible to all citizens of Nueces County. And then we can say, we have done this well, we have done this fairly, and we've done this with maximum transparency. Thank you for your time. Thank you for hearing from us. And we look forward to what comes next, because we know in 10 years, if we follow this process, that it's a good model for us to have been able to do this. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Becky Moeller, followed by former Commissioner Peggy Banales. And then, Mr. Marks, I've not forgotten about you. Thanks for hanging in. You'll round us out.
Good day, Judge, Commissioners, and even Jose Garza. Thank you for your diligence to this project, and easy for me to even understand, and I know I am technologically inhibited. So I'm going to be brief as well, because a lot of what I would have said has already been said by everyone. But I just want to remind you, too, to please consider the communities of interest. I love the word neighborhood instead of communities of interest, because that's what really it is. So please do consider that when you vote on the final map, Commissioners and Judge. And the reason I still want to say this, even though we know that that's part of y'all's plan, is the Texas legislature was not worried about communities of interest or our neighborhoods. Thus, they split Nueces County in two pieces, and I think that is deplorable. Y'all can't fix that, but I would be remiss if I didn't say today, don't do something that, can I say stupid again? Or drastic, maybe is a better word, but I think it's deplorable that we have to now work with two senators in one little county, not even a huge county, but a mid-sized county. So please don't do what has happened to us in Austin on both the Senate maps, the House maps, and the congressional maps across the state. Not all here, but lots are bad here. Please look at us. Please listen to us. If we call you and leave messages on the hotline, I hope you'll share it with all the commissioners and Mr. Garza as well, because we do care about what happens in our community. I was gone for 15 years. I came back the day I retired. As a matter of fact, the last 3 days on my job, I stayed in a hotel because my furniture was already on the way back to Corpus. So I have a vested interest in my community. I have a vested interest in my elected officials. My very first election was Sissy Farenthold when I was a baby. I couldn't even vote at that point, but I got drug into that campaign, and I've never regretted it since. So I am an advocate for my community. I represent only myself, but I care about every minority in our city, every senior citizen such as me in our community, every student, every baby. So please, do us fair maps. Do us a good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Becky. Peggy Banales, Commissioner, welcome. He's just going to give you a safety cleaning there.
It's great to be here again. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
County Judge Barbara Canales
Thank
and the
you.
commissioners. It's always
Welcome,
good to
welcome.
see you all too. So thank you again. As being, as sitting up there, I know that you all go through quite a bit of the urgent issues that you have to deal with, and that you take a lot of time to make the proper decisions for our county. So I appreciate that. And I think you've done a good job with these maps. I appreciate that you were able to get Mr. Garza and Mr. Rios, yes. I can't even read my own writing, Judge. Gee whiz, I'm just like, the map. But anyway, but thank you very much. Again, I'd like to bring up again is that, as Mr. Garza said, we are becoming a poor county, and we really need to do a lot to make sure that it's a fair county, to make sure all of our constituents have the right to vote, that they're represented, and that you all listen to everyone who comes before you. I am glad that you're going to have some more public hearings. I was also asked to see what time the November 10th hearing would be at. Do you have an idea at that?
I'm going to defer to Belinda.
Currently, what the court had indicated was 1:30 from when we had last met. Y'all had put aside the 10th as a second day for potential interviews, and y'all had indicated 1:30 at that time.
And I'm checking now, too. What we can do is, look, I'm taking feverish notes here. We might keep the 1:30, and then maybe we could even, repeat something in the evening if that's available to the court. What I have already planned in my mind, because I like a challenge, so here we go. I'm already moving forward to having a press conference this afternoon so that we can outline everything that I want to memorialize today, okay? Now, we already have a presser at 5, but good for me because maybe the media will just pivot, right? So I could do maybe a 5:30 or 4:30, and we'll figure it out, but we've got a captive audience. So we'll memorialize what we did today, and I'm going to take into consideration after polling this court, what their afternoon availability is.
I'm good that evening, Judge.
You are?
Sure.
Okay. I need everybody
On
else
the
to kind of
10th in the
check.
evening,
You're
I'm
good
fine.
too? Are you good?
Because we had just held that for the second interviews, just in case if we needed them.
That's right. That's
We may
right.
not need that, but I mean, I'm happy if we want to do that one.
So anyway, we're gonna, by this afternoon, you'll have a really clear picture of times look, I'm sensitive about information. So when I put something out, it's gotta come with a press release. Well, a media advisory, a press release, and I never do anything without making 25 phone calls. Why? Because every legislator needs to know about it, every stakeholder, organizational, in other words, it's just, you do it that way so that everybody gets the information at the same time, including city leaders, town leaders, districts. So we will do all of that somehow this afternoon to get us prepped. And then the website is, Connie and I have to figure out, it's not like you just upload it. Well, you do, but we need an icon, a button, right? So we say redistricting maps. There's going to be some certain things. Also, we are ADA compliant on our website. So we've got to also make sure all of that feeds in correctly. So Maggie's listening to all this, and she and I will work together to get that accomplished. But we'll outline it in a formal way this afternoon, taking your comments. And I do like that the evening, the shift.
Yes.
I've never heard us described that way, and you couldn't be more accurate, Catherine, when you said it. We're a shift work, or maybe Julie said it. Julie said it. We're a shift work community, and that has to do with healthcare and industrial, our two biggest, and students. Students are also shift work in a very different way, but those are our three major industries here, where the majority of our workforce is contained. And I adhere to what you're saying as being very accurate. We need our shifts as well for public comment.
Exactly. And again, taking that into consideration, we do need to do something about education. I know that's not the commissioner's area, but still, you may have an influence on that. We need to also be concerned, again, continuing with voting rights, make sure all voting rights,
She just wants you to get a little closer.
oh, you want me
That's
to
what
get
she-
closer? Oh,
Yes.
sorry, Connie. You know, I've always been told I have a very soft voice, and I'm trying to get over that, but somehow. Anyway, and so I know it's really important. We need to continue doing the right things by this county because we do want to keep our young people here. And that's so, so important. I think doing what you're doing right now, the way you're trying to be fair, the way you're trying to be, definitely get out all this information is wonderful. Continue to do that for all of you because it is so extremely important that the community knows what's going on. Nueces County needs to know what's going on. And we need to get all of our people involved because, again, that's the way we make things happen. Isn't that correct? We have to get the people involved, let them know what's going on, let them feel empowered. So please continue the process that you're doing. And again, thank you, Mr. Garza. I appreciate what you did and the Commissioner's Court. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I like what you're saying about public, our comments being made public, so I'm going to issue a thought here, a challenge for all of us up here to get our written comments to Mr. Garza. And please know that we'll publish those written comments at that hearing so that people can see what we've said in, in writing. What are our thoughts, our comments and edits, so that you could say, hey, I adopt A, or I adopt Commissioner Modis's, but think about this little tweak, or, because sometimes you need a starting platform. I think that's a good place to start. Okay, super. After Ms. Bañales, I have no further indicators that I've got somebody here except for Brandon Marks, but how about in the courtroom? Okay, Mr. Marks, as they say, finally, it's your turn. If you'll just unmute, we welcome you to Commissioner's Court. Thanks for hanging with us.
Yeah, no, my name is Brandon Marks. I wish that I could be there in person today, but I really do appreciate the opportunity to be able to join virtually. I live in Corpus Christi at 319 Rosebud Avenue, and I just come here today to stand with the League of Women Voters and all of the representatives in the room in the push for transparent process and fair maps. And I want to add my voice as well to the people who are pushing for an independent redistricting process and commission to make sure that these maps, either now or if it's not possible due to the timeline now, in the future, are done in a way that takes politics out of the equation. And I also want to push for a real participatory process with engagement, and not just engagement, but also input and ownership from the public. And I like a lot of the ideas that have been discussed today, these additional public hearings, the websites, and all of that. But so thank you for the work that all of you have been doing, and all of the community members of the room as well, to ensure that we have a transparent process as well as hopefully end up with fair maps. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. That concludes the, public comment sign up, but it doesn't necessarily have to conclude our hearing. This is a nice time for me to ask Jose if you want to close us out. You've heard a lot of great comments. We certainly would welcome your closing remarks, or any commissioner who seeks to make a comment. This will be your time so that we can move forward.
So thank you again for giving us the opportunity to help you with this process. I've been taking notes on both the public comments and the comments from the commissioners, and we welcome any suggestions moving forward. I'm going to try to see, I think it's possible for us to have a mapping computer with us for the meetings of the 8th and the 10th, so that we can call up the program if there are tweaks, et cetera, that some of you suggested. So I'm going to look into that, and I look forward to continuing the process. Thank you.
And I appreciate Mr. Dowling sharing the website that was used in the redistricting process for the State House, Senate, and U.S. Congress. I don't know if that's the type of mapping system that you have, but I know during the session, I would check on a regular basis just to see how easy it is. And of course, I mean, everyone that's familiar with it, it blows up every voting precinct. You can go down to the street level and you can really look and manipulate and just understand what's at stake. Because these, I think today is a good presentation, but we do need to get down to that, especially if we do get any public input, any public maps that are presented. That'd be great to maybe not incorporate it, you probably can't populate it right there in real time, but at least that we can have something similar to kind of blow up and look at. Or at least I'm going to use that just to kind of help with the maps that you've given us until you give us a better system. But I think that that's an excellent link there to an excellent tool to.
And Jose, if you could get us the ones the ones that you think are the most important to blow up. You said something, Catherine, that all of a sudden I just got, when I glanced over to John's shoulder and saw that map, he's got it blown up, that we could do very easily and very quickly is, the area that we used for the suffrage, history of the suffrage movement. We can take that same space, get the same, if you'll lend me your easels, I think they're your easels, the League of Women Voters. We have a print shop downstairs, Rico. We can blow up everything that we think is important, and we will tell the story in the best place I know, which is that area that's a public space, number one. Number two, it's still complies with all the social distancing right there. People are coming in to do everything there. They're here to eat, they're here to pay, motor vehicle, getting vaccines. It's an awesome, well, I'll still leave my third floor where you can drop off comments and I'll create a box, but that's even better. And if you'll help, Jose, help me identify, we'll tell the story visually for anybody to come and see.
Right.
So if when you ask for this, I'm gonna give you that, because that's really what our commitment is here. I'm just sorry that the time frame hurt us, and, but it doesn't have to hinder us. It might have hurt us in that we weren't able to do all the preliminary advertisement, but until I really saw what we had this morning, I didn't know if we were ready to publish. But I tell you, we can go now, and we'll go in a big way. And you don't remember it because it was here this was a while back that we did this historical setup, but it's in the same fashion. If I think that would make it, because this is the people's house, this is an exact, and we can mimic it in the paper, not opposed to the paper at all. But a lot of people don't read the paper as much as they do online. So we'll print, go digital, and go in the courthouse. Those three mechanisms, plus the opportunity to call in or leave a written comment, I think should really bring it home for the open and fair, transparent process.
Judge, just for clarification's sake too, on the going forward, my thought would be, because I would concur, I think this was kind of I'd call it a quasi-public hearing because we just all kind of got it. So I'd really would like to set it up to where we don't do a final vote until the 10th, so that we can have the complete,
I think that's fair.
public hearing, and then come back again and tweak it so that everybody does have plenty of opportunity,
Yeah.
or as plenty as we can with the time constraints we're under.
Right.
And then not vote on it until the 10th, is that?
Yeah, I think you want to vote after everybody has had
Okay.
say so.
So again, so that we're
Yeah.
just being transparent and letting everybody know
Right.
the schedule, and that would be
Yep,
good.
I think
Okay.
that sounds good. And anything else, guys?
At this
Okay, Jose, thank you so much.
One thing, Judge.
Okay, hold on.
I don't know, Commissioner Hernandez, I thought he wanted to say something, but no.
Commissioner, could you please turn on your video for us? That's required. There you go.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Gonzalez.
I just want to thank Mr. Jose and Mr. Rio Company for putting this thing together in a short period of time. And I also, I think I mentioned it last time, I was here the last time this happened, and I didn't agree the way it happened, and that's why I was very adamant that we go to the RFQs, and I apologize that we took more time to it, but it was the right thing to do. I complained about it the last time, so I wasn't gonna go for it this time because I did complain about it the last time. And I think it was the best thing we could have done, but I thank y'all for your support and everything y'all said today. And believe me, we hear you, and I think that this is why we're kind of moving forward on certain things. and whatever else we can do to make it easier for the public, for constituents. You know, I think that's what it's all about. You know, we want them to understand why we're doing the things we're doing. You know, we want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to vote the way they want to vote. So I want to thank you, and Mr. Garza, thank you. I know you made some trips on here, you know, on the rush, and I commend you for that, and I commend Mr. Rios, and so I want to thank you for what you all done. Thank you very much, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioners Court.
Thank you. Commissioners, we'll move on. We'll close this public hearing at this time.
I just wanted to
Yes,
kind of
of course.
recap as far as what I heard as far as the timeline
Yeah,
goes.
go ahead,
So
Belinda.
what I'm hearing for the timeline is we'll be meeting on Monday, June 8th at 5:30 in the central jury room, subject to confirmation regarding the Zoom availability on the location. And then we'll be meeting again on June 10th,
November.
November, I'm sorry,
And it's
November 10th.
And November 8th.
And November 8th, November 10th, on Wednesday, to again have another public hearing and then do a final vote on the maps.
Okay, before we go, we're doing it 1:30 and also at 6 on the 10th, we said that, or we?
That's what I wanted to confirm with you. We're meeting at 1, were we doing a public hearing in the evening on the 10th? Or are we going to do all of this at 1:30?
I think we do both, if we have to do both, we can do both.
I mean, I don't want to be here twice, no offense, but, I mean, whichever, everybody,
Let's do it the evening, I guess, I mean.
5:30 is fine on the 10th? 5:30 on the 10th?
I'm fine with 5:30.
Okay, yeah.
Commissioner Modas, where I think he's checking.
And then Commissioner Hernandez, is that okay with Commissioner Hernandez?
Hernandez, you okay?
He's muted, there you go.
I'm fine with that as well. I also want to thank Mr. Rios and Mr. Garza for doing what they've done, making sure that everybody gets the right to vote. So I want to thank them.
Mr. Garza, the 10th at 5:30 is okay with your schedule also? Okay, so we'll be doing notices for that. As far as doing the legal notices in the paper, they do have a lead time for the caller times, so I'll confirm all of this. I think if we get it to them by tomorrow, we can run something in the paper on Sunday.
Okay.
And so with that, I'll run November 8th at 5:30 and November 10th at 5:30 also.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's, and you're gonna, I think, like I said, for the purposes of the press release and everything, we'll memorialize that for me in an email so I can transfer it. Okay, super, guys. Well, thank you so much. It's a very good hearing. I'm gonna go ahead and close for the clerk at 10:59 a.m. And I will ceremonially gavel us back into what we call the regular meeting at also 10:59. So we'll move to general information reports, allow those. There's going to be sort of a transition in the courtroom, letting some folks go and probably new ones coming in, and we'll call on Garrett, who was here, but
Judge, could I ask?
maybe he's not.
Just a housekeeping, so
Yes, sir?
we've got these agenda items 3 through 7, but we've also, I think we're hiring this Collier Johnson Woods today. Wouldn't we be wise to come in and just make sure that we're doing everything right, since that's why we're hiring them on those, and just table this for a week or 2 weeks?
We really can't do that and expect to pay people by the end of the year. So let me have Dale speak to the timetable here.
Okay, I'll wait.
All we're really
I'll wait.
doing is setting up a process.
I'll wait, I don't want to get out of order.
Okay,
I'll wait.
I appreciate that.
Yep, I'm sorry.
But I hear you, and I think what your ask is that simultaneously Collier Woods can work with the auditor on this. But what we're setting up is a process.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, I just want to make sure we're right.
And we're right, just so you know.
CPA first and then go to this one?
We have a CPA, we've got multiples. All they're gonna be doing is making sure that the processes are fulfilled.
I'll wait, Judge, I didn't
Yeah,
want to get into
okay,
discussion.
it's
I'll
all
wait.
right.
Let's look- No, I'm sorry.
We can achieve both. That's where I'm gonna give you a little bit of a crystal ball there. We can achieve what you need and what we need for timing on payroll. And so Garrett, welcome. I'm gonna move to general information reports. Item G1, is here really to give the court a comprehensive update on our disaster, both recovery and response, wherever it is applicable, including matters relating to, as they say, all things emergency management. And welcome this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge, and good morning, Commissioners. First of all, just want to report to you that we do have a chance for heavy rains throughout the day today and into tomorrow. Up to 1 to 2 inches accumulation, which in the areas of the county that don't drain well, 2 inches coming too quickly can be a problem. So we need to be aware of that and watchful. The tropics, I'm glad to tell you, are still relatively quiet at this time. There is activity, but nothing that would impact this region for the foreseeable future. With regard to COVID, I would like to, we just had a very extensive report on that from Louis Wilmot this past week, and so numbers and things like that, I'm going to wait until the 17th, and I have the health director is going to be here to give more time to see what booster shots have done, and we'll have more extensive numbers, and so I'm not going to go into depth there. I do want to tell you that so far La Palmera Mall and the vaccination site out at Robstown in the what used to be the Nike store there at the Outlet Mall they've certainly picked up, and I was told yesterday that they're averaging over 100 a day at Robstown, and that the vast majority of those are booster shots. So I think it'll be interesting to see kind of where that goes now that the boosters are available, and especially with Moderna and how that affects this area. I want to remind you and the public that nuecesknows.com is the place to go to get all of the information about what's going on with our vaccination sites and testing sites throughout the county. We had done a STAR request for a morgue trailer that had been that was actually on loan to us from Dishes, and that was demobbed this past week, was picked up and taken back as requested by us. Also happy to tell you that the 2 new trailers that the county owns have been repaired and are in good working order and have been placed in the ME's parking lot to be used as needed. So we just wanted to report to you on that. And then finally, I just wanted to tell you about a couple of training opportunities that we're going to be participating in. One of them will be tomorrow, a virtual tabletop exercise that we will, being virtual, we won't actually be out there, but we're hosted by Buckeye Partners, and they are located out in Ingleside. We're going to be simulating a storm having come through and causing catastrophic damage of a 13 million gallon crude oil tank that because of the catastrophic damage, it dumps so quickly that the 22 million gallon containment it sloshes over into the bay. And so we end up with multiple jurisdictions needing to be involved, both local or all local, state, and also federal. And so it'll be a great opportunity again to work together with our partners and see how we all handle that situation, and just another really good training opportunity. It'll be all day tomorrow. In fact, it starts at 6:45, so bright and early in the morning. And then I also wanted to let you know that we're excited that Brenda Elizondo, our emergency management specialist, is going to be attending. It's called the 0305 course, incident management course that is hosted at the port next week. It'll be all week. It's a 40-hour course, a very extensive course. It's an advanced level, great opportunity for our office and for Brenda to become even more professional. And so we're excited about that. We will miss her for the week, but she will be getting some good training, and which is always good. That's all I had for you today. Do you have any questions for me?
The only thing I want to add is, would you come with me to the presser today? We had a chance to talk about that, but there is definite movement. I was trying to get my my info here, but give me just 1 second, and here it is. So this morning, we have, well, I think it happened yesterday evening, but what happens is once the CDC committee makes a decision, we don't move until Dishes makes a decision. So literally at 8:15 this morning, we got word from Dishes that we're clear to do pediatric vaccines here in Nueces County. And so that's from the state of Texas. And so we are getting a press release ready. It may have already gone out because I approved the language this morning. But just so everybody knows, that's Pfizer vaccine only, just Pfizer, for 5 to 11-year-olds. And it's going to be available at all our public health clinics. And so that's a really good opportunity for parents who wish to have their children vaccinated. We're now clear to go as of 8:15 this morning. And of course, we have to have parental consent. And like the adult vaccine, it's administered in 2 doses. So you've got a primary series, and then 3 weeks apart, there's a lower dose, that's 10 micrograms. And a lot of good information will be held today. But again, I came this way and haven't had a chance to work with Garrett on it, but he and I together will make this very important announcement. But as you as commissioners want to give you heads up that it's really important and to get this information out. But again, pediatric vaccines now available in Nueces County at all public health locations, including La Palmera Mall. So
That's excellent news, Judge, and I will be able to be there.
thank you.
5
I
o'clock,
appreciate that.
correct? At the 5 o'clock, is that?
Yes,
true?
and if
Yes,
anyone
ma'am.
has any questions regarding any of that, you're going to see it in your feed very soon. Reach out to Garrett, and he can help with that. And I'm going to copy and paste what I've got here to you. And so that's all I have. What about commissioners? Do you all have anything else to expand upon?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay. None? Okay, thank you, Garrett. Appreciate it. Moving forward, I'd like to offer H1 and the minutes of October the 18th, 2021, and ask if there's any,
So moved.
if there's a motion. Thank you. And a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the 18th. And all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, thank you. And now we'll move to resolutions, proclamations, and order. And November is purple. I love, thank you all for being here. November is Alzheimer's Awareness Month. And Belinda, will you please read the resolution we've prepared?
Whereas Alzheimer's disease, a progressive neurodegenerative brain disorder, tragically robs individuals of their memories and leads to progressive mental and physical impairments, and there are no known treatments to prevent, cure, or delay the onset or the slow progression of Alzheimer's disease, and an estimated 5.8 million Americans are living with Alzheimer's, including 400,000 in Texas. Whereas Alzheimer's disease is the 6th leading cause of death in the United States and the 5th leading cause among the elderly, and according to the Alzheimer's Association Facts and Figures report, the direct cost of caring for those with Alzheimer's to American society is valued at $305 billion, and more than 16 million caregivers provide 18.6 billion hours of unpaid care to those with Alzheimer's or other dementia. And in Texas, over 1.4 million family members and friends cared for people with Alzheimer's and other dementia, providing 1.65 billion hours of unpaid care, with the annual value of the caregiving totaling 21.6 billion. And whereas in recognition of the individuals, families, friends, and caregivers dealing with Alzheimer's disease and the researchers who are seeking a cause or cure, and whereas the county recognizes the efforts of the Alzheimer's Association to raise funds and promote awareness to fight Alzheimer's and other dementia, thereby improving the quality of human life and for those living with Alzheimer's disease and their caregivers. And now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby recognizes November 2021 as National Alzheimer's Disease Awareness Month in Nueces County, and furthermore would like to encourage all of the citizens of Nueces County to participate in the 2021 Corpus Christi Walk to End Alzheimer's on November 13th, 2021.
Thank you, Belinda. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second, and would you all like to?
Good morning, Judge. Good
Address the
morning,
court.
Commissioners. We are here on behalf of Dementia Friendly Corpus Christi. We did have Dr. Pradario and Dr. Gonzalez here, but they both had assignments, so they had to leave. But we just wanted to remind everybody that the face-to-face walk is this Saturday, November the 6th at Water's Edge. And then November the 13th is the Alzheimer's Walk, also at Water's Edge. So those are two different walks. It is November is Alzheimer's Month. Dementia Friendly Corpus Christi engages with community partners to educate and empower our community with information to enhance the dignity of persons living with dementia. We aim to reduce the social stigma and isolation.
We provide educational and support services to persons diagnosed with dementia, their families, and their caregivers. Every part of the community plays a role in creating a dementia-friendly culture.
So Corpus Christi is a dementia-friendly city, and we are overseen by Area Agency on Aging. We did bring some of our flyers. We do have a website, and we do have a Facebook page, and we do a lot of things in the community. So we will be leaving these here. Hopefully you can approve them to put them on the table. And if anybody has information, it's on here. Thank you.
What time are the walks?
What time are the walks?
I believe they start at
Early.
8 o'clock, registration at 7.
Yeah.
But I have to verify that. Does anybody have any other questions for us?
I thought you were the Miller Band coming here.
Purple, we're representing Alzheimer's, and we all are all volunteers. We work for different companies, but our companies allow us to be able to give back to our communities.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thanks
for all
to,
you do.
Thank you.
thank you so much. This one hits home for me very much. You know, you think to yourself, the one thing, like when you have a special moment in your life, you think, okay, so I'm going to remember this forever. But sadly, some people can't remember. And that is almost equally as painful for the people that are caregivers, as well as those that are suffering from memory loss or dementia and Alzheimer's.
Yes.
And anyway, I want you to know our county is committed to working on the research aspect of this. And you might not know as volunteers, but we're working with the University of Michigan and Texas A&M, and we actually house very important research for Alzheimer's, dementia, and cognitive disabilities in our community. And I think this kind of brings it all home. So thank you for being volunteers. I hope to see you at the walk this weekend. And
Yes.
but this one, like I said, this one is painful for those that love people who are afflicted with this type of cognitive disorders.
And just on a quick note, Corpus Christi is the 6th city in Texas to become dementia-friendly. So that's good to know, and we have other cities that are following along, trying to become dementia-friendly cities. So Corpus is the 6th city in Texas to become dementia-friendly.
And I was laughing at myself yesterday because I had the sheriff in my office, and I was trying to get him up to speed, but my head was all jumbled, and I saw an acronym, and it looked like ROKE, and it was, "Are you okay?"
Yes.
But I was looking at it all together, and I couldn't figure out what ROKE was. And he's like, "Don't you mean, are you okay, Judge?" I'm like, "Yes, I do." And so I want you to know that Constable McCacken.
We have reached out to him.
Okay, I'm so proud of what we're doing, and
Yes.
and he's going to bring all the constables on board that want to participate. But thanks to Constable McCacken and MHID and and other law enforcement that is teaming up for Are You OK? I think not only will be dementia-friendly, but will be crisis intervention trained in a way that can help our family not be in compromised situations. Those vulnerabilities are terrible. And so I'm just wanted you to know and the court to know, there's so many little moments that get missed unless we bring it to court. But Are You OK? Not rogue, is something that maybe you can come back and I'll put it on the agenda once Constable McCacken gets his arms around what he wants to do.
Yes, and I believe he wanted to, we do the dementia-friendly Friends session, so
Yeah.
it's an hour and a half session, and then he gets a certificate. But then you go on to become a champion, and then you're able to go on and teach that class. So
Yeah.
we teach that class to a lot of the local clinics and the doctors and different organizations that request it. We come out and we teach that class, and we have a lot of different presentations that we do that are amazing. And you actually have people on the videos that have Alzheimer's and dementia that talk about their disease, and it's very neat.
Yeah.
But we want to thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you very
We
much.
appreciate you, girls. Thank you so much. At this point, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose
Aye.
same sign. Thank you, and we'll get a copy of that. Do they take their, have we already done it? We'll get it to you. We do have a signed formal copy, but we will get it to you. Let me just double check, this is not it.
Do a picture, do it.
It is. It's, and if you all will just wait just a moment. Okay, thank you. Give Belinda just a moment here, but we're going to proceed to board appointments. We've got 4 different boards that we're considering, and it's a good time to move your packets to that area. The boards that we'll be talking about today are Hospital District Board, Appraisal District Board, Animal Services Advisory Board, and Airport Advisory. Okay, we're ready now, sorry.
That's fine.
Or they're going to get it? Oh, I'm sorry, Kara's working on it. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Belinda, help, as they say, unpack all these 4 important boards. We've got some people that are reapplying. Let's start off with just number 1, which is the Hospital District Board of Managers.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners. So the Hospital District Board of Managers did have 2 members that their term was ending at the end of September, and that's Daniel Dane and John Valls, and they both did submit their letters of intent to be reappointed.
Motion to reapprove? Reappoint, I'm sorry.
Okay, there's a motion I guess the right way is reapprove, right? That's the word.
Reappoint.
Reappoint, thank you. I knew that it sounded
Yeah,
just
no, that's
like
why I
off.
corrected myself on
And I
that.
went, what? Okay. Motion to reappoint, and is there a second, please?
Second.
Okay, thank you. A motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, and all those opposed? All right, okay, board manager, I guess it's just board appointee.
Director.
John Valls is here, so we will send out a letter regarding your reappointment. Uh-huh, thank you. And of course, Daniel Dane is the other one. And so we don't have Daniel. Daniel also serves as the chair of the Hospital District Board. Absolutely, of course. We're going to have a few comments here.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate the reappointment. And like the judge said, Daniel Dane couldn't be here today. He has a medical appointment that he had to make today. So he sends his regrets. I spoke to him last night, but I know he is equally as appreciative as I am. And we look forward to continuing to do the good work of the hospital district.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 2 is the Appraisal District Board of Directors. I believe we have 1 reapply.
Excuse me, John,
Excuse me, sir.
you left something, is that your package?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Unless it's money, leave it there.
On number 2, we have Appraisal District Board of Directors. I believe we have one reapplication.
Move appointment, Judge.
And do I
Second.
just identify, please?
Sorry.
It's Gabby Hippold.
Gabby Hippold, yes, ma'am.
And we've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Thank you. And then we have Nueces County Animal Services Advisory Board. Belinda?
Yes, so you have 3 terms that expired at the end of September, and you had 1 resignation. Kimberly Kemp did resign. So you have 4 open positions, and you also have the vacancy of a veterinary. We received 2 applications, John McBride and a reappointment, Ninfa Acuna. And we do understand that, and so we would ask that y'all consider that reappointment and that new appointee. I do want to let y'all know that we do understand that there is a veterinary that is interested in applying. Currently, this board is open until filled, and so unless I get some other direction from you, we'll leave that. And we'll be just asking y'all to please do the reappointment of Ninfa Acuna and appoint John McBride.
Okay.
Motion
there a
to
motion?
reappoint,
Thank you.
Nina Acuna.
Ninfa.
Ninfa Acuna.
Okay.
So,
And Mr.
second.
McBride, and I've got multiple seconds here. You can take whichever one you heard first. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
And Judge,
Yes, sir?
for Ms. Acuna, she's a municipal official with the city of Agua Dulce.
Yes.
And so I know on our list,
Says
has her listed as a county official. So I don't know if we just want to get that changed in her.
Yeah, let's do
Her
that.
name has a typo on the list, on the actual advisory committee list. That's part of the attachment.
Okay. Thank you for those corrections. We'll make those edits and recirculate. Very exciting about getting a veterinarian. I don't know who you are, but we're going to really thank you once we get your application, because that's something that we've been wanting for a long time. At this time, I'll move to item number 4. It's the,
McBride, did you do McBride?
I believe
Motion
we-
for McBride.
yes, okay. I thought we did them together, but we'll do
sorry.
McBride. And now, John McBride, I've got a motion and a second is sought. Yes, sir? Yeah, a second?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That way it's a little bit more formal there for the clerk.
And that was
We
back,
did
that was
them in
still on the.
John
animal-
McBride.
Okay.
Mhm.
So for the Airport Advisory Board, that was opened and it closed on November 2nd. You'll have 3 at-large positions that are open, and then Mr. Dalton, who had served for Precinct 4, had resigned, so that position is also open, as well as Precinct 2. That position expired on September 30th, 2021. We received 2 applications that were specific for at-large, and that was going to be,
Judge, if I could, I just wanted to go ahead and nominate.
Hold on 1 second.
Caitlin Paxton for precinct 4.
Okay, just if you would hold on, because
The at-large.
the at-large is what we're doing right now.
so we received in total, we received 4 applications. Keely Hunsaker and Antonio Arredondo Jr. were specific that they were applying for the at-large position. And then we received 2 applications that indicate they reside in Precinct 4, which would be Terry Mills and Kaylin Paxson.
Judge, I'd move reappointment on the at-large members first.
Second.
Okay, we've got, and that motion is for Keely Hunsaker and, forgive me,
Arredondo.
Antonio, that's right. Antonio Arredondo, and I've got a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, opposed, same sign.
Judge,
And then we have a motion for a nomination for
Kaylin Paxton.
Kaylin Paxson.
For the precinct 4 spot.
Okay.
Can we put Terry Mills as the 3rd at-large, since we need to fill that?
So we thought about that. We have received the 3rd from the Halo Flight member.
Thomas
I think he
Klassen
submitted
is
an
your,
application.
He did. Yeah, just hang on 1 second.
Can we do the motion on the table first
Yeah.
and then go back, if you don't mind?
There, a motion and a second, and on Ms. Paxson, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. What
Aye.
if, could we, is it within our purview, since that's a specialized spot, to create an ex officio member and do kind of kill two birds with one stone? Because I love that we have interest, since this one was open for a while and we didn't even have anybody putting force, we had to come back and do this one, so
Yeah,
maybe Mr. Clausen could be like an ex officio.
from Halo
Yeah,
Flight,
to,
and then
to be a
nominate.
specific, right, and then put Terry Mills on as at large.
I mean, I think that would be great.
Is there three at large? Three?
Well, no, there's already two that we reappointed
Yeah,
at
but
large.
just one
I don't know if the ex officio would work, but I'm
So
gonna pivot here.
It is an advisory board. This was a board created by the court.
So we could,
So,
we could add an ex officio. The reason Halo Flights, he did not get his application on time, but he's a really important user, of the facility, and understands, of course, aviation. So if we could consider that, that would be a win-win. We would have maybe for the first time a really active board.
Well, and because, what happened was, if you'll remember, no one had applied for the precinct 4, so I went out and found someone to apply. But then Belinda brought in, I think and said that Terry had applied, and I thought, well, that's great if there's not that third applicant. And then she explained, well, Mr. Clausen, who's a specific, so I just am trying to be creative and include people who want to be included.
Jenny, how do you feel about that? On this, would you like to see, what we could do is today vote on Mr. Mills and the at-large position? And then we could put it on the November 17th agenda to create the ex officio position and then name Mr. Clausen?
That would give us a chance to verify that's,
He might not
I'm
want it.
sure it's available, but I don't have that in front of me
Well, how
at this
about-
moment.
He might not want the ex officio.
Well, I think he does, because
Well, I'm
he's
sure he does, but I'm
indicated
saying
that
he
he
might not
wants to
want it.
participate.
And it's a good time to
Right,
wait.
and remember, there's really no difference between an ex officio and the advisory, right? I mean, in the practical matter of giving comments and giving your recommendations to
Yeah, it's
the
all a.
department head.
right,
It's all advisory.
Right, it's all advisory.
They're all
anyway,
ex
so
officios in many ways.
I would move that we appoint Terry Mills to the at-large position, and I would include in that motion, put Mr. Clausen, subject to review by the county attorney.
I think that's fair.
As an ex officio member.
I think that's fair. That's a good motion, and I'll second it. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All righty then, as they say, we did good work there. We'll move on to the consent agenda at this time, and I would ask that you all look at items A through M at this time. A through M, are there any letters that require additional clarification, comments, concerns here?
Yeah, hold on. I just had a couple of questions on A
A, okay?
and C.
C?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No? Okay.
Hold on, my bad. Had it pulled up. No, it was just A.
All righty.
Sorry.
Is there a motion?
Wait, A, and I'm sorry, and then H.
H.
Yeah, I want to pull H.
All righty, A and H.
And also L
L.
and M.
M is in Mary. Okay, got it. So may I have a motion to approve the remaining items, B through G, I through K?
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Or let's just take them in alpha order. Commissioner Chesney, if you would address A, and I think you also pulled H.
Yes, ma'am. On A, get to it, it was just a question on a check to, gosh, did I not pull the right one? There it is. To Global Spectrum for county legal expenses, other. Dale, it's 229, I'm sorry, it's October 22nd, check register down on Global Spectrum.
I think that was a typo that didn't get corrected. It was, the auditor's office was notified, and they said that they were going to be revising that.
And so what is it supposed to be for?
I don't know that specifically. It was not legal.
Let me find that one, and we'll get that rectified, and I'll get my staff to get the correct information on that.
Judge, I would move.
That's fine.
I would move, well, no, we can move passage on the rest of it. I would just pull that one for
That's fine.
further discussion, so that would be my
Okay,
motion.
I've got a motion and a second from me, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose
Aye.
same sign. And if it turns out throughout the meeting, Dale, that you get the answer, just bring it back to me. It's everything but the
Everything.
item.
Authorize the payment? So you're
Everything-
authorizing the
Everything
payment?
but that.
It's all items but that
It's
one.
been paid.
Okay.
Well, we didn't know why, we didn't
Let's-
know where
Well,
it was
just a
paid.
question then.
Okay.
We didn't know where it was
Well-
paid. How can it be paid?
So Dale, are we paying these things in advance?
No.
That is confusing. So, but the
There
last
are
meeting I
some,
asked.
because of the amount of time between the Commissioners Court, where we'll have a quick release, and the judge will sign off as the authorizing authority. Majority of the time, however, they do not get dispersed until Commissioner Court approval.
So what is the,
So ratifying it?
so then are we ratifying, or we,
These are actually bills waiting to be paid and dispersed.
okay, so I guess that's the, question is, what is the policy for early release? Because if they've already been paid, and let me just say, I don't want to approve every single solitary bill, right? I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying I think they've got to distinguish on here ratification versus payment, because the motion is to pay, authorize payment of bills, when in fact these have already been paid. So how do we need to have some distinguishing factor in here. And some, like, I don't know what the rule is on, like, why, for example, it has to go out early.
But nothing's been paid yet.
Well, no, it has, according to the.
Some of these I believe have, there's, the Commissioners Court policy has been in the past that because there are amount of time between Commissioners Court, their requirements of getting some of these paid, so there are no penalties or policies done. So we've followed that policy in the past, where we submit the request to the judge for her authorization to determine whether they should be early released or not. The judge will then sign off on the release after we reviewed those items. Then they're submitted to the county treasury for disbursement.
But I don't request the early release. So let's be clear, I don't request that. They come to me I'm the signatory as a fiscal agent for the county. It's coming from the auditor's office, or somebody's requesting that this is an important early release request, and it gets signed. I don't know about this particular one, but Teresa feels like she can shed some light.
Yeah, and I would just say, there's got to be some distinguishing going forward, because, so I don't know how you're going to do that, but you're going to have a list.
If it's already been an early release, we'll make sure it is notified in that case.
Please.
These are not
did all the
early
time.
release checks. It's just regular check registers that these checks are dated the 20th and the 21st of October. They have been paid, and that's just a typo on the coding for legal. It's a COVID expense that we paid to Global, and it's coded under ARPA.
Right, so then if we're not voting to approve them, then we're voting to ratify. So we just need to clarify, because,
But it
because
was-
this is October, like you said, it's October 22nd, which means, I guess all these have already been paid and released, then we need to put it on as a ratification of, or
And the question was
something,
it for
because,
legal?
It's not for legal.
It's a typo.
well, the typo,
What was it for?
It was for a COVID expense.
what was the COVID expense, do you know? I mean, I guess,
Probably drive-through testing, just their normal things that they do.
She wants you to use the microphone.
okay,
It's
well,
just for COVID expense, their normal operations as far as vaccinations for the fairgrounds out there. I mean, we can look it up, but
yeah,
that's what
okay,
it is.
well, that's fine. We pulled that one for later, so that's fine, but we've got to figure out how to do this to where it's not, like I said, maybe it's just authorized ratification.
Maybe the wording is
Paid
not as
or-
Well,
accurate.
normally my AP staff runs AP checks, and we process them every Friday. But just because of the number of transactions we have, we try to hold them for Commissioners Court. However, sometime within the October portion, we didn't go for 3 weeks. We cannot hold checks for 3 weeks without incurring interest. So with some of these times, it requires us to do an early release, and we'll make sure that it's identified which ones have already been released by the authority of the judge. If the Commissioners Court wants to change the policy, we can, where we don't disperse any checks until approved by court, we can do that.
I think the policy should be, unless it's an emergency, that it should come through the court and not be dispersed until. Obviously, there are reasons for emergencies, and if there are, then that should be put in a memo, and I would think this is gonna be
Right,
good
and I
for the
think-
judge too, to make sure that you're, you know, good with it, so if.
Yeah,
so
I
in the
mean, I
memo,
think
it should
that-
be, here's why it needs to be done before the court do it, so that the judge has the ability to read that too and make a decision based on facts.
Right,
before
and the
her.
idea is to save money, because there is interest being incurred, and just so you know, I mean, you're finding one in particular on this particular bill, but I can give you lots of examples where we are asked for a variety of reasons to make bank payments, to, I'm sorry? Utilities, geo, I mean, you're finding one here when there's there's an entire, it's not just one needle. I mean, there is a efficiency of doing business, and if you want some, you know, I guess more backup documentation, but your auditor is saying the recommendation is to sign this check. I'm a ministerial signer to make certain that the fiscal agent has notification. It usually has a green dot. That's what we call it internally. It's a green dot. It means it's important, it's urgent. I do that for Lorenzo all the time. I do that for, you know, there's a lot of opportunities where, as the fiscal agent of the county, I sign, particularly for agencies, and I think that, you know, if you want to change the words, but it's not being presented to you because it hasn't been vetted. It's been vetted by your auditor
All I'm saying is.
and ready.
All I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying, if there's urgent matters that have to be paid, okay, fine. If it's something that is a utility bill, well, that can wait till another court session. So just using the examples you know, that you said, utilities, whatever, those things can wait. We're not gonna get penalized for that. But certainly if something, and that's all I'm saying is, call it ratification of payment of bills or payment of bill. There should be two categories, the ones that haven't been paid and the ones that have been paid that we're just ratifying. Because if some of these we're voting on that if they've already gone out, then we're not voting on it in the right manner. So it's a process, it's a technicality.
Yeah.
But to
It's
me,
it's a major, it's just a process, that's all it is. And it is somewhat even more technicality on top of the technicality, because those dollars are already received. So for example, if we buy swabs, okay, could be a COVID-19 expense for vaccination or testing, or any other of the materials that we use, and we already have advanced funding sitting here, those items need to be paid if they are not timely, right?
Well,
That could be an example.
If there's gonna be a penalty to the county, if there's.
Well, that's
I
why
get-
they come.
I get that, but I mean, but I'm saying, then put that in the backup to the judge, so the judge says, it has it and says, here's why you're having to pay it early.
Yeah, that's great.
Not just pay it early, that way you know, you have it in writing, Judge, which I think is gonna be a good thing for you to have in writing too. And then, but everything else should not be paid until we approve it unless it falls under the urgent category.
Great.
And if
I
it's
don't think
urgent,
that's.
provide backup,
Ter-
that's all I'm asking.
Teresa,
That's all
would
I'm
you
asking.
take that comment?
Commissioner, all these check runs are routine. They have a check run weekly. The ones that we hold are the special motion payments that don't get released until they're authorized through court. Like I said, these checks are from the end of October.
That's
And
what I
so-
saw, yeah.
Right, and so it's not an early release, it's just routine check registers that they do every week.
Every week, yeah.
But I'm
And by
saying-
the way, and this isn't different or
I'm just saying,
out of the
take the-
ordinary
It's not
from
an
any other
I'm not
week.
suggesting-
Right.
I'm not
No, I
suggesting
know,
that.
but
I'm
there's
just-
a little bit of process that needs to be explained, I think, more thoroughly.
Okay, go
And
ahead.
so we need to make sure that we get that communicated.
So all I'm saying is,
There's nothing out of the ordinary is what you're saying,
That's
Teresa.
correct.
so then just put it as a ratification, and if it's possible to hold the checks until they come to the commissioner's court to pay, that I think is the proper process.
Okay, Dale has to address that, because I don't know that they can hold the
Right, I'm
courts
not, I'm just
waiting
making a
on
comment, I
a
wasn't commenting to
commissioner's
you
court date.
necessarily. Right, I'm just making a comment, I think Dale can, if we can't do that, Dale, you need to tell us, but I mean, otherwise, everything should come to the court for approval before they're paid, unless they're urgent.
And I think that's
Is
the
that-
policy,
Okay.
FYI.
We will establish that procedure in my office. We just hired a new accounts payable supervisor that will be able to oversee this balances. I'll bring him in next week for introduction for y'all to see. This will be an issue that we'll address at that point to make sure that the checks that can wait, will wait. Those that are required to will be notification of why there was a requirement for fast pay.
And I would make that in the form of the motion, just so it's formalized.
Yes.
Well, just, all you're saying is put up backup documentation.
Just, I'm saying exactly what he said, right, what he said, right there.
Kara, you would like to make a few comments.
I do, because I'm.
Go
It
ahead.
goes through my office.
Go
So
ahead.
It is, the auditor sends it to the judge. The judge
Yes.
signs off, and the auditor, it does say early release. It just does. That's what it says on the form, that's an early release. For instance, we had one that came through on Friday, on the 29th, Friday morning, before this agenda was published. That easily could have gone on the agenda for Friday release, instead of the early releasal and then it being asked to be paid. So I think it's just a process
Well,
of
and
getting the
that,
time.
and that's with the auditor's office, because what
Yeah.
I'm trying to get
Right,
through
I know,
here is
you're
that
good.
I have zero, I make no requests for
Right,
anything.
right.
No, we do
Uh,
that.
No, no,
yeah.
no, it's-
But let me-
No, but I
with
want to
the-
make sure that we're clear,
Yeah.
that
No, it's not the
all I'm
judge,
doing
it's
is.
the auditor's
Right,
office.
it's not my office. What I'm trying to do is help the auditor's office get things done,
Right.
and that's what a green dot is. And sometimes I'm not even in the courthouse, and I come back to the courthouse just for a green dot.
And just so y'all know, I did question if I could hold on to, because there were some payments I would go, wait a minute, this doesn't, has it been approved? It hadn't been approved yet. Contract hadn't even been approved. And I took it to the county attorney, and she gave me an opinion that I just have to release them. And again, same with you, you have to sign off. So it's up to the auditor. So if the auditor is going to change that process, he needs to change it.
Well, that's the motion and it's on the floor in the second. And for an example, so that to
Well,
reinforce that it's not
Yeah.
you, there's a check on the check register today to me that I've already gotten that hadn't been approved. So that's also got, that.
Well, is that like a travel request?
Yeah, but that could have waited. I mean, I
Right,
didn't have to
but-
get that in advance. That's what I'm
right.
trying to say. Those are the ones, like, that's
Right,
one to me
but
that I
typically,
went,
yeah, consent agendas are what we call in the normal course of business, where there's not a, for example, and I've wondered this, I mean, if you don't approve it, it's because there should be a reason, right? There's got to be a reason that there's something that you wouldn't approve in the normal course of business, because we're not here to hinder it. But yeah, we'll work with the auditor's office and,
so I think, just to call the question, Judge, I think.
yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna,
On
Dale's,
A.
could you get Dale's wording on the motion, Kara? Because, I mean, I said it, he repeated it, I can do it again. You want me to do it again?
Oh, you fixed it. Okay, we've already, look, magic, we've already fixed it.
Okay, so the motion
Not
was.
we.
You want
I
to
did.
restate it the way you restated it, Dale, so Kara can get it?
We're basically, these are checks that were issued by the county auditor's office in October, and we also have to comply with the same procedures that everyone else on submission to
Okay,
Commissioners Court
thank
agenda items. So sometimes the check runs are after the Commissioners Court, so there's no way we can get it on the court. But we were to post this, that the ratification of those that have been already released, and we'll disbursement of those checks that have not been already released.
So basically, the motion, let me try it. The motion is that any checks that have not yet been approved by the Commissioners Court should not be paid unless they are an urgent matter, and that urgent matter should be backed up in writing and submitted to the judge for her approval.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a problem, but I mean,
And if it is,
again, I
then
mean, we didn't really notice this issue, so, but having said that, I think the language is fine. If we want to clean it up, Jenny, we'll clean it up for next time, okay? How's
Real
that?
quick on clarification on the item from
I mean,
Global
'cause it's a
Spectrum, it
little
was for other
loosey-goosey.
services, and it was for.
Hold on, we need to vote on this motion. We're getting lost here. Okay, I made a motion, he seconded. If we could
Yeah.
call the question,
I just,
please.
let me just ask, what were you saying, though? Because we're in the discussion period. What were you going to say, Dale?
Global Spectrum, I provided you information on
All
what
right.
the expense was for. If we want
That's
to
the
wait till
other
after
item.
this, we can.
Yeah, that's the other item.
We'll
I'll go
just-
back to that
We'll
one.
just wait to that one, okay? If you want to. All I'm saying for Jenny is that, again, would be nice for you to take a look at the language, and if you're gonna change a pattern and practice that we've been using the entire time for the betterment of the county, I'm all for it. Let's just make sure that if there's any cleanup, bring it back on the 17th, that's all,
That's fair.
you know? And I think the motion honestly is a restatement of what we already do. So we just need a little bit more backup documentation on the verbiage, maybe, that's it. Okay? All right,
Call the question or?
I think we did. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post
Aye.
same sign. Okay,
Thank you. And then,
so now you're actually looking at the revised code that was changed, so it's no longer legal, and the code is correct, 0104-2013-5307. That's the correct code, I believe. And you can see what the payment is for.
Correct code is other services.
Other services, 5307 is illegal, so that's incorrect.
Oh, okay, I see the way it's hyphened, my bad, yeah. So it's 0104 is the right one. It
You'll see
replaces.
5455, which is the correct code, which is services other. This expense was for our Global Spectrum, for them to set up and tear down the items for the fairgrounds, for the items that was done on this particular date for their time and labor that is required for this. It's a 2 hour, it's 2 hours required, one to set up, one to tear down, and it's $1,000 for the day, so it's $2,000.
Okay, so now are there any questions with regards to this?
So wait, is this back to where we're renting space from them again, or is it
This is where
set up?
they actually do their labor to actually set the space up and tear down the space, so it's not necessarily rent, it's just to reimburse them for their labor to set the facility up.
Not to rent the
No.
space, this is labor cost reimbursement?
Correct.
Because I do
To
want
them,
to go back
yes.
and
Right.
revisit that at some point, but, so
And what we-
this is for, so they charge us $1,000 a day for setup and takedown on labor? That has to be some rent in there. I mean, it doesn't say, but I can't believe they're charging us $1,000.
That's their charge they're doing, that when this first started, they were calling it rent, but then now they've been, this is the amount of time they need to set the facility up for everything that's going on at the fairgrounds as well as tear down. So their description of what it's for is labor for setting up and tearing down tables, chairs, barricades, cones, electrical power, and janitorial services.
I'm gonna
And
keep
all
the-
of which is reimbursable under our FEMA PA. And so,
I still would I'd like to get some more backup on this, because that just seems high to me, so
but it's a contract that we have with them, what it charges, I believe, per day when
I'd
we
like-
use them.
well,
I mean, you can get more backup, but the question is the work's already been performed. Can you maybe clarify whether or not we have a written agreement as to how much they charge? Because I remember that we do.
Management had brought this to before of setting up a
Yeah,
real
this is-
agreements with the fairgrounds and Spectrum to do the either the vaccinations or the infusions that we're currently doing or testing at the facility.
And when we did IRT, there was similar,
Yeah, I just wanna table it
contract
until I-
work.
So I can get the backup on it, that's all I would like to do, until I can get the contract and read all that, or y'all can vote on it, I'll just vote no, but I mean,
Right,
I'd
but
rather
this isn't
just
the
wait.
first time we've done this.
I understand, I
I
just,
So-
just have one question. This is the one we're talking about right now?
this one.
Yes.
And what's this one here?
That's actually moving the expense from the incorrect code to the correct code. It's going from 5307 to 5455, which is the correct expense code. That's all it's doing.
Okay, this is for, I mean, I don't know, you said voucher number so-and-so, but what is it? What department or what?
The Department 0104, which is our emergency management, Department of Special Revenue Funds, that's the bottom two. Moving it from the county legal services, which was the error, to the correct services, which is other services, from 5307 to 5455. This is what the accountants call a journal entry to actually move the expense to the correct expense.
What's the 10,000 for?
That was original balance. Again, we was an error on another event, and you should have the backup behind that on the reason why it was moved. Of moving 10,000 from, again, legal expense to advertising, because it was advertisement for doing the notification of the vaccines were at the location.
And we're paying this to who, Dale?
That was paid to Spectrum. The $2,000 was paid to Spectrum.
About the 10,000?
I'm not sure, I'm not sure that was spent, because that was just a correction of entry. We can find what that was for and bring it to you. But that's not part of the checks we have in
And
front of you.
I'm just wondering, I mean, there's no harm in putting it on the 17th to get you the information that you need. I'm just wondering, what is your issue that you think that we shouldn't pay Global Spectrum for the work that they're doing, or you think it's too much, or because what I
It seems
think.
high, and so before,
It seems high?
I'm trying to reserve judgment until I see what the
Well-
backup is, and to me, what they've described seems like a lot for $1,000 a day, on this, just
Right.
on this description, so that was.
Right,
what
so
I'm-
you would like, because I'm trying to get you what you want, so
Right.
you want to get
And I can
more
wait till the-
description. of what they've done to earn the $1,000.
Yes,
And if there's a contract, you'd like to see a contract or what the proposal is.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, why don't we get that for him for November 17th? It's just in a couple of weeks.
That's fine.
But I think if we're raising the eyebrow to what's needed for, I mean, Global Spectrum is the third-party, management company.
Right.
And they've never treated this incident with anything but, I will tell you, fairness with regards to all the operations. And so we'll ask them for their justification on how they come up with their costs.
That's all I'm saying.
But let me just tell you that when it comes to the operation, whatever you think, multiply it by 10, because when we talk about the setup of cones and barricades, it is a huge process that probably has miles of radius. So it's not just like one little spot. So we'll bring all that information. But I just wonder why now? Like, what is it that you're concerned about? So we can help address your concern about what's happening at the fairgrounds to save lives.
Just,
My concern right now, Judge, is the 10,000 too.
The 10,000 was paid to
I don't know
iHeartMedia.
where it's going.
iHeartMedia.
He says it right here. It's
iHeartMedia.
iHeartMedia. That's for public messaging. That's so that everybody can
Who
know.
are we paying?
iHeartMedia. It's
Paid
a company.
iHeartMedia.
It's a company?
Right.
radio
They
conglomeration, I think.
they place ads on all of their iHeartMedia radio stations so that the public can have that information as to, for example, what entrances we're using, what exits we're using, all of which are in keeping with,
If it's not theirs, it doesn't say iHeartMedia.
it does, it's right here. Let me show you.
and I think, Jenny, that may have been, if I'm not mistaken, that was part of what I was trying to get a hold of the Spectrum contract from you that I still don't
Excuse me,
have
Judge?
To look at.
Hold on, Commissioner Chesney's speaking, sir. We'll
I-
come to
sorry.
you next.
I still don't have that. That was what I was wanting to look at before we re-executed. That was
The whole new Spectrum contract or something
I think there was some
additional?
emergency supplemental stuff in it in that contract. I haven't seen the contract yet that I know of, so I don't know, but I thought there was some emergency supplemental language in that contract that I wanted to look at. That was
Okay,
what
because
was-
I thought you had that, but I'll make sure that you have everything.
I apologize. Where would it have come from? Maybe I did and I didn't recognize the email, but I haven't seen it, but I may have missed it in my emails. I apologize if I did.
We'll make sure you have it.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Now, can I speak, Judge?
of course.
Okay. I'm just wondering, if we're paying Spectrum to set up and do all these other things, what's our county people doing? Edward, I thought that's what they were doing, helping set up.
Yeah, so there's different logistics that go on with producing a mass vaccination site, and Global Spectrum owns that site. Even though the county might be the owner in title, when we lease to them, they're in charge of their own premises, and they have a right to put their own labor to work so that they can control their premises. So the answer to your question is, there is a division of labor. They do some setup, we do other setup. It just depends. If you'd like to see the plan, we actually have a logistics plan that we can showcase. And I'll bring next week when we discuss whether or not it's worth $1,000 to make sure your mass vaccination sites have everything that they need for public health and safety.
That's fine, Judge. I was just wondering, I wasn't sure of who was doing what.
Right.
But I heard there was Edward and his crew.
So
They were doing-
Edward is very, very important to the mass vaccination site, and he
Yes, he
does
is.
a lot of work, and we're gonna get you that plan. And so you can see what he's in charge of and what he's doing versus what Global Spectrum is doing. And we can bring that, I suggested November 17th to give us adequate time.
That'll be good. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, thanks very much. Okay, so having said that, we'll move on to item H.
Yes, ma'am. Item H, a couple of questions on the letter of engagement on the front. It indicates any irregularities or illegal acts identified in the course of work will be communicated to the county judge and county auditor. I would like to say, just add county commissioners court to that. That was all I wanted to add there before we passed it.
All right,
And then the other question would be, I don't know where it says the initial cost not to exceed cost came from, so I'm trying to find out who suggested, I'm assuming the auditor maybe, but where we came up, because that's a pretty not to exceed large amount. I know they're different, I believe we need this, let me just start by saying that. I think this is different than Haggerty, but I want to make sure that we're not overpaying consultants and spending ARPA money where we don't need to, so if someone, Dale, if you could just tell me where that $400,000 exceed came from, and maybe my suggestion might be to lower it a little bit and bring it back to the court on a little more regular basis so that we just don't lose sight of it, but I'll let you answer me first.
Yes, the plan was that we're hiring Collier Johnson Woods to assist us in the ARPA funds. We know this ARPA funds goes to 2024 and expended to 2026. So we figured out that this probably need, even though it's for 1 year contract with extension of possible 2 or 3 years, we wanted to extend it through the entire possibility of the contract. A majority of the time when we have auditing done, it's around $100,000 to $150,000 a year. So we were saying we took the 2 or 3 years and we multiply that to get not to exceed 400,000.
So we have to spend the money by what year?
2026.
2026.
Okay. So I might just suggest, so that we as a court can continue to keep an eye on this, number, just to reduce it, and then come back and that way the court continues to see these and looks at it and makes sure that we're being good stewards of that money. So I think you're probably right. I think the number's going to end up being somewhere in that range. So I'm not offended now after you've explained it by the number, but I would like to have an opportunity for the court just to, have reports and be in front of, and sometimes when you have to extend your contract, you get a little more information from the people that you're contracting with. So I would maybe say on this original one that we reduced that original not to exceed 250, and then we can bring it back as needed, because that gives you a couple of years based on your number where we shouldn't have to worry about it. If it's 100, 150 a year, then we've got about 18 months of time. So that would just be my suggestion there.
I'm okay with it. It's the county attorney went through this with their lawyers, so I'm okay with reducing it to 250,000 if that's the will of the court and how the county attorney wants to address. We know that this will be at the very beginning will be very costly because it's going to be a very long, in-depth invest. But like I said, we expect them to help us out through the entire process of the ARPA funds. And at some point in time, when we renew the contract, then we can renegotiate the balances.
Okay, so I would just make a motion to pass with the amendments being that the Commissioners Court be added to the letter of engagement in regards to the sentence, any irregularities or illegal acts identified in the course of our work will be communicated to the county judge, county auditor, and Commissioners Court, and also changing the not to exceed $400,000 to $250,000.
Second.
Okay? And maybe just say through the proper processes, so that in that case, that rather than sending emails, that it comes through the county attorney's office through the purposes of.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So just
Sure.
add through the proper processes,
Yeah, that's fine.
okay? So that the legal ramifications are preserved.
And you can certainly put the county attorney on there as notification as well, Judge, to take care of what you're
Right.
indicating. I
That
think that's a good
that helps.
suggestion. No, I agree. So I would amend my amendment to include the county attorney in the notification process.
Fair enough. Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, that moves us to item L, and the VOAD grant. And who would like to speak about item L? And then M, I think that was Commissioner Gonzalez on M.
I pulled that just as to get, I just wanted clarification on what are we talking about here? Is there an amount we're talking about, or is this a new grant we're gonna authorize? the
Yes.
execution of a grant award?
Maria is here. Oh, there she is. Maria, would you summarize and talk about that for us, please?
Yes, so it is a new grant offered by, actually through DHS, through the Texas A&M Health Department and their sponsored education program. So it's vaccine outreach and education. It is $148,500 with no match required. We do not have the grant agreement yet. I was hoping to receive it by now and send it to the county attorney's office for review, so that's why I added the language within the recommendation that it is contingent upon obviously receiving the grant agreement and having the county attorney review for, any edits that are necessary. This grant will be used specifically for unvaccinated individuals within our community. It's geared toward having community engagement events, and especially now, we actually had a mandatory call at 9 a.m. this morning that we listened in on, and they really are pushing for education for the vaccine for children now that, the news came out that the Pfizer vaccine is authorized.
And this is coming from the state of Texas
Yes, state of Texas, the
Department.
Texas, yeah.
of Health Services.
Yeah, we saw it on TV too. What's the amount on this?
148.
148,500. And again, it can be used for outreach, education in the form of conducting safe community
This grant
input
will
meetings,
be
educational sessions.
Utilized with TAMU CC or what?
It's through, so the money is through the state, through Texas State Department of Health Services, but it is run through, so they've selected the Texas A&M Health System to administer the grant.
It will be administered by TAMU.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Do you have a motion at this time? Move approval?
No move.
Okay, I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and now the home delivered meals. Maria, will you stay with us for a little bit and answer any questions there?
The reason I pulled that also is because I know the home delivery meal, what they are, but I know it's also ratified as something that could have waited to court, but we just heard all about what happened about that, so,
I think there's an explanation here coming your way.
let's do it.
Maria?
Actually, I did not put that on the agenda, so that must have been
This
either
is from
Edward's office?
Yeah, this is from Edward's office.
Okay.
And Edward indicates that this is a waiver that they do every year. They had a hard deadline, I
That's
believe,
correct.
of the 15th. And so I think they took it to the courts, to your office for approval.
That's correct. That was an emergency to get that done, and again, this is a routine, every year is the same, and let me just remark that we're getting good dollars for an important cause.
We do it every year, that's why I brought it up, because that,
Yeah.
it's a routine thing we do.
Right. I think Edward just came up against a deadline. He needed to get it into the state. They were asking, I think, for some minor changes, like to change the Robstown
Correct.
address to the county address.
That's exactly what it was.
And
We
it's
lost track of
a,
the deadline really is what happened, and we're just trying to catch up. Okay.
Well, no, he didn't lose track of the deadline. The state asked for a change, and that change was.
What was the change?
Yeah, it was a change of an address. So it wasn't an Edward situation. It was just a time crunch with the state agency who asked us to do something. And by the time we got it back from the state on a DocuSign, because that's how they come, I was able to DocuSign for Edward.
Okay, so moving on.
Okay, thank you. Motion and a second. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, super. And Scott Cross, you are here to talk about item agendas 3A1. And Commissioner, you need to take a little, because this is yours.
Not be real fast. He talks around. I'll be right back. I just go to the bathroom.
Okay. All right. Well, I wanted a bathroom break too, but okay, Scott, why don't you speak and then we'll take an official bathroom and grab a cup of soup break. Go
Okay,
ahead.
number one there is for, it's an agreement through Coastal Bend Basin Estuarine Program. Actually, when Megan came on, when I bring on new folks in the environmental, natural resource positions, this is a great way for them to cut their teeth on doing grant writing. Now, Megan's got years of experience of this, so she knocked this one out of the park. But that's for 7,500 Basin Estuarine Program to do some educational signage and outreach, at Packard Channel Nature Park and up at IB McGee, especially once we get that retention pond built. So it's different. They're wanting us to execute what's called an agreement versus we've done contracts with them in the past. The beauty about this is that doing it in this method, it cuts down on a lot of reporting.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
And,
The one submitted, Judge, is
Yes.
not, is still needs some changes, I believe.
okay.
Does it?
In my office, there's a little bit, there's some indemnification issues we need to kind of iron out.
Can we approve subject to your all's review and approval?
Yes.
Because I don't know if the court really has any issues
So
with
I just took what
indemnity.
Francis gave me and ran with
Yeah,
it.
that's okay. Let's just approve contingent, Scott.
Okay.
Jenny will let you know if there's a substantive matter that the court needs to be made aware of. We'll bring it back. If not, the approval, I'd like to make the motion to be approved upon the contingency of the county attorney's office, making those edits and approving.
Second or move?
All right,
Is that-
second.
Did you
That's
make that
great.
motion, Judge? Did
Yeah,
you?
I
Okay.
motioned, yeah, go ahead.
Second?
Second, okay, that's great. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Scott,
Aye.
I looked, but I would like for you to tell me, you have no other
Number two.
agenda item on the regular agenda?
Next one.
Besides that one?
Nope,
We're good?
nope, I
Okay, so
don't.
we'll go to number 2 on CBI.
Okay, what this is I'm asking for a 60-day extension. Their current interlocal that they have with us, with all the work that Deidre presented and we presented previously, is due to expire on their current interlocal and end of this month. I'm wanting to extend it by 60 days so they can finish up the deliverables on tasks 1 through 4. And then, once I get to the end of the 60 days, you'll recall the commissioner had made a motion, Commissioner Chessie made a motion to allow me and, or Deidre and I to look at with the amount that's left on the old interlocal and the amount of the 50 grand that he's going to contribute for us to decide which tasks we want to do moving forward. And so I'll come back at a later time, just clarifying that for y'all, because I remember y'all were wanting me to do that. And right now, let's just clean up tasks 1 through 4, get that done, and I'll come back with an amendment. Now, why would I want an amendment versus executing a brand-new agreement? Because if I execute a brand-new agreement, I start the whole Texas A&M Corpus Christi administrative overhead cost again.
Process,
Yeah, and so this is a way to save money once we agree upon the tasks. But I will tell you this.
No cost to this
No,
60
none at all.
days?
No. Just 60 days, let them get done with task
All
1 through
right.
4.
And
Okay.
do we need to make this contingent, Jenny, is all good? All right, then motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Good
Aye.
job. Good job, Scott.
All right, thank y'all, bye.
Very
Thank you.
good. The rest is kind of in series 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7. They're all gonna come in a series, and they're all sort of with the same theme, but we do have a little bit of rocking going on, so I will take a 15-minute break for bathroom and grab, whatever it is that you need to nourish
Judge,
yourself.
are these in executive session too, I think?
Let me double check that.
Or were they gonna be talked? Yeah.
Go ahead and take our mics up. Okay, we're going to come back on the record. Commissioner Modis will be here any second, and the time is 12:31 for the clerk. And what we're going to do is tee up the American Rescue Plan Act, and in particular, discuss and consider the fiscal year 21-22 as it relates to premium pay distribution for the Nueces County Sheriff's Office, Association Collective Bargaining Unit members, and certain cadet correctional officers, including but not limited to. And then there's three arenas that we want to discuss here with the court. And just to set the table, you'll recall that several courts ago, the court made a decision to approve 20% premium pay for all those that find themselves under the collective bargaining agreement, and in addition to the correctional cadet officers, and specifically to those who work directly inside the jail. In order to achieve what the court's goals are, we learned that there are some specific decisions that should be made. This has been thoroughly vetted by Haggerty, who has the expertise in the room with regards to premium pay. We've had, goodness, lots and lots of calls and discussions. And so the three items that are before you are for the court to articulate with lots of clarity how we will process it. Because when you say 20%, that's just the beginning of the discussion. Then all the little fine details come into play. So the reason that they are timely to address Commissioner Chesney's earlier comment is because we asked if we were to make these decisions now, what would the time frame be to actually see a check? And for that, I'll yield to Dale, but just to put everybody on notice, the three items are that we would ask the court to approve the application of premium pay to straight hours worked, that the payment of payroll taxes and other covered benefit expenses be addressed, and the payment in excess of 150% of the state's average annual wage also be addressed, because that's a constraint inside ARP. And furthermore, I can represent that these issues have been discussed with the Sheriff's Officer Association, and they're here to confirm that they have had the opportunity to, weigh in, and it meets with their approval as to these items.
Judge, I have one question.
Yes.
On C.
On C.
I mean, everything else I see is okay. On C, the 150%, I think we're going to stay under the 150%, right?
Right, so what we want to explain here, and we'll yield here just right now to Dale, is that there's a couple of people that would be in excess of the 150%, and we have to make a decision on how to deal with that. So yes, you're right, you have to be under 150%. The question is, what happens when the 20% yields over that? And so let me now turn it over to Dale. Just hang on one second. Joe, you're at the podium. I just wanted you to make some comments that, that we've been in contact with you. We haven't been doing this in isolation or in a box.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. We have definitely met with the Haggerty team, and so the Sheriff Officers Association has definitely been on board with everything that's been going on, and we've been invited to all the meetings, and we don't have any issues so far as to what's written in the backup language for the three agenda items.
How about the 150%? You have an issue, we don't go over 150% for three people?
We have as the way it was explained to me, Commissioner, is that we can apply for waivers for those three individuals, and it's for the, and the reason is because they make over an X amount of dollars. I think it's $78,000 what the threshold is at.
Right.
And so those three people, one of them barely makes over the 78,000, and then the other two chief deputies, they make a little bit more over the 78,000. So we would definitely urge the court to try to get the waivers, or
right,
just stick to the promise of the 20%, because it was for everybody.
If we do that, will we hold back the process?
No.
No.
No, not at
No.
all. In
No.
fact, let's tend to,
Yeah, Mr.
yeah, these are just three people that don't meet the 150% requirement, that we would, as a court, make an allowance to deal with them separately. The first process would be a waiver. Dale, will you take over and provide the background, the explanation that's in our books? I'll be right back.
Haggerty went through the several calculations of what the average salary is for our area as well as the state. And then they take that average and they multiply it by 150%. And I believe it's like Joe was saying, is around $78,000 or close to that value. As he mentioned, our chief deputies of the sheriff's office currently already exceed that balance. And once we start making the premium pay, several might get close to those numbers. There is a clause in the ARPA funds that allow for a exemption of the 150% rule. And I know Haggerty is currently working on that exemption. It's up to the court to whether you want to exceed that or not. There are, like I said, right now there's roughly probably 3, maybe 4, once we start doing some other issues that might exceed those levels of the 150% bracket. But that's the only problem is that they currently exceed or will exceed the 150% of the state average of annual wages for the period of time that we're requesting. And it's up to the court whether we want to grant an exemption to that rule.
But those are all positions that are, I mean, we're talking a handful that are mainly in administration, right?
These will all be in administration. Your higher level, your definitely your two chief chief deputies, and maybe some of your assistant chiefs for the sheriff's office, and maybe your chief deputies for your constable will be close. But that's something we'll need to address when that process goes, depending on how it works.
Commissioner, I think that the numbers that we looked at, there's only 3 people. Like Dale said, that we have 2 chief deputies and 1 assistant chief deputy. So right now, we're looking at 3 now. However, you guys know that we currently hold about 60-plus vacancies. So those guys are working an extreme amount of overtime. So when we talk with the Haggerty Group, when we applied the 20% premium pay, it would only be applied to the salary, not the overtime, to try to keep everybody underneath that $78,000 threshold, to kind of make it fair and easier for everybody across the board.
And I appreciate that, Joe, because and I think those reflect too the numbers we talked about back then, because I think what Julie ran it back then on was on straight pay hours. So I appreciate doing that and the acknowledgement of that. So my question is, do you want us to vote on this one at a time, basically, because you got it as A, B, and C?
We have to make sure that how the rules apply, because we need to make sure that it's an agreement that I would do each separately to make sure we know the direction of the court. I would say we first need to make a motion on the application of premium pay to straight hours worked. I'm working with my staff, and we're calculating and developing our codes and the cost codes, and we're working as hard and as fast as we can. And our belief would be we might be able to start this on December the 10th. But once we start December 10th, we will go back to October 1, once we get everything running right, and make sure they're paid correctly for those period of times. But it may not be able to start to the 10th.
But I'm sorry. And so what is the total dollars that we are talking about if we do A, B, and C today, just to be?
If we have everybody employed and everybody worked 86 regular hours, it'd be right at around $3 million, not counting benefits.
I think we said like 2.8 the last time, but I'm not sure
That's
she
pretty
calculated.
close. That's pretty
numbers.
close. But
very
like Joe's
close.
saying, there's several vacancies, and those vacancies wouldn't count. So I wouldn't see if I'm doing some numbers for item 5. I know you'll be talking about that later in court, and I'm at 2.1 million.
Okay.
And Commissioner, with those vacancies, and that's just assuming that we're at 100% force, which we're not.
Right.
And so, I'm assuming that you guys will fund it at 100%, but just keep in mind that all the vacancies that we have, you will have some savings in the back end to that deal.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously can't do it for people who aren't there.
I mean, I wish we can fill those 60 vacancies tomorrow,
Right.
but I mean, the reality
Well,
of the world we live in is that we're not going to fill
And
those
the
vacancies.
most important part is by beginning this process, you create the framework and you hold the integrity of, timeliness, right? People
Right.
need to understand that there's action behind the hoopla of, we want to do this.
Right.
And we've worked really hard to create a consistency here across the board. And I think A, B, and C really merit movement today.
So
The only reason why I want to take these individual, because B is a very important item, because there are some benefits side of it, and
Let's
ARPA
do it.
funds allows these to be charged to the ARPA funds. However, the court can decide to not do the benefits, so, and right now, if you count all the benefits, which is retirement, FICA, Medicare, unemployment, and other issues, that's about 22%.
Bottom line is, that's included in that $3 million number, correct?
No, it's not.
That's
Just
what-
A.
Just A is 3 million?
Well, like I said, if you had everybody hired, like Joe was saying, we don't have everybody hired, and you did everything about 3 million, then you did take 22% of 3 million, so benefits would be 600,000.
Right, but if we don't have everybody, so I support this, but I would like to know the exact, or close to the exact number of what A, B, and that was my question, maybe I didn't, what does A, B, and C equal, so that the public is aware, so that we're aware, because it comes out of our ARPA funds, it's not it's not general fund taxpayer dollars, it's all taxpayer dollars, right, but it's ARPA funds, these are relief funds. So is there a way to calculate, because I support it, I just want to know what the
I
number
can give
is.
you an estimate. We've already started to try to get the information for item 5, which I'll be talking about in executive session. And right now, with item 5, going by the number of people that was hired in transfers and moves and vacancies, I'm at 2.1 million of regular salary and about $400,000 of benefits. So you can assume that's about how it'd be in the future.
Okay, but for A, B, and C, your number for A was 3 million if we were fully funded, or, I'm sorry,
And then
fully-
600,000
no,
would
fully
be
employed,
B.
Fully
which
employed.
we're not fully employed,
Correct.
so the number's going to be significantly less.
I would venture to say, and I'm just, this is just a educated guess, about $6 million probably total with the retro pay and the pay going forward, and that's just
Right.
a guess, you know what I mean?
But let's just
Okay.
take three,
Yeah, I'm
because I
just
think
taking
that's.
one
a
at a
s-
time. Yeah, don't
Let's
give me-
just take 3A,
Right.
Brent. Let's just, the estimate for 3A is approximately $3 million. The estimate for 3B is $600,000. That way, we articulated that. And then
But-
the estimate for C is the 20% of those 3 salaried employees that are already calculated inside A, but would need to be dealt with separately on how we use the eligibility of ARP.
But it should be significantly lower than the 3 and the 600,000.
It's already
Correct,
in the
correct.
3 million.
Correct.
Well, I think
There's
it's
so many
rough-
vacancies.
I think what he
Correct,
said a while
correct.
ago is roughly gonna be 2.7.
Well,
You
again,
know,
it depends on how many vacancies, how many, because, there are vacancies, but they fill them and they change over and over again, so we have multiple people coming in and going out.
Yeah, you fully fund when you do this.
It's still a process of, like I said, I did last year's numbers to try to start getting a full idea of what the retro pay would be, and right now I'm at 2.1 million. So let's assume around 2 to 3 million.
Okay,
That's
so,
for A and B.
And, okay.
C.
so again,
Without benefits, and you add 20% of the benefits, so 20% of that would be for around $400,000, 400 to 600.
I move passage of 3A, I'm sorry. of
okay, so I'm
regular
gonna have
agenda
you,
item
we're gonna formulate it just a little bit different, so we can say, you move, would you actually restate it? That the court is approving the premium pay to straight hours worked? Do it that
That would
way.
be my motion.
Okay.
Straight out, second.
And motion and a second on straight hours worked. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Judge, same.
go ahead.
Motion, payment of payroll taxes and other covered benefit expenses as well. That's my motion.
Al.
Payment.
One
Mo-
clarification on the motion, can we make sure you say those benefits we paid out of ARPA funds? If not, we'll have to go out of the general fund.
Yes, all of this is out of ARPA funds.
Second.
Okay,
Second
motion
out
and
of
a
ARPA.
second.
Second out of ARPA.
Motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then on the 3 employees that are, that payment on the 20% would exceed the 150% of the state average annual wage, our motion is to not only pursue the waiver pursuant to the ARPA statute, but irregardless, to be able to include them in our funding.
One more thing before you begin on that, Your Honor, there is another issue that
Okay.
Haggerty brought to my attention, that the premium pay cannot exceed $25,000 in entirety.
Correct.
So after we do retro pay and current pay, there may be some that already reached that number. Once 25,000 is hit, we have to stop.
So I'll make a motion separate in just a moment to cover that. But on the 150% of state average, there's 3 employees that we've identified that would be in excess of 150%. Joe's already given us the details.
Right.
One of them is like literally barely
Barely
over,
over.
barely smarily over. But that calculation already rests inside A. But what this court needs to do is recognize that as to those three, there could be a non-eligible expense attributed to ARPA. And so my motion is that we pursue ARPA waiver, and if not, pay from other funding source, which would be general fund. And the total on that, I think we said was under $10,000.
The full year, they're probably around $10,000 a piece, so we're probably talking about 30,000.
30,000, 10,000 each.
I don't know about, we gotta think about that general fund thing, though. Now, you threw that one in at the end. I didn't catch that one.
Well, there's no, if it's not eligible,
Law believes that the qualifications of being there, these are law enforcement officers, that there shouldn't be a problem with going above the 150%. But if we do go above 100% and the Treasury does not grant our waiver, that we have to be able to provide other funding sources to pay
and
for it.
remember, Brent, it's just gonna be the delta.
Right,
So
can we just
if
bring
e-
it back then? Because, unless, I don't know where, unless someone's throwing in in other words, I don't want to just say general fund if we don't have it somewhere.
But it's the delta. It's like, it would be nothing because we're gonna.
It'd be a very small amount.
We're gonna
for sure.
qualify them up to 150%. And then anything extra would have to come from general fund. So you can't treat, I don't want to treat anybody differently. But we're not talking about 30,000. That's 30,000 that
But
would
you just
be.
said 10,000.
Yeah, but see,
$600 per pay period, you multiply that by 26, and you get right around $10,000.
but up to 150% is okay. It's just the additional.
I got you. That's
So it's
fine.
super
I-
tiny.
That's fine.
Yeah.
No, I hear you.
Thanks a lot, Commissioner.
But how about
Appreciate
if we get you that number? But it's very small.
I'm
I mean,
good.
I think we calculate, it's very, very small.
I'm good, Judge.
Okay,
You're
all
right.
right. I'll make that motion, second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now, Dale's got an excellent point. If, we need to have one other motion. If you exceed the 25,000, that's our cap. In other words, the motion is to have a cap that comports with ARPA.
The Department of Treasury is.
Wait, is it
Has
25,000?
a strict cap that you cannot pay more than $25,000
So
in premium
you
pay.
can't go
Or
higher.
retro? That
For
doesn't-
for anything,
It has to
Brent.
be it's in its entirety, from
And
beginning to
going
end.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So if you hit $25,000,
Regardless of where it comes from.
right, we need to make sure that, I think Joe understands that, his deputies understand
Right.
that 25,000 is the max.
Oh,
And it's $25,000 per calendar year, right? Or is
No,
it, or
it's,
in
it's,
the entirety?
it's cumulative.
That's what I was,
beginning to
that's
That's
what I
our
was
cap.
clarifying, because
Okay.
I didn't,
Yeah, that's our cap. But again, we think that, and we'll run the spreadsheet, it'll affect very few,
Very few people.
very few
probably
people.
just the real high ones.
Right.
Yeah.
Those three, it's gonna
Okay.
affect those three, but again, they can go right up to 25,000, but that's it. So the motion is that the court acknowledges the Department of Treasury guidelines and the ARPA statutory guidelines, that we will not exceed 25,000 for any individual cumulatively on retroactive or, pay, what we call premium pay.
Right.
And that's
And the association is
Second.
100% on board with that.
motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we've created a great framework. We're not here to promise you that we won't need additional agenda items as we can further consult, but now Dale has something to build
If we can
upon.
get this started quicker, we will, but we're working with our retirement system. We're also working with our software company to be able to input this in correctly and make sure it meets all the IRS requirements, all the basis requirements, because that is also, when we get to the retro side of it, that has some additional issues that we need to address.
Get on the retro, will they get like, once we get it addressed, will they get a lump sum? Okay. So they'll get one big check
Well,
and then,
actually, we talked about that with the sheriff's officers. It's really what Dale can do with ease. We would love to have a divided by 12, so it's not, but it's whatever the auditor makes the recommendation.
And we're just trying to make it easier for
He did-
Dale too, because I know it's a lot of work and I know it's a lot of numbers, and especially when they go back to the retro and start looking at.
Issue that we probably need to bring up, because if we do it at a one lump sum, it's one lump sum on your IRS tax
Right.
forms.
That's what we,
And if you get $10,000 additional income, is a lot of taxes.
Yeah.
So I'll work with my staff. I don't believe it's an issue to be able to do it more than one period of time. We might go from October to the next.
6 months.
Whatever left of the fiscal year, and say that
Yeah.
there's
I think we
112
could-
or whatever. And
I think that you can advise the court the minute you make that decision, but I know that Sheriff's Office Association and I have discussed that exact matter, and we think that that makes good common sense.
I don't want to hurt anyone's, because it will be a
That's right.
large tax burden.
Right, so we don't want to, we think it's smarter to have it divvied out. Okay, now, on item number 4, Belinda, that one was for the elected Nueces County law enforcement officials, and I think Dale was looking for, again, this is the kind of clarity that we had in our motion, not included electeds. Is that
Except-
correct? Is that the clarity you're looking for, Dale?
When you pass this, it was just the collective bargaining agreement employees as well as the cadets. Then you went off on later on for the other individual people working within the jail, but it was never an issue of the elected officials. I believe that was never an addition, or never an item, so we're just determining whether this is something, a matter you wanted to address.
A motion and passed that it would
Yeah.
include the sheriff and the constables.
Okay.
We did that at the prior meeting,
That what?
that we would include the sheriff and the constables in the deal. There was a motion made, I made it, and someone seconded it, and we passed it to include the sheriff and the constables.
Yeah, everybody that's in the collective bargaining agreement, they are part of the constable's office, so,
Right, so they're already in.
Right, but
These are
the
the elected
constables
officials.
themselves.
or the elected constables,
The
yeah.
elected
Yeah.
I can
constables.
speak on that.
Right.
Correct. So we made a separate motion. I made a separate motion to include the sheriff and the
sheriff
elected
I
constables.
think the sheriff declined.
And I think the sheriff did
I
decline.
think that's true.
But I mean, we've already made the motion is what I'm saying, so that should be on record already. But if we want
Right,
to make
so I
another
think
one-
that the thing to do is, we should issue a notice, just like you said, hey, I don't want to have anyone say that I'm, getting a pay raise. Because electeds are treated differently and they think differently. So if we could send out an official letter asking them to accept or decline, I think that would be
If they-
important.
We will have to, we'll send a letter out because that's why it was an issue, because we've already published their salaries in the
That's
papers
correct.
in accordance to the law, and now this is adding to their salary. So I don't know if it's an issue that we're now adding to the salary.
It's not a salary, though.
The supplement.
Still, still supplements and considered a salary.
Yeah, but it's a supplement.
Still, it's still considered salary, and the law says we must
Anyway,
advertise.
but don't argue with your auditor,
No,
he's
but at
telling
one point,
you.
They'll come back to the regular salary, right? Once
So-
you get through with this
well-
year, you'll come back to the regular salary, right?
No.
No?
Yeah. They don't get this forever. They get it. We made it, the motion was just
I know this is still
specifically.
premium pay, but when during the budget cycle, we are required to issue and put in the paper the salary of every elected official within the county, according to the tax laws.
Okay, yeah, well,
And we said this is what your salary is. Now you're adding to that.
Yeah,
But once,
bonus
once
goes
they
back
get
to-
it, then
Yeah,
it
that's-
goes away. It's a two-time thing.
well, we've just done it for 1 year.
That's what I'm saying.
We've
But
only done
still,
it for
it's
1
still-
year.
It's still
I thought we
adding
did
to
it
the salary that
retroactive,
we've
too.
already published that they're getting. So I just want to make
Oh.
sure it's not a legal
Going
matter.
Yeah, I
You can go
think
back
that,
and look at that
the issue is that, the court should just go ahead and declare that we're going to send a letter asking them to elect to opt in or opt out.
Returned.
And
to-
we'll need
to-
that
to-
returned,
to-
because it's a
to-
tax law situation. It's really,
For the sheriff and the 5 constables.
correct.
That's the only one that get letters.
Correct.
That's correct.
I mean,
And it may need to be renoticed, and we can help with
I
that.
appreciate that.
Well, I need to make sure we read the law, because the law says this is your salaries, and we publish notices in the paper. We sent letters to them saying this is your salary, if you want to accept this. If not, send us letters. So I just want to make sure there's no violations.
And that's why this item was placed
how
there.
about we table this one until Jenny can go back
Okay,
and review that?
fair enough.
Is that
I
okay?
think that's smart.
Motion to table until the
And
17th?
second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
And maybe that also puts them on notice, since we're talking about them, that they'll call in and indicate what they're
Yeah, we talk
thinking.
about the elected officials, all right?
Yeah, the 5 constables that are elected
Not the
and the
constables.
sheriff.
Okay.
They're the only people
The
that I know of
constables, yeah, the elected ones.
that are
Yeah,
elected,
yes.
law enforcement. Okay? All right, so item number, and by the way, we just put it for November 17th on the table.
I did. Yes,
And
ma'am.
discuss and consider the retroactive. So now we've already discussed the forward, and we've touched on the retroactive, but this is to establish a date, right? So again, this is all cleanup, making certain that we have just a perfect record of what our intentions are. This is the date. And Jenny?
Yes, I would ask to pull, that before you make a motion regarding
Yes.
number 5, that we pull to executive.
Thank you. And so we will do that.
Pool to 17?
Yeah, 'cause she wants to have a legal discussion with us So item number 5, we will have a legal discussion in executive and then come back in open session if needed to take action. Okay, item number 6 is different because it's not talking about those covered under the collective bargaining unit. And it has the same types of discussion, though. And that are county employees in direct contact with those working in the jail, and employees in direct contact with arrestees. And so these were the folks that came before us that talked about how they book and fingerprint and perform maintenance duties inside the jail and have this very direct contact. And so just like item, which was it? 3, we want to make sure that we use the same exact parameters. Dale, is that your wish here? That the same parameters on 3 be given to 6, i.e. the straight hours worked, payroll taxes and covered benefits, and that nobody would exceed, in this parameter, I don't think, the 150%.
See that 150%.
Right, so it's really just A and B.
Well, the only other question on this, because the Sheriff's Office Association and the cadets were at a 20%, and when y'all make a motion on the regular employees throughout the county, it was at 10%, so we just want to know the percentage of what the premium pay would be for them, and when would this start, because you said all the regular employees would start on December the 1st, or I mean, January the 1st, or do we consider this the same as the collective bargaining agreement going back on October 1st, and is there any possibility of retro pay for them as well?
Okay, so I think the court, what we discussed was that anybody in this very special class of working inside our jail directly would be eligible for the 20%. And,
Judge, I think though there was a distinction, there is at least for me here, the distinction on this one is people
Direct.
who worked in an office that got potentially exposed to people who came out of the jail respectfully, and I don't know how that breakdown is, do not fall in the same category for me. Because again, I'm back to my same argument before, I think there should be different categories of how this is done. And in fact, I think we're gonna have to address in a little bit the whole retro pay for people who worked at home. I mean, like, I think that's an issue that now we have to either discuss in legal or here or whatever. So I don't, I think there were some who worked in offices who had contact with people who went into the jail, but to put people who worked in an office respectfully that weren't in the jail and weren't on the front line, that's a little difficult for me. I think they deserve more than the 10, but less than the 20. That's just my
okay,
opinion.
so
That's just
can
my
we
opinion.
just, can I bifurcate this for just a moment? Because there are people that work directly in contact in the jail. Those would include people that fixed toilets and did mechanical, and people who work inside with mental health. And so all that are working directly in the jail, it sounds like there would be all consensus.
Yes, ma'am.
That those, and we have a list.
And Judge, if I may, you know, we support this 100%, you know, without the people that, you know, that work in ID, you know, without the people that work in magistration, without the people in public works, without the people that support our officers that are there side by side working with us, you know, our job, we couldn't do our job. And so we support them 100%, and, you know, we feel like they should get the same deal that we got. And, you know, from the Sheriff's Association standpoint, we support those employees 100%.
Yeah, and I also want to say that remote work, it was not, nobody did remote work at the jail. Everybody that went into the jail.
Correct.
And although that we use the word, you know, jail, and sometimes it conjures up, you know, somebody incarcerated, the jail is one space, really. And it's, everybody working in that jail had exposure, in my opinion, to COVID-19 in a very different way than others who worked in different offices. Even those in offices had exposure unless they were doing anybody, according to our sheriff, who did not have some sort of a direct contact with people coming in and out of the jail. But we could certainly vet that. But if we want to just kind of get to at least step A, anybody that had worked inside the unit, is that the right word? Do we want to?
I mean, we can just say anybody who worked inside the sheriff's office per se, you know,
Right.
basically had exposure.
Right, That, but I'm saying, I think I want to take it the other way first. I want to say anybody that worked inside the jail, like
Okay.
the plumbers and the people who were working fingerprints, anybody, again, just the way it reads here, it's very well worded, in direct contact with those working within the jail and employees in direct contact with arrestees.
Public works and everything that people.
Anybody working in direct contact with arrestees and anybody working within the jail. And the question is that we need to make a decision, will they receive the 20%? And my motion is that they do.
Second?
Okay, motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I would like to further suggest that this is where it's very helpful to have an outside auditor. Dale, what we could do is ask, we do this for everybody anyway, justification, so that every member, provide a documentation as to their direct contact with the jail. They can do that through their supervisor, and by that, we can figure out if they qualify. And it might be that everybody qualifies, and that's what I wanted to share
So
with you.
who's gonna screen that?
We will need a
The
listing
auditors.
from, we will need a listing from all departments,
I can live
and
with
it's up to the departments to let us know, because we have no way of verifying it.
Right. But that's why we have
Sheriff can verify it.
No, I mean, yeah, I was gonna
department
say,
heads and sheriff.
we need one particular person, because if we remember,
How about
all
the
of those
sheriff?
people that came up, I mean, everyone felt justified that they.
How about
they
the
had been
sheriff? What do you
exposed.
think?
So I'm fine, as long as we identify that before we.
I think the
we leave.
sheriff.
Did we get a list of that? Didn't y'all do a list of that? I thought we were supposed to do a
The
list.
sheriff did provide a list to us, yes.
Let the sheriff provide a list to the auditor.
We
With
will
the
definitely need
right
We
documentation.
would definitely need to know on payroll of which ones qualify for the 20%. If not everyone qualifies, we need to know which ones to exclude.
And should HR be included? I mean, I
Sure.
would think that they need to have.
Sure, we can put together, and we can put together a working force, but the idea is that now that we've identified those in direct contact with arrestees or direct contact with those working within the jail, that's 20%. And then it's retroactive as well. Is that correct?
Do we have a copy of those rosters?
We'll ask the sheriff to, he certainly sent it the day that we were here in court. I'd have to look at it, but I'm gonna give him a chance to make sure that it's accurate, since he knows we're gonna submit it. But does the motion include, for clarity? Is that good? Kara, did you get the motion, the second? Yeah, no, I'm just saying, but you're good, you got the language, okay. Because it's, Dale, how about, do you have any questions?
We just need a direct, we need a listing of all the employees that we're talking about, because, and we need to make sure if it changes, and it's gonna affect payroll every pay period, so. It's something, if you're talking about, Public Works may have gone in the jail, but they don't do it every day, do we pay them 20% for all their time, or just time when they were in the jail?
So ARPA only allows us to pay if, for example, let's say you were remote 1 month, but then active 11 months out of the year, the fiscal year. You're not entitled to eligibility on that 1 month. So maybe, that's what I'm saying, let's do some cleanup here.
My concern, like you're saying, someone in Public Works goes and does the plumbing at the jail for 1 month, then the rest of the time they're in the other county buildings. How much time do we pay them premium?
I hear you.
Just the 1 month or the entire 12 years?
It's only the time that they're there.
No
Right.
activity reports and log reports and all the stuff. and
Right.
Sometimes we
So-
have a hard time receiving that from the sheriff's office.
And for clarification, though, the Public Works Department, like even at the annex, they're housed in the jail. And the Public Works, for downtown, their offices is like right underneath, so.
Right.
But the Public Works section, they mostly take care of the jail. So they're there, almost the
So-
majority of the time.
I agree, but I still need to know the employee numbers, employee names,
Right.
and activity reports of what
Right.
they're doing, so we can properly pay them correctly.
Right, so we'll
The
do
judge's motion
this.
covers that, because you were broad, you said anybody in the facility, and that includes Public Works too.
Why don't we do this? Again, we've made great progress on that which was the first to come before us. This was the second piece of it. Let us just sort of state, I want to make sure we cover 3 elements. One, what is the percentage? What is the time period? So I've heard 20% retroactive. What is the eligibility? Direct contact and/or with those working within the jail, right? So hear it correctly, direct contact with those working within the jail or direct contact with arrestees. And so what I'm now gonna say is that the next piece, for a future agenda item, is to sort of have a submittal of who those folks are, and the documentation that backs it up. And just so you know, Haggerty could assist in this endeavor as well. This is how we did it for personnel expenses under Coronavirus Relief Fund. We had to go through a painstaking process, but at least you can verify eligibility. I'm certain the sheriff and HR will work with us, and we'll just have to bring this back so that you can accept the roster and the justification.
On that issue, we made, like I said, we'll still be able to proceed with the Sheriff's Office Association and the
Correct.
constables on December the 10th because we need an entire list of employees. This may take longer.
Judge, I am 100% comfortable, and I thought that was a motion with
Yes.
whatever the sheriff submits to you, that we'll accept. I don't need to see it again. I trust the sheriff
Okay.
to do this the right way. And if someone kicks it back, then great, because I know the sheriff's gonna take care of his people.
So you
and
feel
I'm
good
okay
with
with
that?
As long as we get a listing from who are
Just
the
giving
payroll
you
and it doesn't change every pay period.
As long as he doesn't change every
Well,
payment.
no, and he's gotta give you a list of who did it.
I know.
I mean, that's on the retro.
And
that's-
also, and the time frame, right? The time frame. And what we'll do, I think the only concern for Dale is the time frame. Let us work with the sheriff on that. Maybe, like Joe said, there's no issues. Maybe the time frame is consistent. If it's inconsistent, just like those 3 folks for 150% get treated differently, we'll have to treat people differently if the time frame was they were there for 1 month out of the year, okay?
As you mentioned, we just recently hired Collier Johnson and Woods. We'll bring them in on staff. Have definitely some workshops with the court as well, as well as the sheriff's office to try to get the proper listing of employees we're addressing. And we'll bring those before court before we do any action.
And
I think-
obviously, if Collier Johnson Woods, and this is kind of what I brought up earlier that I kind of let go, was if they find something that we got to bring any of this back for, because they come in as an independent auditor, that's what we've got them for. So, we'll
Yes.
come back and clean it up, but we want to get that done because we want to get these people paid.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
We agree.
Super. Okay, I feel good about that then, that we've moved forward. Okay, item 7, again, is different because it is the rest of the county employees. That was sort of what happened the following week when we decided to issue the 10% premium pay. And we said, the caveat was, we had a lot of work to do on that piece of it, and that we would start it in January, and there was a lot of vetting to do. But again, creating a framework for those, let me be very specific, who qualify. For those who qualify, we have to go through the same exercise. Straight hours worked, payroll taxes and covered benefit expenses. Anybody that falls under the 150%, we need to address that, and it might be different here, but we're about to find out. And the most important thing is there's an ineligibility for remote work. In other words, premium pay is given for those folks who found themselves in harm's way. And it's not a measure of how much you're valued. I know lots of people worked remote and we couldn't have done it without them, but for ARPA, it does require you present. You can't be eligible if you worked remotely. What if you worked remotely 1 month and you were here all the other time? It says, okay, you just can't receive for that 1 month.
God, what a lot of work we're putting on you. Sorry, man.
Well,
Wow,
but
this
but that's why Collier Johnson Woods is here, and that's why Haggerty's here. And just remember, I mean, it's an opportunity to take care of people and an obligation on the county to get it done right. So is it a lot of work? Yeah. As they say, welcome to our world.
Question on this is this only current pay or are we trying to do retro on these as well?
So we decided, the court said no retro. It was just going
Going
forward for
there
1
shouldn't be
year.
an issue if we have to work with the departments to make sure they're working legally here at the courthouse and that shouldn't be an issue. But if we're talking about retro, that'd be a significant amount of
Yeah.
time and effort.
No, we said no because that was the will of the court the last time.
So do we get the department heads to submit a list
Yes, sir.
of how many months they worked, or
Yes.
No, this is going forward. So
Going forward.
Going forward.
We still have to have a payroll saying they are actually at the courthouse or at their workplace doing their job. If they are working from home, it does not qualify.
Judge, I would make a motion on
Thank you.
7A to pay the 10% of the application of premium pay to straight hours worked going forward. And when are we going to start that? January 1, I think, is our.
January 1st.
That was our
January
original
1st.
motion. So
And
I
just
would make
read that parenthetical as well,
Let's see, other than.
for those
working
people other
within-
than,
sorry, other than those working within the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or law enforcement.
okay, I'll second that. And again, this is letter A, straight hours worked.
Let me,
Clarification, we need to make sure you also address the people that we're paying in six, because if we're counting public works or other items that may not be part of the sheriff's office or
Thank
law
you.
enforcement, that needs to be
Can you
excluded.
go ahead and add
You know
a
what,
comma?
I gotta pull back on this one. This is the one I abstained on because I thought we should have categorirized. So if someone else will make the motion, because
I'm
I'm gonna
happy
keep
to.
abstaining on this just because of
I'm
the
happy to. So
lack of
I'm gonna make the
categorization.
motion to do, consider the premium pay for those Nueces County employees, other than those working within Nueces County Sheriff's Office, law enforcement, or not in direct contact with those working within the jail or with arrestees, be given the designation of premium pay to straight hours worked. And premium pay is defined in this category of employees at 10%.
okay, I second that, but again, I second by the discussion, I'd like to just,
Go ahead.
if we're gonna do that, how, we're gonna still get the records from who? From the department heads?
We will have to get their time and attendance from the timekeepers like we currently do, and they'll have to verify from the department director if they were actually at their place of employment.
It could be a month or 2 or 3 or 4. So whatever they are, whatever they were, they get paid for those months, right?
Well, we pay every 2 weeks, so we have to have every information within every 2 weeks. So we don't pay per month.
I know we pay every 2 weeks, but I'm saying, they would get, say for instance, they were here 7 months. They were out 3 months. So they'll
Right.
get paid for 7 months.
That's correct.
Right, that's what I'll make sure.
Yeah. And all of this will be verified.
And this is for everyone else, number 7.
Yeah.
Everything, every position.
At minimum, yeah.
So Public Works, Inland Parks,
Public works that are not working in the jail, correct? In the parks, island parks that are not associated with the jail or working within the jail, and all other departments of the county, your district clerk, your county clerks, your JPs, your records management individuals, yes, that includes everyone.
because, I mean, I had said before, and, you know, my concern was that there were some positions that were still exposed to this, especially at least in the early days, and that were dealing in hot zones, that were dealing with prep, they were dealing with traffic control, with a lot of the hands-on or proximity.
The windows before we put the glass.
So, I mean, I would like to see some separation there. I don't know, but if legally we can, if we can, I would like to see a separation of some positions that we talked also about, social services as well, and trying to think of all the different departments or employees that were involved in that. I'd like to see them just at a little bit difference in percentage, right? And that would be my.
And that would be the court's direction. You can identify certain, like you said, social services that actually deal with the homeless coming in or those coming in that could have COVID. Most definitely, those were helping set up the vaccine sites, but we would need to be identified who those would be and at what percentage to pay.
And I think we've identified them before. We've talked about them at least a couple of times already during previous meetings. And I'm just going off of recollection, but I know that those are at least some of the departments and employees.
And Commissioner, one thing I want to do is on number 7 is establish the framework. I support your concept. One thing I need to go back to Haggerty is there may be a requirement besides so there's a requirement that you can't have remote work, but there also is a requirement, I think, for COVID-19 nexus. And so that might solve our problems there. All I'm saying is number 7 is really less about, we can still make some tweaks here. If you'd like to maybe put that on our motion for November 17th, it would give Haggerty the time to come and just give us a little bit more info on what we can and can't do. But 7 would at least be the minimum, kind of the floor. But I'm trying to recollect, Dale, besides remote work, I don't know if you can get premium pay unless you had a COVID-19 nexus. Does anybody recall that?
I believe that is the threshold of what Haggerty's saying. That's why we're going to bring our auditors in to do a review. They are specialists in auditing federal grants, so they'll help Haggerty and them know what the requirements are. The way the Treasury says, it has to be a COVID type related event, so someone may not qualify in this excess
That's
of
what I
being
wanna
quoted,
share.
but we want to make sure how do we address those. And the other issue on number 7 is the 150% excess. Now, we have a caveat for a waiver on the law enforcement side of it, but I don't believe we have a waiver of availability on the regular employee side. So there are a significant number of employees that exceed 150%.
Right, so on that one, it's very different because in the sheriff's law enforcement, they're working inside the jail and they're working in law enforcement, and it would only apply to 3 people. On this one, commissioners, we would recommend in emergency management that we stick to the 150% and no
was-
greater.
talking over
Was there
90
some
employees.
exception on this one on the DAs? I can't remember,
Well,
because they got.
yes, but we can, that comes from, we could make that apply from lost revenue equals government services.
No, I mean-
So you don't have to worry so much about them.
Are they included in this motion is what I'm
Oh,
asking.
they're not.
They were not considered premium pay, there was a salary increase. That's continuing on after the event.
And we're gonna fund that through lost revenues. Remember, we put 50% towards
But I was
GF.
just saying,
Correct.
because everybody was talking like it was everybody else, but we didn't talk about the DAs yet in regards to excluding them in this motion, is what I was just getting to.
That's correct. We
So-
should have,
They got the 20%.
Right, they got a big bump.
right.
And
So,
so I agree with John in principle, and that was why I abstained the first time, because I don't know what the right number is, but I think people who have direct contact are different than people that don't have direct contact and sit in offices, and so I agree with you. I don't know if we're gonna end up at the same point on the number, but that was why I abstained the first time, was just because I didn't feel like it was, you know, I just think people who are actually getting exposed on a regular basis should get more than those who aren't.
I agree, and, you know, if today we're setting a minimum, you know,
Yeah.
let's establish that, and then I don't have no problem if we can come back and bring this and discuss more and get some clarity, just so that I think most of us are in
Yeah,
agreement that
we
we
are.
feel that there should be some way to distinguish between those that were actively involved, and we know some departments were still wiped out just because of their interaction, and I don't know how they handled that, but like I said, I mean, there was people that were working 12-hour shifts or more, 18-hour shifts, especially on the early onset of the testing and then the vaccine administration, and they were directly in there at the fairgrounds, they were directly involved there at the Old Spawn Memorial Site, and a few others. And then I keep thinking of Rebecca's staff there in social services who
Went into
face
people's
to
homes.
face, going into their homes. And so, I mean, those are just a few once again. And so,
Yeah.
I don't want to hold it up today, but I think if we can bring part of it back and explore it more, I'd be in favor of doing both.
Well, the real question though is, John, is, are we doing this backwards? Should we be paying and I don't know what to say, the non-law enforcement employees retro and not going forward, because the retro is when they were exposed. And so should we reverse it and say,
Just pay them the retro.
pay the retro?
you just
because-
put Dale into cardiac arrest over
I get it.
here.
I get it,
We
but-
all
but the
understand
reason
it. It's
it's
just an
$1
auditor's nightmare, but that, obviously, we agree with you, and we've had many, many discussions about that. What it really boils down to is that it's gonna be the same amount of money for the employee, but
Except
if
all
we
the
could
new
ask,
employees that haven't done anything. Like all the new employees that started, that weren't here last year, they're gonna get paid for doing nothing. They're gonna get this supplement.
Well,
When some of the
but
past
I just-
employees might have left, should
Yeah.
have gotten a supplement.
but we're
right?
still inside an emergency. That's the hard part, is that COVID-19 exists today. It's different, but it's, the purpose of premium pay is to, I think that the most important thing is, let's set the framework for Dale. That's all this is, and then how about November 17th? We can just focus on this one. My goal today was to tackle the law enforcement, and we've done that successfully.
What if
I have a recommendation, I don't know if it's, I know we're in discussion, but what he said was a good point, Commissioner. I'm just saying, is there a way, or we can do it or not, like Commissioner, what you said a while ago, if we go retroactive from the point it was really the pandemic, people were here, people were getting sick. I mean, in the say we go 5% across the board, 8% across the board, everybody gets something because they were here during the whole pandemic until it started taking, because they didn't start going home until several months after that. People weren't going home right away, people were going home, because after maybe, 6 months and 7 months, I know they were here a good 6, 7 months before they started going home, because they say you can go home in the pandemic, work out of the house. And so I think the work was done by everybody previously. And so I don't know if we can do across the board to,
Right. The problem is that most of us worked, not us, but most of our employees did work remotely, and they do not qualify for remote work. It's ineligible. ARPA is not eligible for remote work.
Yeah,
So
no,
that
but
is the
before
problem.
that- Before the remote came on board.
No, it's,
No, I know they were all here for about 6 months before it started going remote. So in those 6 months, it was really, I think, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but when this whole thing started, we're doing the drive-throughs and all that, people were still working here at the county courthouse. They didn't go, we didn't use a remote till maybe 5, 6 months after we were into this
so-
pandemic.
yeah, actually, it's not, I don't think you have your time frame right. So the disaster was basically declared in March 13th, 2020. And then by the summer, we were already in, in a major surge, okay?
no, I
So
agree with her,
I'm just
Judge.
saying to you, April, May, June, right? So it's a very short window. And then we'd have to go back and look when the Texas Supreme Court issued their orders and trials were no longer, available. No, I know. It just, let's do this. Let's be satisfied that we've tackled the law enforcement piece of it, including those that have worked directly with the jail. Let's set, again, the framework. All we're really deciding is how we're gonna use work hours, straight work hours. Will benefits be a part of it? Do we want anybody to gain excess of 150% where we'd have to seek a waiver? And let's agree that ineligibility for remote work. That's all you're doing here right now.
Well, but-
Set the framework, and then we can come back for the actual who qualifies and percentage.
Okay, so, and the other thing I just kind of thought of as I'm sitting here, what you could do is you could go retro for those who didn't work remote, that aren't included in
Yeah,
collective bargaining, the ones we haven't covered. So for those who didn't work remotely,
yep,
that are eligible for ARPA, we could go back and do that for some of those employees and then figure out what to do going forward. Later is what you're saying, Judge, is we're
Yeah.
not gonna do you just
that's,
want.
what, that's so important, and if you wanna bring the court a dollar amount, which I do, I've gotta have a framework, which means I gotta know how we're paying people, what's included, who's, when you hit the 150%, do you have anybody come in? And then anybody with remote work not in. These are the elements of item number 7.
But with 5, we passed it.
It was
pretty-
different.
it
We know
was
exactly
different.
who it is.
Okay, so on this one, you're, in other words, if you're saying, that you just want to just agree on the concepts of straight hours work.
Yes.
Payroll taxes.
Yes.
Payment in excess of 15% and
Yes.
the ineligibility for remote, I'm good with the
Yeah, let's do that, and then
If
on the
that's all this
17th,
is
let me see what
concepts.
else we can bring back. That'd be great.
Excuse me, Judge. Excuse me, Judge.
Yes, sir?
What about, I know I've been hearing all this, y'all discussing back and forth, people from parks and what, the people from parks, are they gonna be excluded or are they gonna be included? Because a lot of them worked during the pandemic and they interacted with the public.
Yeah.
Whether they were in the office or out in the park area.
I totally
And then there-
agree. Nobody's excluded right now.
Okay, and then I think we had some employees helping out or working in the IRT part, in different locations.
Right.
Will they be included as well?
Right, so right now, Commissioner, the concept is that other than the law enforcement and those that we've identified who had direct contact in the jail or with arrestees, or if they're not a cadet correctional officer, everybody else is eligible if they meet a requirement. Right now, all we're doing is doing a framework. Nobody's excluded right now. Next agenda item, we will bring forth, we had set the floor at 10%, and there's a will, it seems, to create a different schedule that for certain people that really had interaction, just like you have interaction that's direct contact, veteran services, social services, there's some that have, a little more direct, not a little more, they have direct contact with the general public. And so the next time we come, we'll identify those. This is an idea, this is to get us agreed on the rules.
Okay.
But this is not including the district attorney's office that got
Thank
the
you.
separate amount.
This is not including the district attorneys that got the separate amount, which the only reason I didn't want to confuse people, I'm sure it will, but we did allocate 50% of that increase to American Relief Plan, but not from premium pay.
Right.
Okay? From another resource, which is called lost revenue, which allows for government services to be paid from that bucket. So just I wouldn't even,
Okay, so we're just passing the concept. I'd call the
Right.
question on that.
all right, and I think I'm gonna take
Can I-
that as the motion.
Yeah, can I clarify though, on the 150%, y'all are saying y'all are not
That's
gonna wanna
correct.
do it on this one?
That's correct, not.
Correct.
In other words, 150% will make the cap there. Okay?
So we're not gonna go above that, right?
Unless somebody brings better information,
For
but
now,
right now,
today.
I believe my cursory explanation has too many that qualify,
bring it back
too
later.
many. Emma, you had a question. We missed a vote, ma'am?
You changed it, Commissioner Chesney, and you second to, you made the motion and Commissioner Gonzalez seconded.
Is that okay, Commissioner Chesney?
Yeah, since
think
it's
he's fine with it.
conceptual, I'm okay with the conceptual.
Yeah, so it's just the concept,
Yeah, but
okay?
the
So I'll keep with the motion
Second.
and second. And again, the clarification is the 150% is the cap, okay?
Nope.
And it does not include, and the county attorney would like us to have in the motion, does not include the district attorney's office, which are funded from a different source.
Well, but no specific funds or anything. We're just passing, that this is, we're gonna go forward on whatever we end up specifically coming up
Right.
with.
Next time, what I'll do for the agenda is we'll come up with a date and the groupings. Okay? And the metric, 12%. I mean, I'm gonna ask for some guidance here from you guys too, you can suggest. Teresa, do you wanna grab that mic?
Judge, you also stated, it's not retro and it's effective January
That's-
1st.
At this point,
2022.
yes, we still wanna stick with January 1st, because that's the time frame that we think we can work with efficiently. And it's not retro unless somehow retro serves a purpose, right? And we'll see how that works later.
It would if it was people not working remote.
And it might, so let's work on that, right? Again, it was a lot to bite off of just law enforcement. Now that we've moved past that hurdle, now we can put our focus over here. There's so much work that goes into getting to this point. I appreciate us taking it in these steps.
So Judge,
Okay,
basically,
do I
your original motion is, we're right back. to the
Yeah.
Original, okay.
With the district
Yeah,
attorney, that's
okay,
about the only
that's fine.
caveat. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Same sign. Okay. Maria, are you back? Yeah, she's online. Maria Bethia is here to talk about FEMA as it pertains to BRIC grant programming, and BRIC is an acronym for Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities. Maria, would you share with the court a little bit about BRIC, its timetable, who's helping us, and maybe summarize the meeting that you and I had with those specialists?
Sure. So sorry, I got caught on a phone call and couldn't run downstairs in time. So yeah, FEMA released their funding announcement for what we're calling BRIC. As the judge said, it's Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities. This competition is nationwide. There's $1 billion available in this particular fund. And because it's so competitive and it's so big, we thought it was important to bring just kind of our potential project ideas to court. So BRIC is designed to increase resilience and public safety, reduce injuries and loss of life, and reduce damage and destruction to property, critical services, facilities, and infrastructure from natural hazards, as well as effects from climate change. So there's some specific priorities that FEMA is looking to fund this particular year. And those priorities are to incentivize natural hazard risk reduction activities that mitigate risk to public infrastructure, mitigate risk to one or more community lifelines, incorporate nature-based solutions. There's actually extra points for this particular priority, and enhance climate resilience and adaptation. This competition is allowing applicants to submit up to $50 million in a grant application, but there is a 25% match that is required for this program. If you recall, we went out for RFP for grant application and project management all the way to close out for FEMA competitive grants. And BRIC is one of the ones that were listed in that RFP. And that RFP was awarded to Hagerty, and the contract was executed on October 18th. The due date, however, for BRIC is fast approaching. It kind of has a two-step process. So while the application deadline for FEMA is not until January 28th, we do have to submit the project to TDM, who's kind of like the first level of review, by December 3rd. So it would be a 3-year project. Again, you know, we did have a preliminary meeting with Hagerty and kind of threw out some ideas. Because the deadline is fast approaching, we tried to kind of go back and see, you know, what projects that we had are kind of not necessarily shovel ready, but kind of have some scope of work written, some budget background. So we thought, you know, the projects that we submitted for the Hurricane Harvey competition under our Community Development Block Grant Mitigation, which we called CDBG MIT. And those two, kind of the bigger projects, were the Living Breakwaters project and the Coastal Parks Comfort Stations. So we kind of threw out those ideas. We also threw out the idea of Hilltop. To Hagerty, we had a preliminary meeting after they got a chance to kind of review some of the background information that I provided to them. And they really feel like the Living Shorelines project it meets all of the BRIC criteria. It's the best kind of project that we can put forward, especially because there's such a big commitment. So again, there's a 25% match for this grant, and there's a lot of community commitment to this project through, you know, Conrad Blucher Institute, the Hart Research Institute, Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries. There's a lot of interest in this program that we feel like we can get a lot of support for. If you remember, the CDBG MIT application was a joint application between Nueces County and the Port of Corpus Christi. So the port has a vested interest. You know, the city of Corpus Christi has a vested interest because we're looking at the living breakwater for the North Beach area. Our CDBG MIT application did include Port Aransas and Ingleside on the Bay. However, you know, because of the dollar amount that we're looking at here, we will have to kind of cut those pieces out and focus really on North Beach, especially again, because there's so much engineering that's been done, so many studies on the economic impact of what a living shoreline would do for North Beach and just the entire community, especially with, you know, hurricane season. We got sort of lucky this year. So again, that's kind of the project that we're looking at. But we wanted, again, because it's such a big competition, we wanted to start throwing out these ideas to the Commissioners Court so we can start, you know, developing the application and bring that, or at least a very rough draft, to court on November 17th.
Awesome job, Maria. The only thing that I would add is that this is a super tight time frame, but we have this advantage that we've already submitted in different ways, you know, living breakwaters. And on the Hilltop, this was really my idea. And at first, the Hagerty team was like, I'm not really sure that this is going to work. But then when we pivoted and showed them that this is much more than building a community center, it's about a net zero carbon footprint, it's about sustainability, it's about green infrastructure, it's about resilient living. They all of a sudden went, wow, well, this actual concept might get somebody's attention. And so in order to, and this is relatable to item number 13 in a little bit, but it's going to be really important if we're going to consider that, that we work with David Richter on that concept. But $50 million is the maximum. My only suggestion to Maria was we're going to dig a little deeper to see if we can have two applications in at the same time. I mean, the answer is yes, we can, of course, but sometimes there's strategy that says, put your best foot forward. In other words, get behind one project. But this one is so different that it might be good for us to get feedback. In other words, we'll want to apply for other grants with regards to Hilltop because it's such an unusual type of building. This might be a good exercise for us, even if it doesn't get us what we, want, which is dollars. But I would be interested in hearing what Commissioner Hernandez says about that. But on the living breakwaters, we think that that would bode very, very well inside a brick. Because they ask you, what are you protecting? That's the other question in brick. What infrastructure are you protecting? I'm not really sure we can answer that positively on Hilltop, but we can use other metrics, right? But to boost our score. But on living breakwaters, we have the Perriman Group report, and the Perriman Group report exemplifies exactly the economic impact we're protecting. So that's the background. We wanted to bring it to court because we need to make a decision, and Michael's saying something, so I'm going to get him to come to the podium, and then we'll get your all's comments. Go ahead, Michael.
I just want to make sure that I understand correctly. The item that, Maria, you're referencing is the contract that was awarded to Haggerty, and I believe it indicates that they would have a work authorization. Is that something that would come on the 17th when you bring that other information?
So typically the work
describe-
authorizations just go through the county judge's office, but we can certainly bring it to court. But we do need to get started, so
Yeah,
again.
I didn't know what the mechanism was, and I didn't
Yeah.
see it attached, so I just wanted to make sure
Yeah,
that
because
that
we
was
wanted to
covered.
make sure the court was going to weigh in on the projects, because we got to get super started, like, we got to get jump started. But brick is, what's exciting is that Haggerty's won a brick before, like, very recently.
Oh.
And it's probably the most competitive in the country, but it's also a big tick. You just don't see the 50 million price tag very often.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
Maria, anything else for the court? I'm going to open it up to comments about the projects. I think what you and I were looking for was a nod so that we could at least focus. They basically said that the comfort stations wouldn't score well, that it's not a wow factor, and it wouldn't meet it wouldn't score
Yeah,
high
so
enough.
that wouldn't meet that one priority for like nature-based solutions.
Right.
Because it would just be, again,
Right.
elevating those,
And
those
the-
bathrooms on the island. So, and I didn't mean to just kind of gloss over, Hilltop. We did talk through it, at length with Haggerty. They think, it's potentially a really, really great project, but because we are still in just kind of like the design development phase, one big component of any FEMA competitive grant is a benefit cost analysis. And the data that it takes to enter into that FEMA software is pretty extensive. So again, I think, come brick next year, because it is becoming an annual program, I think Hilltop would be better poised to kind of just hold, let some of this design work be done, and then it's a very good potential project for next year.
Right, that's what I was going to tell Commissioner Hernandez, is that we'll get to do it right. If the court will suggest today that these are the best projects to go forward, we could submit the living breakwaters because we have all the data on it for this year. And then next year, which is literally right around the corner, we would submit Hilltop for next year, but we don't even have design yet, so we don't have enough to run that BCA. And, but it's certainly exciting, and we could build together a great application.
Excuse me, so are we saying you want to put a hold on Hilltop and on the, what is it, number 13? Mr. Richter?
No,
Telling
no.
him not to proceed?
No, sir. No, absolutely not. It's the opposite. It's on item number 8, I'm identifying that I believe that Hilltop would be a great project for brick funding for FY '22, which is just around the corner. But for FY '21, in the next 30 days, we should use the Living Breakwater grant because it has a match that's out there of $30 million in our community that we can use and leverage, and it's ready. It's not really 100% ready, but it's in great shape to be able to run with that project. But I wanted you to know that Hilltop would be the project for 22, which we'd start working on now, I guess is what I'm saying. We'd start working on it now, but it's not ready to submit in 30 days.
I understand, Judge. And you and Maria are the experts on how this grants work, so, I'll follow your lead.
Well, and it's super exciting because, I mean, like I said, when we first told them, they said, oh, I don't really know this would work. And then the more we told them, it was as if a light bulb went off and they're like, we can't wait to get to work on this. So they will contact you and we'll start to work on it, but it won't be submitted till next year.
You need a
I
motion.
agree,
And I
that's
would
fine.
like a motion.
Second.
Okay, so the motion, Commissioner Chesney, is to pursue the living breakwater and for 21 and 22 Hilltop Community Center.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, motion in a second. Maria, you've got some marching orders now. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, great.
Thank you.
If anybody wants to help on the living breakwater, we could use some extra hands. I'm saying that countywide. I mean, it's not like a voluntold thing, but it's probably the most exciting project in the water, the Corps of Engineers. Everybody will have a hand in it. I'm really offering this this would be extracurricular. You don't get paid for it, but it's a wonderful grant if anybody's interested to work on.
Judge, I think 9 and 10 are just cleanup.
They are.
items.
Do we have a motion? 9 is the
Motion.
rescission of an order to clean up a couple of words that we didn't have properly articulated last time. Do you have a motion, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am. We're gonna make a motion to rescind this order so that we can then on number 10, put forth the cleaned up
Okay,
order.
so motion to rescind and
Second.
second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And then on 10, it's the cleanup, the order that was provided to you with the right words. Do you have a motion to approve?
Yes, ma'am. Motion to approve.
And a second, please.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. And then now that moves us to item number 11. We're kind of making good progress now. Discuss and consider the termination of the Hazel Bazemore Dog Park project. And I know there's going to be some legal questions, but would you like to present this? This is your agenda item.
Yes, I do, Judge. I would like to make a motion to terminate the Hazel Baseball project.
Okay, so there is a motion, but I would think we've got some legal concerns and questions that need to be addressed in executive session, and we also have
Go ahead and
some
second-
information.
Go ahead and second the motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, and I know that we've got ABM here present today to give us, I don't even have a status report regarding this project
Judge, I'd really
in
like-
court.
I do have legal questions on this before I
right.
get too far into this. Could we put this one for executive and before we get into
Yeah.
too much? I'd just like to know.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to take this up in executive session, and then we'll be able to come out and take some action on it.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any information that needs to be presented, Jenny, at this time on item 11? Or can I receive it as a resource inside executive session? So we can get some, like if they have information about the status and the. I think we can.
believe some status was, an email was delivered that may answer those questions. If it doesn't, then the
Got
court
it.
may ask specific questions in
Perfect.
executive.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to move on to item number 12 and discuss and consider removing Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman as project management from Hilltop Community Center project. And I'll yield to Jenny again here.
Yes, Judge, I would ask that that discussion be pulled to executive before any public discussion.
Okay. And I'll just,
Excuse-
yes,
excuse me,
sir.
Judge,
Yes,
can I
sir.
go ahead and make my motion?
Well, the county attorney wants to remove it to executive session. I just want to mark for the record that they are not project management at all. They're program management, but that's more of a semantics issue. But,
Judge, if he wants to make the motion, then we do the same thing, I'm fine with that, because
All right.
I do want to hear about this in executive.
that's fine.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second, and we will deal with this in executive session. Okay, item number 14 is discuss and consider the approval of the interlocal agreement. This is something we do every year between Nueces County and San Patricio County. It's regarding cost of the intoxilizer program and technical soup services.
Judge, I think there
You
was
skipped one.
13.
I'm
was
sorry.
David Richter.
I am so sorry. I sure did. Would you mind if I do this quick interlocal since I've already read it? It's a normal, every year we do approve this interlocal. I believe it's in order, but I'll ask Jenny, is there any reason to not move forward with interlocal at this time?
It's in order, Judge, but I didn't know,
You want to hold on it?
the funding source is the only thing I didn't
I
have on
will
that.
pitch to Dale on this one since this comes out of a,
This would normally be probably a Department 1285 general fund funding source, so it's a normal process we do every year for the intoxilizer program that we have an agreement with San Patricio County.
and it's budgeted.
Budgeted, yes.
And it cost us how much and them how much?
I don't know the exact cost each year, but it's not a large amount.
But it's some item that we did budget.
So moved. Pardon?
Oh, the Sheriff's Department, it's the Sheriff's Department.
So moved.
All right, thank you. Motion and I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then item number 13. Yes, who said something?
That was a late aye from Commissioner
Oh, okay, I was
Gonzalez.
like, I heard something. Okay. Item number 13 that I inadvertently skipped over is to discuss and consider authorizing David Richter to proceed with the design development stage of Hilltop Community Center project. Just so you know, again, we just had this nice discussion about how awesome it is and how excited I am personally about it. But we have not received a proposal from David Richter yet. So as much as I want to say yes, we don't have anything to say yes to.
Thought he was working on, didn't we talk about that?
We don't have a proposal for design development stage. We're waiting for it. And I would like to table this item to bring it back November 17th. We can talk to David Richter. The way it needs to work, Commissioner Hernandez, is he's got to give us a proposal. And then
Yes,
it
ma'am.
would be smart for him to even come and like go over the proposal. I bet he'll be super happy to do that. But you can't really get there until we know what the proposal is and the cost of it.
That's understandable, Judge.
All right, so I will make it for November 17th, and I'm going to put you in charge of calling him.
I will.
All right.
Motion.
But we're excited about it.
Did you make the motion?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then item number 15 is so wonderful to see on the agenda because, as you know, we've put the county attorney to do a lot of work updating policies and creating new ones. This is one that comes to us by our own request, and it's ready to go. I did receive one comment, and I need to look it up, Jenny. It did not look very substantive. It had to do with time. I think it has to do with item number 4, but I'm going to look it up. It has to do with the time period. But the-
Judge, we did receive a call from.
Oh, we did?
From the ME,
Uh-huh.
who said he was under the weather today, that he wanted to be here for this item. And
Right.
if it was possible to move it to November 17th.
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
move. Oh,
I guess I'll defer to Jenny here. I'm okay. I don't have a problem with 17th, but I just want to know that he did say to me in an email that we were good, except for, and let me work on this while you all are talking. Let me work on the,
I saw him on earlier. I didn't know.
I didn't know either. I'm sorry.
yeah, he was on
I
earlier.
mean, I understand him wanting to be here, but gosh, we're putting a lot on the 17th.
Right, well, just
In
so you
addition
know.
to everything else, and I'm not saying I don't want to work, but.
just
How
read-
about
just
he
get
can
the
bring
email.
it back on the
Yeah,
17th
just
if
get
there's
the
a
email.
problem?
Let's see what your email
Yeah,
says.
it's like,
I
okay.
agree. Let's.
I mean, if we can approve it today and he
I
had
agree.
input,
You're right.
then let's do it. I mean, it'd be great to have him here, but
Well,
that's one
and-
less thing that we can.
We've waited on
discuss.
this a long time. I don't remember when Judge and I had this original meeting, but it's been a while, so
Policy, though.
it is good, yeah.
And let me,
Give me just a
and let me,
second while I
let me
look it
ask on this, I'll ask my question by the judge sometime.
Thank
So
you.
I know that this, the way it's written for the policy is law enforcement. And the way I understood it was previously we were having some issues as far as, I guess, access, right? Access to these examinations. Is that fair, or should I kind of?
That is a
state that
common,
publicly?
thing that was mentioned through the various law enforcement agencies as well as the district attorney's office. And I will note for you that Michelle Putman is on the Zoom call to give an update if there are still any issues that remain.
Okay. Hi, Michelle. I just, in addition to following up with that point, I wasn't sure how it was handled. When I worked for the state and we had child fatalities and we did, dual investigations we worked on the civil side with CPS, and then we worked along with law enforcement. They handled the criminal side. We still had access and were able to be there at autopsies to help us with our investigation. Does this need to include any type of civil involvement? I know that was a practice back then. Now, I've been already almost 5 years removed from the state, so I don't know if that's still the practice or if it was, but as we're just talking generally about access to these examinations, and I'm thinking of, like I said, child fatalities, but was that an issue as well as far as accessibility, or do we only need to focus or talk about the law enforcement side? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Was that directed to me, Commissioner?
To you or Jenny or whoever. I mean, it's, I'm just kind of sharing my anecdotal background to it because, like I said, when we had child deaths and we had to go, many times we were allowed to go and have access at the ME's office to be there, to be able to, help document, and improve up, because there may have been other kids in the homes and whatever. But my question was, I see the policy is written towards and for specifically law enforcement, because I think there was a access issue, and I was just wondering, does this only apply on the civil side? Does it need to be included also on the, it needs to be included on the criminal side? Does it need to also be allowed to have access on the civil side, or does that not even matter in this situation here that we're looking at?
And forgive me, Commissioner, I'm having a little bit of hard time hearing everything you're saying.
Sure.
But it's my understanding, are you talking about maybe like CPS
Yeah,
being
so,
allowed for
yeah, to
autopsies?
CPS on the civil side, when there's, dual investigations that happen, and Judge Chesney, when he was judge back then, knew and saw this, but I was just wondering, the policy we have today presented to us addresses, I guess, specifically law enforcement, and was that our only worry, or does there need to be any language to include anything done on the civil side? I mean, I know a lot of times, like when I was an investigator, and investigators now will work, in tandem with their law enforcement partners to access records or information, and sometimes it was allowed as a courtesy, or every time that I was in need, I would be able to access these proceedings. And so I was just wondering if the policy today applies to that, or is there not a need for that? Was it only needing to include language that solely talked about law enforcement access to the ME or to any of their files or information they had?
Sure. So I am not aware of CPS needing access to the autopsies in the same manner in which law enforcement does. Certainly, I haven't heard of any issues with that. But our office doesn't work directly with CPS on investigating and prosecuting cases.
Right.
They're kind of tangentially related, but independent from them, whereas we rely more heavily on law enforcement. And so all the issues that were coming up from the law enforcement side of things, and their ability to have access to the autopsies, to take photographs, to have meetings with either the medical examiner or the investigator.
Right.
And so that is what this was focused towards.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I mean, it may have changed, and I mean, I haven't been an investigator in years, but out from the agency itself, it's been, under 5 years, so I wasn't sure if that was included or still needed, or if that was a practice, and it wasn't anything that I ever was frequently part of, and I wasn't sure if that was anything available to other investigators, but I know from time to time that there had been, you know, I don't say a need, but the courtesy to be allowed to be there to kind of get, you know, real-time information and be able to kind of help us on that end. So that's why I was just curious if there was even a need for that. But like I mentioned to Jenny at the onset, to me that, you know, I'd heard several instances of, you know, our law enforcement, you know, detectives, investigators not being allowed to even access you know, these proceedings and gain any kind of information. So I'm glad to see this here today. Thank you.
And what I have, Jenny, is a request, I'm going to read it, I think is a,
What was the,
yes, it's coming right now. I was trying to find it in here. That, number 4, they request 90 days. Michelle, will you look at item number 4 and whether or not, I was going to get does 90 days seem unreasonable?
The reason why we were shooting for less than 90 days, Judge, is because in a criminal case, if we do not have it indicted before 90 days, on the 90th day, a defendant who is incarcerated is entitled to a bond they can make, which oftentimes is going to be nothing, basically. And so that's why our goal would be to try to get it sooner than the 90 days so that would give us ample time to get the case filed from the law enforcement agency and prepare it and present it to grand jury.
Would you be opposed to some language that said 90 days, I mean, the way you have it, but where,
how about 75?
or where, I was gonna say, just something that gets them and then we'll leave it for Dr. Shaker on, I mean, I'm gonna get this, hopefully, call the question so that we can move forward, and then Dr. Shaker can come talk to us. If there's some issue that's compelling, I know you'll be reasonable, he can come talk to us about it next week, or, I'm sorry, on the 17th. But I think, this is an old email where we've had the 90-day come up before, but I think what he said was that, again, the histology and the toxicology, you know, there's going to be sometimes where the 90 days is not feasible. Can we just have a little language there that says,
Judge, why don't we just say
Where-
like 70
where
days or
feasible.
75 days, or just give them, maybe
Yeah.
split the baby a little bit there?
All right.
I mean, is that,
well, yeah, and then what he has to do, if it doesn't work, he's got to come and notify us and say that something's not going to work here.
right? Jenny, were you going to say something? I was just going to say, because that still gets it within 90 days, but it gives them 15 days on their end, it gives him 15 more days than we've got in there now. So I'm just saying, make it 75 days.
If that'll work, getting it to a grand jury before that time period, I mean, that basically right there is the big
right,
part of
that's
the
what I'm
reason
saying.
this
So
came to the court,
I'm
so.
throwing it out there, I mean. I just don't want it to be an unrealistic expectation if they're saying, hey, that's just difficult to do, but I get trying to meet them. So I'm just trying to maybe do it a halfway deal and say 75 days. And if that doesn't work, Michelle, y'all can always bring it back and we can revise it. I just want to get this passed so that we have it in place because we've been waiting on it for a while. So I would,
I mean,
is that okay with y'all?
75,
I mean,
would that work,
I'm
Michelle?
not trying to make you,
Yes, Judge, the 75 would be definitely fine. That still leaves us approximately 2 weeks.
Yeah, let's do 75, and then Jenny, would you reach out to him tomorrow and say, hey, we did 75? We weren't trying to ignore the fact that you couldn't be here with us, but you'll have a chance to come and make a compelling argument to make that modification if you feel the
he
need.
wants to,
What do you
yeah.
think about that?
So the court can vote on it today with
Yeah.
that
Yes.
modification?
Yeah.
so I would just amend number 4 to say 75 days, and then I would, with that amendment, with that amendment, I would approve, or I would motion that we pass it.
Then we'll get that to you shortly.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I just need a second.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And y'all keep us posted on this, you know. Michelle, I'd reach out to him too. Well, now that it's passed and you have a real policy, and we'll do the same here, but we
Judge-
don't want to leave it hanging.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Could I offer, I'm thinking about, I'm sorry, I'm not on this one anymore, I apologize. I wanted to go back. I know we're supposed to go into executive session on a couple things, but I would really like the opportunity, if it is okay with the court, to go out to Hazel Bazemore and look at this dog park before we get into this discussion, because I really, I don't have any issue at all with ABM. I think they do great work, but I understand Commissioner Hernandez is just concerned about location and things of that nature. So I know there's a motion on the floor. I'm just asking as a courtesy if possibly the motion could be withdrawn and we could table it till the next meeting. And I promise I will go out there, and I'll even try to get with Commissioner Hernandez and go out there and look at it between now and then, because I want to make sure, because we did, we made some representations to that part of the county, but at the same time, he is the county commissioner, so I'm a little torn without going out there and looking at it.
And I'm torn by not having any real information that's been presented in public yet, except for, how somebody feels about something. So that's what I'm hoping. Let's see how much executive session reveals. And then I'd also like to hear the perspective of, that which is not legal. Like, for example, tell me what the status is. Tell me when the project could be complete. Tell me what's on site. Tell me what's been ordered. Tell me why it hasn't been, finished. Is there a delay? Is there a work order that's been stopped? In other words, what is it that, what I'm saying? What are the facts here? There's not been enough presentation of the facts. And also, I reached out to Carol Pruitt's office today and asked him he could not be here, but he's going to, by the end of the week, issue a document that we can rely upon, which I think is important. And then I finally had like an enlightenment moment. And I don't think the court has had this articulated clearly. And that is that the dog park is considered completely ADA compliant if the parking lot and the sidewalk adjacent, because that's how you would access it, are all compliant. And this court has authorized no money, no contract to address ADA compliance issues at the parking lot. Therefore, under no galaxy could you ever get an ADA compliant dog park without this court addressing a parking lot issue. And so I think that's really important to understand. So when you say something's not compliant, you need to understand that the scope of work that was given to ABM as a contractor, not as an engineer.
I didn't say anything was not compliant. I was
Oh,
saying.
no, I'm just saying
I'm
though
sorry.
that it's important that, in other words, we haven't gotten, I would like to put a series of agenda items on next time that will give us some facts, have Mr. Pruitt explain why I just said what I said, because if you don't ask the right question, you might get an answer that's not complete. And I didn't know that honestly until very recently, that there's no way Mr. Pruitt would ever say it's compliant because the court hasn't authorized any money towards a parking lot. So I'm going to put that on the court's agenda next time to discuss the parking lot, because you can't have, the entire park is not compliant for ADA, and that's something that we promised the Department of Justice that we would do in our settlement and in our release. So we need to address the parking lot in order to address the park itself. And so I think there's some really good discussion here, but it's never been noticed properly, in the sense of we've never had that, or we just keep sort of talking around it, but not really addressing it. And we need to do whatever's in the best interest of the county. And so if we could get some real, facts, that would be great. And maybe we can here shortly. But I'm happy to do what you say to give you the time to go out there, if you'd like, Commissioner. As long as I could have the same amount of time to have a presentation.
Excuse me, Judge?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing is that, why isn't, was the county engineer invited to this meeting that we were supposed to have? And we've given, one engineer has given Jeannie some evidence that she knows that was not correct, the way ABM and Whedon Engineering did contracts within themselves. And I I just feel that as long as this has been going, and I never knew about ABM. The only thing I knew about them, they were a janitorial service there at the courthouse. Okay, I never knew they were building maintenance people but since I've been there going on 11 months, I've heard nothing but complaints about ABM. Okay, so I just don't have the confidence in this company to build this dog park right. So I wanna do what's best for the taxpayers and get them the best, if that's what we wanna do. But at this time, I don't feel that the dog park will benefit. And I've had calls from constituents that they don't like the idea of having a dog park. They don't like the idea of the county spending the money on a dog park, which could be spent on something else, like on roads and equipment to fix our drainage problems.
Well, so, I mean, and I think that's the question, Commissioners, that's what I'm trying to understand. I don't have any issue with ABM, but what I've heard you say is you're questioning whether or not we need to have a dog park in your precinct. And that's the only reason at this point that I'm trying to pause, because that's the more, and I'm not saying you're wrong on the other thing, I'm just saying that's the more compelling argument to me is you're the commissioner of that precinct, and if you think it's in the wrong location and not a good place to have it and not worth spending additional money on, then that to me is more of a compelling argument, because I'm not gonna get into the ABM wheat and stuff. I'm just not doing that because I don't know enough about it, and in my experience, I don't have that problem with ABM on stuff that I've worked with them on. So I'm not discounting what you're saying. I'm just saying my reason for wanting to pause is simply because I'd like to go out there and look at it and see what, the thought process is on why it's not a good, place, and how much have we spent on it, and things of that nature, and what's our lost leader if we end up not doing it, because I wouldn't vote to not do it because of the company involved. I would potentially, and maybe not, vote not to do it because it's not in the right place or in the right time, or, those are things that are at least I'd like to go look at. But and so that was all I was trying to get to, and I just haven't had time to go out there. I'll be honest, I'm having a hard time going to my precinct as much as I want to, but I do want to go out there because this has been on here for a while now. We need to resolve it. So that was all.
Well, I feel the same way. I mean, I'm gonna be in this position going on 11 months, and it's been going on that long. And from what I understand, this project should have been done long before I got here, and it hadn't. When I came here, saw problems. And all I'm saying is I've never heard of anybody building or even, and they've never got to the design part of it. My question is, who would ever design a project without not designing the ADA, So I don't think you would design the ADA after the project's done. So, but again, I would like the county engineer, if we're gonna have any further discussions, I would like the county engineer present at those meetings.
Well, I'll sure take him with me if he wants to go. I mean, I just want to go look at it, and that's all I'm asking is to do that. And I mean, Judge, you can certainly, I want you to be able to put anything on. I want anybody to be able to put anything on I want to, but.
No problem. I mean, just so you know, I don't know what you're saying about him, we're not inviting him. This is an open and public meeting. He's always invited to these meetings.
Yeah, but to executive meetings.
Yeah, I mean, just so you know, he can come to executive as well. I mean, that's
Oh,
not
well.
that's not a problem. It's a resource.
I'll let him know about that. So, but yes, I do. I would like for Juan to be involved even in these discussions like I wanted him to, and want him to be involved in everything that the county's doing or building. He's our county engineer, and he should know what we're planning on doing and what we're doing and who's
Right.
doing it.
We know you have a special relationship there. So what we'll do now is move on to the executive session.
Judge,
The
hold on.
only thing I need to know is, Commissioner, do you want to have a motion to table?
Well, their motion is on the floor. That's ahead of them. If they want to fulfill their motion, then I'm not really ready to vote on it today. So I don't know what'll.
That's why I'm saying I think the writing's on the wall to at least have a week.
Well, but I got to ask them because it's their motion, right? So they've either got to withdraw their motion or the motion has to be voted on. All I'm
Correct.
saying is I would ask that they withdraw their motion and let me table it until the 17th or, so I can go out there and look at it. But if they don't want to, that's fine. I'll probably just not, I guess not vote on the motion for right now.
Or we could,
I don't, if Commissioner wants to go ahead and table it, I'll go ahead and table my second, but, you know, and I don't know if I can say this here or behind doors or whatever, but, you know, I can't, when I went to the meeting that they had with Witten and IBM, I don't understand how this whole thing, I don't know who hired Witten, I guess we did.
we did.
Or Commissioner Vaughn, or, I don't know who hired it. But anyway, but I know that when doing the meeting, I know that I was told that ABM hired Witten as a contractor to build the park. So he was our engineer, but they hired him to be the contractor. And then there was a lady there that said she was the program manager, and then she hired Witten to be the program manager. So now Witten's doing engineering, program management, and contractor. And then, at that time, they didn't even have, he started the project without a design. He couldn't provide a design for us. So I think that's an issue in itself, when somebody is all three, you know, who's watching who? And where's the design that hasn't been approved? That was an issue to me at the meeting. I advised, Mr. Whidden advised, IBM what I felt. I mean, I'm not saying it's IBM's fault or whose fault it is, but, I mean, I don't know, one person cannot be all three of those.
Right.
You know, engineer, contractor, and program management.
Right.
Something is wrong.
And
here.
I would agree with that, and what's wrong is that's an inaccurate statement,
Well,
because
Judge,
I
Don't
asked,
tell me it's inaccurate, I was there at the meeting.
well, excuse me one second.
Don't tell me it's wrong. I mean,
Well, it is, because we've asked them to produce a document that states whether or not Mr. Wheaton has been hired by ABM, and the answer is he has not been hired by ABM.
Well, I think
So-
Jeannie should know better than that.
Well, that is,
Excuse me, Judge?
Somebody's lying.
Judge?
Somebody's lying then.
well,
I-
if you
Judge?
misunderstood,
Don't
excuse
call
me,
me a liar.
excuse me one second, I'm saying that what you heard is incorrect.
I was there, Judge. I didn't hear, I
Well,
was there.
but you understand that ABM has
They were there. They were there.
they say they do not, I have asked,
Well-
I've
Judge,
asked
well-
both parties, excuse me, I'll call on you as soon as I finish, if you don't mind, thank you.
All right, that's fine. Thank you, I apologize.
No worries at all. I have asked your questions, because I think they're important questions to get answered, and the answer that I have received in writing is that Mr. Wheaton does not work for ABM. So if there was a misunderstanding, that's what it is, but your concern would be valid if true. It's just not true. He's neither the project manager, nor is he been hired by ABM. He only works for one entity.
He was paid by ABM.
Okay, I have asked the question, they're here in the room. They have, in writing, told me that he does not work for ABM on the dog. Listen to me, he does not work for them on the dog park project. They have other projects that are inside our energy savings performance contract, that there is a relationship, but not on the dog park. And so I have asked that question because it's an important question, but it doesn't make it true if you misunderstood.
I didn't understand anything, Judge.
Judge, excuse me, Judge.
Well, it doesn't matter. They're certifying in writing that that's not the case.
Well, I'm trying to tell you, Judge, that there is documentation of what you're asking. And I believe one can present it to you, and I believe maybe county attorney has some of that information.
Awesome, and what we'll do is ask for that, and we'll take it up in executive session here in just a little bit. We'll ask for that copy, but I just want you to know that, again, we've never heard any economic data or status, and I asked 3 basic questions. What is the economic impact of canceling this contract? What is the status, if allowed to proceed, when this project could be completed? And number 3, what would it take to be ADA compliant? And if the dog park is completely inside the fence, ADA compliant, I've been told by Mr. Pruitt that the court would need to hire somebody else to make certain that the parking lot and adjacent sidewalks to access the splash pad in addition to the dog park, would be ADA compliant? Those are the three questions I asked because nobody seems to want to get that information in the public domain. Those are three things I would think we could all agree on are important. What is the economic impact of a decision the court would make to terminate the dog park? Because one would need to know that. And number two, if allowed to proceed, how long would it take to complete the project? And are there any hiccups that we should know about in the supply chain? And number three, has it been blessed by Carol Pruitt? And what about the additional dollars that would be needed to make the entire facility ADA compliant? Those are just basic questions. If you get those information, you can get rid of all of the other stuff because they're not important. They're just chisme, gossip, but they're not based upon facts or reality. All I want to do is bring forth the facts and reality and then let the court decide. But I hope that you would at least want the answers to number 1, 2, 3, and 4, some of which we could get in executive session, but certainly if you have information, it should have been included in our packet.
We've always tried
Hold on,
just
Commissioner, hold
to
on.
tell you what's going on. You've always cut me off or, push it to the back burner, instructing the county attorney to get with me and ABM and for us to work something out. They don't show up. We try to we did give the county attorney the documentations that you're asking for that would solve some of these problems, give you the answers you're looking for, okay? But
This-
we've never been able to proceed.
This
I think
sounds like
The last thing
a,
here, Judge, I think the last thing here, if Commissioner Hernandez, that's his precinct, doesn't feel comfortable with the dog park, and doesn't want a dog park, that's his call. That's his precinct.
that's right, but you're asking us to vote and we need to have the information so that we can support or not. And the way we do that is by understanding what the facts are. And we haven't gotten any of that information
If he doesn't want it, what facts do you want? If he says,
what facts do I
don't
want? I want to know,
dog
I want to
park,
know, I want to know that
Waste of time.
$200,000 would be wasted. I don't want to waste taxpayer money on something that's already ready to be complete. He doesn't get to just, right, if it's ready to be completed, I would want to know that. So would you, I would imagine.
Yeah, but
This was
Well-
approved
Way
by,
from complete, way
but when
from-
you're in
we
the
can-
middle of a project, you're in the middle of a project that was approved by our court 5-0, and there's an economic impact to canceling that project, that's important. I mean, you were worried about a Chick-fil-A sandwich for $2.35 last week. I would think that if something impacts
Now you're getting
$100,000.
Now you're getting
Yes,
personal.
Judge.
No, I'm saying to you that it's all relevant.
Yeah,
It's all
you're getting
relevant.
personal.
Judge, I was concerned about 235 Chick-fil-A sandwiches, but it all came out to 1,000 something and all those other meals that we didn't know about. That's what I was
120,000.
concerned about, Judge.
Right, I'm very worried for you to feed people who are saving lives. But the most
Okay.
important thing, Commissioner Hernandez, is that nobody's pushing the back burner. If you have a problem with the county attorney and not getting information, that sounds
don't
like
have
a
a pro-
personal problem.
I don't have a problem.
You
with
said
county
that you
attorney,
were
Judge.
not getting the meetings that you need. Just please consult with her
I
or
wanna-
ABM.
I wanna have what you call our day in court. Let's talk about this, let, the evidence come out and see where
Okay,
it ends up, where it takes
Great.
us.
agree.
That's what I want.
All right, well then, how about, if you're interested in the truth, Mr. Moriarty's here, why don't I ask the three questions I just asked of him, so that I can make notes and write them down, so and then Juan is here, you can ask a question of Juan as well, and then we can go to executive session and ask our legal questions. But, Mr. Moriarty, I asked three questions, because I really wanted to know them, so I could be prepared for court. The first was, if you were allowed to proceed with this dog park, what is our timetable? Are there any issues or problems that you would think would be important to disclose? I won't give them all to you at once, but the second one that's super related is, what is the economic impact to the county if we said, today we're gonna vote not to proceed with this dog park? Those two should be taken maybe as a 1-2, and then I could ask my third about ADA.
Okay, can you hear me?
And if you'd identify.
Yes, so Michael Moriarty with ABM, Vice President of Operations for the Western U.S. So thank you for letting me speak on behalf of ABM, very appreciative. As far as time commitment, we believe to complete the project, it's 4 to 6 weeks, 6 weeks being on the outside. If we were given the drawings that have been under design by the county. Once those are released, we can remobilize and complete within 4 to 6 weeks. It's important to note, kind of to that second question, all of the equipment material has been purchased. All of our subcontractors have been paid up through about $200,000 to $230,000 out of a $408,000 project, right? So the benefit to that is everybody's heard supply chain issues, logistics. We have the equipment. We are ready to go mobilize and put it in the ground and deliver a high-quality product. All we need is engineering documents to complete.
So you're the contractor?
We are the GC, correct.
Right. And does Mr. Wheaton work for ABM?
Ron
On
Wheaton-
the dog park?
On the dog park, currently, Ron Wheaton does not have a contract to supply services to ABM.
Okay.
We didn't ask if he had a contract or not. Does he work for ABM?
He works for ABM, not
As a
at
contractor.
Hazel Bazemore.
As a contractor?
Has he ever?
No, he has never been a contractor. The documents were sent to Jenny at the court by Noah, our attorney. The subcontracting construction work is being handled by TAS. And those
Okay.
documents have been delivered.
And then my third one, which was kind of how the whole thing started, is that there was a big concern about the design not having ADA compliance. And there was the RAS, right?
Correct.
That had passed muster, but when sent to Carol Pruitt, there was some modifications that were made to a dog ramp. And it's my understanding that that dog ramp modification was made, but Carol Pruitt made me understand that the scope of work that the county paid for did not have anything to do with the parking lot. And he's not gonna certify the whole dog park until the county makes allowances, or not allowances, the county makes appropriations for that parking lot. The theory being, you can't get an ADA park certified until you can park in ADA. And that's good for the park, the whole thing, the whole complex, right? And so now I understand why there was such a disconnect on the ADA piece. Is that what you understand as well, from ADA certification?
That is correct. I think originally when we looked at the project, people have to understand, I don't think there's a lot of documentation with respect to ADA compliance on a dog park, right? So I think there are 2 RAS officials that are actually approved the initial design, and then Juan asked that we get Carol Pruitt involved to do an additional review to protect the county, which we applaud, right? I think there were some minor modifications made to that design to allow for access into the park, and then maybe wheelchair access to a couple of the benches inside the park. But overall, right now, we believe that the physical dog park meets compliance for access, for ADA access. You are correct. The original proposal that we had on the table was to correct the ADA compliance in the walkways and the parking lot. That, I don't have the history, Judge, but that got removed from our scope.
Right.
And so you are correct. Right now, the ADA, the park, the dog feature, let's call it the dog feature, the park itself, from what I understand, should meet all ADA compliance. It's the parking lot and the walkways that are now creating the issue.
Right.
And Juan may be no
And
better.
just one second, and just because I want to clear the record, even though the janitorial service is something that you're known for, whether it's in the Houston airport or Intercontinental, I was just there, so everybody's ABM logos, or whether it's here in our courthouse, that is but one of the, I would say, arenas that the world, you're a global company, is that correct?
Yes, we are.
And you do
Many verticals.
many vertical type of services, janitorial being one of them.
Correct. We have
But-
janitorial, we have landscaping, we have education, we have e-mobility, we have our energy business, we have our HVAC business, we have a power lighting
Right.
business. So very,
Let me just get back to the park real quick.
Yeah, if you
Uh,
don't mind, I was
you-
kind of talking to him.
finish?
Let me just finish. I've got
What's
one
a
more
long
thing.
question? I mean, you're asking, I don't need a history of what he's done.
Oh, I
you
know,
know,
but since
so-
I have the floor, I'll get right to
Okay,
you.
okay,
If you'll
go
just
ahead.
wait 1 minute.
Go ahead, 1 minute. Go ahead.
I guess if you don't mind waiting?
Judge, can I just go
Okay,
back to the
thanks.
question he asked? Because I'm
Yeah, I
confused
know.
on this Wheaton thing.
Yeah,
I thought-
sure. Let me just
I
give me
thought-
1 second so
Yeah,
I can
could you-
finish.
Could you ask
and I'll.
about that? That'd be. 'Cause
Would you mind waiting after Commissioner Gonzalez, and then you'll get right to you?
I'd asked my questions, I just didn't get an answer a while ago. I was just trying to
Okay.
go back to the
Well,
question.
did you want to ask Mr. Moriarty something?
Yeah, I had asked the question, is that you're saying Mr. Wheaton has never worked for y'all on the dog park?
That's not what I said.
That's why I'm confused. They asked you, does Mr.
So-
Wheaton work for you on, Judge said, does Mr. Wheaton work for you or has worked for you on the dog park? And I thought you said no.
No, you asked if he was currently working for us on the dog park. The answer is no. What happened when we went to contract, and listen, I'm always gonna be transparent and truthful. When we went to contract originally, the dog park was part of the larger project. When that got stripped
Correct.
out, Ron Wheaton's consulting services for QA, QC
We're stripped.
were supposed to get stripped out of the dog park, and it didn't happen, and that was an oversight. We have since corrected that and made sure that there is no linkage between Ron Wheaton and ABM because he's your engineer.
So let me
Let me
go
ask
back
another-
and clarify that. So, to be clear, originally, the dog park was gonna come under the energy savings performance contract. Due to legal, asking us to separate it, as you know, Ron Wheaton is definitely a part of the energy savings performance contract. But when we separated it, that separated too. The court hired Ron Wheaton as its engineer as a result of that stripping, and he became in a new relationship with us. So it's not like it's a surprise. The court actually ID'd it, and when we separated the projects, he became an engineer to the county on a separate agenda item. That's the difference. That when we were all under one blanket,
Correct.
we were together. But when the legal said separate them, we did. And then we had a subsequent agenda item, and Wheaton became part of he works for us here in Nueces County.
Right.
And
When
it changed.
Then let me
When
just,
you- When
Go
you
ahead.
just said about the engineer, when he was the engineer that we selected, he did some work in the dog park until y'all changed it. But he did some work in the dog park.
consulting on quality
Consultant,
control.
And he had a construction company that he was using as contractors. Now, the other thing, the lady that worked for you, your
Christina.
program manager, or your program
Project manager.
project manager, whatever she is, I don't remember her name, and I'm sorry.
Her name is Christina.
Christina.
She was to me and she said, I am the project manager, but I hired Mr. Whedon to be the project manager. And I said, how can you do that? If he's engineer, he's construction, and he's a project, he said, it was my fault. It was my error. I shouldn't have done that. I'm just, I'm not, I'm.
No, I appreciate that, Commissioner. But all we have are contract documents to reflect on, and we can see the nature of the agreement between the organization. Again, he was hired as the overall project to provide services. Again, it ended up slipping through that he was going to continue to provide the consultative QA engineering services, which actually is not a bad thing. There's really no conflict of interest. The construction component, let me be clear, the construction component, we've given the documents, does not belong to Ron Wheaton. He does not have the subcontractors under him.
And my last statement, sir, is that when the land was there also at that meeting, and they asked him about, how about the design, do you have it? And he said, no, I don't have a design, I'll give it to you later, but he was already starting the project.
I can't, all I know is the county owns the design. I can't speak to why the county released design.
Okay, thank you, sir.
But I think that, where I was in this conversation, because there was some, going back to ABM, it's important to note that you have the expertise in this arena to be the general contractor,
Not questioning
and that you do that all over the country.
Yeah, I think it's important to note, we are not a manufacturer, right? We don't
Right.
manufacture widgets or devices.
Yeah.
We
But
are
if-
an
if all-
employee, I mean, you asked.
Believe me, I'm not questioning
No,
your
but
work, your
let-
tracking. I believe you guys do good work. I've always believed in you guys, but I just said this project was not done right somehow.
So let me just respond by saying 120 to 30,000 people strong. Our people are our identity, and that's who we rely on to deliver our services. And we want nothing more than to deliver exceptional services for all of our customers regardless. So please
you-
understand, we are completely capable of managing and constructing this project if allowed to.
And if you could finish in 4 to 6 weeks,
Absolutely.
you believe it to be inside the walls, which is just your scope, to be ADA compliant, based upon the modifications that were suggested by Mr. Pruitt. So whatever was wrong has been cured, or whatever could have been edited has been edited, modified, whatever. And most importantly, you have expended $230,000 approximately in both subs and in equipment, that if we cancel this contract, those dollars exist, right? I
That's
mean,
correct.
all right. So those were the questions that I had asked that nobody has been able to bring to the forefront yet. And then we're gonna, go ahead.
What was the third, whether it was the third question or
Well,
did I
it was
answer
just
that?
logistics and supply
Logistics,
chain, and
okay.
I wanted to make sure, because there's a lot of discussion out there about that. And there's a lot of, again, the court, from a memory perspective, there was a plan when another commissioner sat here, and that plan was to have it all part of one overall contract, which Mr. Wheaton did all of those renderings, okay? So the designs that you remember seeing Mr. Wheaton involved in were renderings to hopefully get to a contract. And then later, legal asked us to separate. As a court, we separated and hired Mr. Wheaton as an engineer. And he ceased to become a consultant on the dog park, but he's still QC, just like most engineers are QC on construction services as a matter of course. The big issue, I think, for us here is finding out what the best interest of the county is so we can make a strong decision.
Yeah,
And
I-
that's all that really, I think, all of this is about.
And I want to say, we heard you and we heard the court loud and clear. There was some concern on conflict of interest, so that any contractual relationship has been terminated. Not that because we thought it was a conflict, because we heard you and we listened to you and we want to be a good partner. So understand, we'll continue to be ready. We really don't have a dog in this fight to say, per se. We just want to complete the project for you so the citizens can use the park. And oh, by the way, I've heard that they are using the fountains that we put out
Something
there
that Commissioner
already.
Hernandez wants to do or not, it's gonna be up to him. But Ginny, I just had to ask you a question, because I heard Commissioner Hernandez say he had given you some information, or you had some information, you can shed some light on this thing?
Well, I think it was cleared up. I mean, originally, I thought I heard that Wheaton had never had, but it turns out that Wheaton did have, and that's what we had been given, was a contract that appears to be between ABM and Wheaton. It doesn't have attached to it any termination or anything like that, so that's new information.
Right.
Thank you.
Jenny, the contract I was referring to was, I believe it was Ron Witten's, where it was a contract that says the county, either party can terminate the contract given 30-day notice. The county can choose to pay or not pay the contractor. That's the contract, and I think you've seen it.
Well, now, that's a great point. I appreciate you bringing that up. We still have not gotten paid the initial invoice, Pay App 1, which was approved in this court several months ago. So we have not been paid one dime for any of the work that we have done today.
Right, and so now we'll take the legal questions back to the legal, but at least we have some framework of, hey, how much equipment has been ordered? And I would still like the opportunity to, take the time after we get some more questions answered that are in proper in executive session, to get done what we're gonna do. But if you're gonna tell me that $230,000 has been expended, that there's a $230,000 liability with not proceeding. Because it's not like you're gonna return dog park equipment.
Well, there's the liability and exposure may be more than that because all that equipment is sitting idle, right? So it would have to get
Yeah.
moved somewhere by somebody, there's cost to move it, right? And then having somebody else take over the contract and the work and the equipment, the warranties associated with the work would be up for question and concern. So my belief is, listen, we have a path to the project you want and we're ready to implement and we have the material and product. All we need is a drawing.
And that is true only if there's no violations in your part, right?
Anyway.
If there are no violations in your part.
Well, let's talk about that
I'm just saying,
Well,
I got the floor.
in executive.
Judge,
I'm just saying.
Hold on, Commissioner Gonzalez is talking now, Commissioner
That's fine.
Give
Hernandez.
me a minute.
that's fine, ma'am.
But I'm just saying, that's only if there was no violations found, right? I mean, what you're saying is one thing, what happened probably maybe it's another thing, you know, and what Jenny has is probably another thing. So there could be fault in both sides, right?
Yeah, Jenny has all the information. We've been 100% transparent and forthcoming with all the information. I think you have the information as a court
Yeah.
to understand the situation.
I agree.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you
Judge,
very
what-
much.
Judge,
Yes,
why don't we let one-
Commissioner.
Why don't we let one speak, have his say?
Okay, well, it's not so much have his say. You can ask him a question. Would you like to ask him a question?
Sure, sure. and
Okay,
if you
Juan,
want
would
to-
you would you come to the podium? Commissioner Hernandez would like to ask you a question. What is your question? Go
Several
ahead.
questions.
What? Several.
Several.
Go ahead.
One,
Yes, sir.
when I first came here, I asked you to take a look at the dog park because they were asking for $147,000, right?
That's correct, Commissioner. That's
And
correct,
you
Commissioner,
went-
I'm sorry.
Okay, you went and you called me back the next day and you said, that it didn't look right, that I wouldn't pay, you know, you wouldn't pay or I shouldn't pay. So I didn't, and I haven't. Okay. What other things that you found wrong with the dog park that you can tell us where protocol wasn't followed? Starting from the design,
From the design, Commissioner,
yes.
Commissioner, I just want to make sure, Jenny and Judge and Commissioners, is it okay to, I guess, getting advice from the county attorney, I just want to make sure we're okay, Commissioner.
If the commissioners would rather ask these questions first in in executive session, that might save some problem.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do is, it's just as good a time as any. We can go into executive session right now. Why don't I do that? And that way, we can keep Juan steady and everybody else, after I read our magic words here, if you wouldn't mind clearing our courtroom so that we can stay put. At this time, I'm going to give notice at 2:38 PM that we're going to go into executive session to discuss the matters that are listed anywhere on the agenda. They're authorized by provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, and also by Vernon's Texans Code, Sections 551, 071, 72, 73, 74, 745, 76, 86, 87. Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with the attorneys relating to litigation, real property, gifts, personnel matters, termination, security device, economic development, other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion, we'll come back into open session, take such actions appropriate on items discussed in executive session. And
So Juan can be
so
on the executive
Juan can
session.
be here as a resource. Anybody can, as long as we need them. Okay. So we'll go ahead and clear the courtroom, and we're off the record and take our mics down at 2:39 PM. It's 5:27 PM. We do need some action on several items. Let me start with item A.
Judge,
We're-
actually, oh, go ahead.
Commissioner,
Yes?
Matas needs to have his video turned on.
Okay, I know you're driving, Commissioner Moss, but will you put your video on for us while you're driving? And he can listen in, we still have a quorum, okay?
Yeah, that's true.
All right?
He just
So,
can't vote.
he can't vote, but he's got to, and if he needs to, that'll signal. But anyway, on item A, regarding case 201863587, the master case versus the Texas opioid litigation. There is a motion at this time to adopt a resolution approving the settlement of opioid-related litigation with Janssen. And Janssen refers to Janssen Pharmaceuticals Incorporated. And also approve the settlement documents. And included in the motion for the clerk is please authorize the Nueces County Attorney's Office or outside counsel to execute these settlement documents. That is the motion. I'm going to double check with the county attorney that we got all those elements in. She says yes.
Just Janssen,
Is there a
not
second?
Johnson, not Johnson & Johnson, right, Judge? Just Janssen.
Just Janssen.
Okay, second.
Well, excuse me, they're all together. They're all together. It's Johnson & Johnson, Janssen Pharmaceuticals, and Ortho McNeil, Janssen Pharmaceuticals and Janssen. But when we say Janssen, in this particular cause number that I referenced, it refers to all of those.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay.
Aye.
All right.
Oh my
I
gosh,
love
that's
it.
scary.
That's
Look
good. That's really good. And on the items of interest for the health district, there is a motion, and that motion is to continue to direct the county attorney to continue to work with our membership partner, the city of Corpus Christi, on 3 different approaches.
Second.
Okay, and she's got those defined. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay.
Aye.
As to the matter of on letter D, which is consult with the county attorney regarding Hazel Baysmore Dog Park project, including all those legal matters. There is direction to direct the county attorney to work with Wheaton Engineering and Environmental Science LLC to see if she can resolve matters that were discussed of concern and importance to the county. And we're directing her to specifically go work with Wheaton Engineering on this and to see if we can prove
Second, Judge.
produce a result that's
That's also
satisfactory.
item number 11 for the court's edification.
Thank you, I
or
appreciate
For the clerk's edification.
Okay, and that's a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, and then on item E, the matters relating to Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman, I always say that wrong, it's Newnham project, it says project management, but I'd like the court to reflect that that's an error, it's program management services. And it's very similar, it's direct the county attorney to visit with Lan about services that they're providing as it relates specifically to item number
12.
12.
Is that your motion, Judge?
Yeah.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. And then on item F, Texas Prompt Payment Act,
No, there's no action, Judge.
there's no action there, just the county attorney is going to be working with staff on that item. There's really no motion needed. Okay, everything else was information at this point and may or may not, you might see it on another agenda in the upcoming courts. Are there any other matters that you see, Jenny, that need to be dealt with? Oh, yes, ARPA. Yeah, on, let me see where that one is. What is that going to refer to? Huh? Okay, item number 5. On item 5, in the regular agenda, let me just move towards that. There was a discussion that we had an executive session that causes us to direct the county attorney to work with Haggerty in our auditor's office to reconfigure, everything stays the same, but it'll be reconfigured in a new and improved way to better describe what we are trying to do. The way that we have been describing it is not gonna, has the potential for legal conflict, And so we have asked the county attorney to bring back the item with different verbiage so that we can achieve the same exact result, but it will be in keeping with the legal constraints that we have with both Texas and the federal government as it applies to ARPA. And I would like a second, because there's no way I'm going to repeat that one again.
Second, yeah.
Okay, motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and now I'm going to ask you, do you feel like that adequately represents everything? Okay, all right. So with that, that concludes our executive session, but does not conclude our regular agenda. We still have the auditors, monthly financials, including 2 budget change orders. One's capital, the other one is not. Dale?
And Judge, just for the record,
Yes.
there's no action on 16, just, I'm sure.
No,
the
let's
clerk's-
do that. Let's go ahead and make that record reflect, there is no action on 16 for the clerk. Okay?
Then take action.
We didn't have anything
It's
to deal
It's a
with.
recurring item that's on every week.
We have no, there's nothing presented to us to work.
This last part,
Pardon me?
the last part.
No, we have nothing presented to us.
No,
Yeah,
because we don't have any.
okay. In other words, a status quo remains. Okay, and so on budget, I'm sorry, would you prefer the financial first?
I'll go through it very quickly. It's
Okay,
actually a
thank
very good report on what we have. On page 4 and 5, it just shows you our balances for our general fund, other funds as of July 31st. If you can kind of just switch over to page 8 and page 9, you'll kind of see a history of where we expect this to continue and go, especially on page 9 when we have the fund balances for the last 5 years. We still expect them to continue where it's are and expect it to end up, as we showed in our budget items, around $27 to $28 million. And some of that funds will need to be come back in the next period of time when we get towards the end of the year, when we're still working on that now. But we'll need to be able to fund some of our balances for our health insurance, which we'll talk about next, is on page 10 and 11. Page 10, 11, basically your general group health insurance, which is our health insurance fund, is at a current as a negative $992,000 negative balance. When we get to September, that's going to be closer to 1.4, 1.5 million. But we'll get those numbers as we get closer to the balances that we do our accruals, and that's where we'll show some policies and procedures that we'll need to bring to court for your identification. On page 13 shows you your activity for last year to this year. You see why we've kind of where we're at now, because if you see this year, our expenses down the bottom are 13.2 million, where last year was 11.7. That's $1.4 million more in expenses. But our revenue didn't change very much, of only $500,000. So you'll see that's why we're at the position we're at. On page 16, basically shows you our revenue collections for our general fund on page 16. And for July, we're at 92.7% collected. We expect that to be right about 97, 98% when we get through the fiscal year. And that's very promising of where we want to be as we're in the pandemic and we're continue to monitor our balances. Now, the good item starts on page 21. And normally I go through several departments that show negative. This month there's only 2.
That's good news.
That's on page 58 is the first one. Well, 58, sorry, that's not the first one. The first one is on page 50. And that's the JP4, and that's just because it's right at the small amount, and there was probably a change in employment that now went from a single employee medical insurance to maybe a family insurance, where that increased your deductible for your employee benefit. So that's not surprising, and they're very close. If we're in the year, we're at 16.6, and they're only at 16.0. The one that is on the next is on page 58, and that's our emergency management. The biggest line item is our overtime for some of the items that are going through our emergency management function. And these are regular employees, these are not exempt employees that were causing those particular items. The one that I wanted you to turn to is page 61. As I mentioned, we're at 16.6% remaining of the year. And right now, the budget we have remaining for the general fund is 30.3. That's 15% higher than where it is, so we expect that hopefully, if everything works out to be correctly. We expect that to continue, and we expect that at the end of the year, we've only expended 89 to 90% of our budget, which is very promising. Page 71 shows you the diabetes funds that each of the commissioners have still available to spend for the judge and for each of the commissioners. The funds are there. There are only small amounts for the commissioner. Judge, you still have $8,000 available. And on page 72 shows you your RTA funds that are available at this time.
I forgot about those.
On page 75 shows you our capital projects, and as we always go to the final page of the capital projects, which is on page 80, which shows you our balances of the remaining COs that we have at the moment. Our 2004 COs has $70,000 remaining. These are probably allocated funds, but not spent. 2007 is $25,000. 2015 is $3.3 million. 2016 is $10.3 million. 2017 is $1.3. Our 2019 is at $21 million, and the ones we just issued, the 21 series, is $49 million. In our general fund, currently we have funded at 3.5 for a total of unspent funds of $112 million, excuse me. On page 84 shows you our P-card transactions for the month of July of $335,885. And on the very last page of 170 shows you for the July period, which is your 10 months ending, we have spent $3,477,082.33. I know I went through this pretty quickly. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have, but that's the monthly financial report for July.
Thank you. I'm going to move approval of the financial report at this time.
So moved.
Okay, motion and a second. And,
Second.
okay, thank you. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 The next item I have, Judge, is for our capital project change order number 102. There's only a few items on here. When we finalized the queuing system for the tax office, he had some unspent funds. We're moving those back to unallocated funds for 2016, so the court now has $14,160 to be able to do as the court sees fit for allocation of those funds. Now, for the 2005 COs, which is our 2021, when we brought in the courthouse security control systems, we had estimated that the fund balance for the courthouse security funds was excessive of $200,000. That wasn't the case. After we did our final reviews, we're only around $140,000. So we said that the courthouse security can use $120,000 of that fund balance, so that leaves $80,000 of funds we need to have accrued here. We worked with Teresa and her staff and on that side, and we determined that there are some unallocated funds in the 2021 series COs to be able to move $80,000 to cover the remaining costs. So that would be all that we would need for the courthouse security funds, and that's the only change order we have for capital projects.
I already paid.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Okay. Is there a motion?
I think, don't you have something we have to try to, you said there was still a discrepancy on the courthouse security?
No, the courthouse security, when we brought this up for each of the court members contributed some funds. You contributed some out of your 2016, the rest were out of the 21 series. And we had assumed that $200,000 was going to be available out of our courthouse security department. That did not happen. We only had $140,000 of that available.
So we have
We didn't want to use the whole $140,000, so we're going to use $120,000.
Right.
So to get the $200,000 we need, I need $80,000 additional funds from our 2021 series.
So I'll make the motion to do that. In other words, remember
Out
when
of
we did
CIP?
at the CO 2021?
Right.
I think it's nominal, but big bang for the buck. He just thought we had it. We don't want to wipe it out. This is a good compromise.
Right, it's out of the CO. but
It's
out of
CO
the-
2021.
And you're gonna take it out of certain projects since we've allocated, so
Yeah, but I mean, it's so minimal. What's the matter?
oh, you're not on the mic.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So I mean,
So-
we gotta tell them where to take it from.
They've already shown up as unallocated funds that we had available there, so
Yeah.
that's coming from that particular project.
If you want to, just take it from the ME office. But he says it's already showing up as unallocated, so I think we're
Should show,
fine.
yes.
How do we have any that was unallocated?
We have some funds when we first initiate the balances that we account for, where we do our closing costs and other costs, they had a little bit of funds left over, that's what we transferred from there.
Okay, so we don't need to do anything?
No.
Okay, all right. Motion to approve.
Okay, and I'll second. Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and I'll be with the sheriff tomorrow, so I'll let him know we're still good to go, but that we're not taking it from that particular fund.
Judge, I apologize, I do need to go back to 16.
Yeah, that's fine, go ahead.
Were you done, Dale?
I think he's got
I
a
got one
couple,
more
he's got one
budget.
more if you don't
Go
mind.
ahead, go ahead.
Okay, go
Sorry.
ahead.
In the budget change order number 2, there's only there's only a few departments here. The tax assessor collector, the capital outlay, as well as our justice of the peace. As we saw that we were able to transfer some funds back to the COs because we cannot continue multiple years on the COs. This is the maintenance and service agreement for the software that he currently has. He has to spend it from his professional services fund, so he has to add this, and that's why there's an increase there. So we're going to go ahead and reduce the general administration to cover that cost, because we should have budgeted there, which it didn't. Again, also for capital outlay, we started receiving a lot of our vehicle lease cars all at one time, so it was a big hit. We weren't expecting this large at the time, or we would have budgeted it correctly. So that's what that particular balances are. JP 1-2 had some changeover in his staff, and once someone leaves, we have to pay out any comp time or any other unpaid overtime. And there were several employees that this occurred to, so this is causing a small increase in this overtime. This is just to pay those out, and this will cover this for the remainder of the year. So I submit budget change order number 2 for your acceptance and approval.
Okay, I'm gonna motion to accept that budget change order for the court.
Second.
How about a second?
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second.
I have a question though.
Go ahead.
On the security fund, I know we haven't, what are we using the security funds on, or something else? We've been collecting for a while now.
Courthouse security is what we use to pay for our SecOp that's currently down there doing courthouse security at the moment.
Was it what?
The people that we hire here, that's what the money used to cover that.
Everything comes from there, the whole amount?
Yes, yes.
How much?
Their total amount's around $170,000. We receive about $80,000 from our fees, and we transfer $147,000 in to cover the remaining portion of it. But the majority of the cost for courthouse security is our agreement with SecOp to do the courthouse security for the courthouse.
So that money should be used for the security for the JPs too, you know, so.
That'll be a decision that the court will need to make. But at the moment, right now, the only one we are paying for is the courthouse security here at the courthouse.
We're not gonna have enough to pay the next round then, right?
If we do, we'll have to transfer more money from the general fund.
Can you just keep us abreast of that and see what's going on?
Sure.
Okay. So we've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, opposed, same sign. All right, and now we're gonna go back to 16. I think you have a cleanup.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize, I
Go ahead.
left out the part regarding the discontinuing overtime payments to essential exempt city, county, health district employees. And I wanted to make that motion based really on a couple of things that I don't think we should be doing it, number one, and number two, because of the withdrawal, I would kind of have to argue that those contracts are no longer in place with the city, and so therefore they shouldn't govern us on having to pay that. So I would like to make that motion and.
Okay, motion and a second.
Second.
And,
Discussion, I just wanna make, you're saying, but we still got, as long as we're as an extension, we're still part of that, right?
Yeah, but I just think we're in a situation.
I think we should get some legal advice on that.
Yeah, we're in a situation where I don't think we ought to be doing it, and I don't know any other way to not do it than to.
Stop it.
Yeah, I agree with you, I mean, I just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, I think what the Commissioner Chesney is saying is that what we want to do right now is pause and make sure that Dale has gotten some invoices from May through September, and that right now the court's will is to put a hold on that, because we need some legal advice, and it can maybe be addressed in the future, but for right now, we're just gonna put a hold on that 40%, because by withdrawing the doctrine, and I know there's a doctrine's name, and I'm struggling here to remember the doctrine, but the doctrine is that if you say that you're withdrawing, that with that goes all the obligations. We don't have to provide for the services that were once with us, so you can't have it both ways.
And I just would like to have some backup on why we're having to even do this, because like I said, that never came through us as a court. We never saw it. It doesn't make sense to me that we would just continue to have to pay something that we don't feel like we should be paying, and I would think the city might take the same posture, but I don't know, we'll see. So motion's made, and we'll just go from there.
Right. Well, the city sent us the invoice, so they've taken the opposite posture, but I'm for the status quo until we can get some legal advice on what our obligations are.
Yes, Your Honor, we do have July, August, and September that has not been,
Can we-
just recently received but not paid.
Can we just hold on those?
Yeah, I don't,
Okay.
we could hold on to all of them, as far as I'm
Well,
concerned.
but we have,
I
you know,
know,
we've got some interesting legal discussions there, and it's the city's obligation at this moment, so let's let them have that and hold, it's part of our discussions. Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Or 40%,
40.
for all of it.
I'm saying, yeah,
Well, our
whatever
40%
portion
is what they
yeah.
bill us, so it is for 40%. But we're saying status quo, hold. Okay? And, what else is there left? I think that's it. We've done the auditor, got the 16 cleanup, and we've done all the executive session. Is there any adjournments today? Are there any adjournments, I should say?
I have one.
Okay, go ahead and,
Judge, and I would like to do a little more full next court meeting, because unfortunately, he just passed away last night, and I don't have the full obituary. Jamie Jones, who was a good friend of mine and was in my men's reunion group, passed away. He had pancreatic cancer, and he passed peacefully in his sleep yesterday, and want to pass the condolences on to Cynthia and the kids, and the loss of Jamie Jones, a fine man, and he will be greatly missed.
we're sorry for your loss. Any adjournments in memory for you, Commissioner Hernandez? Online? Commissioner Modis? Yes, go ahead.
I don't have it.
Okay, Commissioner Modis didn't have any. Commissioner Gonzalez? Okay. In that case, we extend our condolences for all those who have lost loved ones due to COVID-19 this past week, and we stand formally adjourned. And the time for the clerk is 5:49 PM. And thank you so much.